talking about fanny packs. Okay, yeah, we're definitely
Clan
live now.
ally back on the menu? Question mark from Kelly Hosing.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. It's tough finding what to do with those 3 spells with a slan. That's always the trouble, right? It's like, yeah, you have a Mystic Shield, you have your +1 cast aura for table-wide aura, and it's like you need an endless spell with the slan. Really, is what you need. So that's what makes them worthwhile.
There's a lot of good options now.
There's a lot of good endless spells now, and I'm very excited to get to talk about them, especially with you, Madigan. Thank you for coming on the show. Welcome very much. That wasn't a phrase. Welcome very much. Thanks for coming.
Anyways.
Do you want to introduce yourself? Let our audience know who you are, besides just a lurker in our Discord server.
Hi, I'm Madigan. I like rules and death. I mostly play OBR, but I play a little bit of Nighthaunt and Soulblight too. Yeah, I'm here to talk about the new GHB and a lot of the rules in it. Yeah.
And by here,
excited to be here.
You mean the tournament hall?
Yeah, the Kill Team tournament hall of Salt Lake City, which no one is in, so I have taken it over for streaming purposes.
So if she cuts
Acquired
out, we know why.
Yeah.
Hotel Wi-Fi is not the best.
I think we're doing good here on audio. Mergonk, you want to talk a bit just to, make sure.
Oh yeah, hey guys, it's Mergonk.
It's Mergonk. Wow.
I know I do a terrible job with introductions, so one of us will have to pick up the slack.
Yeah. It's me, Dan. Hi. The normal introduction.
Great. All right, that's good. So before we get started, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here. I want to continue announcing our Stormdrake painting contest that's active right now. We announced it earlier this week when we talked about the GHB. Today we're going to be talking about the Battlescroll, but I thought it would be worth giving a shout out to the Stormdrake painting contest again. So if you have painted Stormdrakes, just drop them in the Discord server with your username on a little piece of paper in the photo, and you'll have a chance to win a Kronspine, a box of Malign Sorcery, or a Lord Veritant. All 3 of which are looking pretty good this season, I think. The painting contests are always a great time. It's fun even if you don't really, even if you're not convinced that you're the best painter in the world. It's just fun to post painted models, work in progress shots, just get involved with the community. Definitely learn a lot from these painting contests. I'm getting better as a painter just by doing these contests. So it's a good time. And the prizes from this are courtesy of our sponsor, Kaiju Gaming Lounge, out in Orlando, Florida. I just got a package from them that's pretty exciting that I won't show. It's okay. But yeah, they provide all the prizes for our painting contests. They have all sorts of other swag in addition to our merch. They have these 7-inch, 9-inch rangefinders, and Grand Hammers look pretty good right now. Quest stores look pretty good. All these different units that can utilize a 7-inch deep strike. So these sticks are very handy for that. You can also pick up 1 of 2 remaining sets of Stormkeep dice, I think. I haven't checked the inventory this week, but there's not much left. And they also provide all sorts of other stuff. Dan, you want to let us know what they do?
Yeah, they've got our custom stuff. You can get these in a custom. So this one you can really customize it yourself. You can send it to you unpainted, so they'll just have the base layer, and it'll have the sticker on it, where you can actually paint it with model paint, spray paint, whatever you want to do, and just peel the sticker off, and boom, you've got it in your own personal colors. You can choose the base color and then pick your color on your own. They also do a bunch of other gaming aids. This is my Tau gaming aid from them, for example, for 40K. So really great stuff from them. They carry everything GW. They carry Shatterpoint. Shatterpoint, I know it's been a real fun game. So different products all around. Definitely check them out. But yeah, they support us a lot. Use that code Stormkeep for 15% off. And if you need international shipping, check with Carl in our Discord. You can just at Kaiju Gaming Lounge, and you'll find him and just message him directly, and he'll be able to help you out. And by the way, they are providing our prizes for the Stormdrake contest, and Rob's asking if it's a real Kronspine of the GW model. I have it on good word that Rob has got his own silver tower, of course. He's a big Chaos player, and he was able to get some of those sorcerers to get him a real Kronspine. So we'll have that shipped to your door. That's a joke for legal purposes.
You won't like the bonding process if it's a real Kronspine, I promise. Okay, so let's jump into today's main topic. So we're partly doing this as a follow-up to our Monday live stream, which went on for almost 4 hours, which was great. And we just wanted to kind of follow up now that there's been an FAQ and an errata we had a bunch of questions about how this stuff was going to work, and we thought, hey, who's the best person to talk to about rules? Let's get Madigan on here to discuss all this stuff. The new season, after I can say this after the errata, and now that the Battlescrolls come out, it's really exciting. I'm very, very excited to play Age of Sigmar in a way I haven't been in the last like 3 months, because it kind of just dragged on and army balance was out of whack. So there's a ton of new stuff. If you guys missed our Monday live stream, go check that out. And look, yeah, let's jump into what happened with the FAQ on the major changes, or on the General's Handbook. So there was a lot of rules questions. We had a lot. We had like 2 pages of questions about how this stuff worked.
It needed a lot.
It needed a lot, right? Like, what was supposed to happen if you rolled 4 primal dice, 2 1s, and 2 6s? What happened in that scenario? We didn't know. It was just like, thankfully, they have released a day -2 FAQ clarifying a whole bunch of stuff. But there's still some outstanding issues, and I've got a little short list here. Go on.
Oh, I just said a couple.
Oh, yeah, just a couple. But also, the FAQ has killed some debates that have been going on for years with Age of Sigmar 3rd Edition, and I'm very, very excited about that. So let's talk about the seasonal battle plans, because there's issues with all of these still, like outstanding weirdness or just rules weirdness that exists. Is there anything left with Towers of Power besides it just being a boring battle plan with 2 objectives, like rules-wise?
It's a little bit odd. For the most part, it's straightforward, if unusual. You can get into a weird situation if you pick Feculent Neuralmaws, Nurgle's faction terrain, as your towers, because those get removed from play when they've been smashed to rubble.
True.
So you can end up with no wizard tower on the battlefield, which is a little bit weird, but
Yeah.
just don't pick Feculent Neuralmaws as your wizard tower, probably.
If
It's
there's a monster,
very easily avoidable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Towers, Christian in the chat saying Towers is the greatest casual new player map ever made. It definitely feels like a Path to Glory battle plan.
It looks like something that should be in the core rules to teach people how to play the game. It's very simple.
I like that they're willing to do weirder things with battle plans in this new GHB. And I do think Towers was a little bit weirder when it did require garrisoning them. It just also broke the game. So.
Yeah. Terrain rules are not the best written thing in the core rules.
Now they're basically glorified objectives, which is fine. It just makes it a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah. They're objectives that take up space.
Yeah.
I do like that they become arcane terrain, because more people should use that mystical terrain. I know a lot of people don't use it, and that's a shame, because it's not the best system, but it is a part of the game. And I think if people don't use it, there's never going to be any iteration on it. And terrain really should matter in this game. It should matter in AOS probably less than 40k, but it should matter more than it currently matters. So if people don't play with that stuff, I don't think we're going to see a lot of changes on it, because there's not going to be any feedback. So I like that it makes it arcane. It kind of introduces this concept into the game that some people are just missing out on. So I like that about it. That's about the last thing I like about it. I don't really care for 2 objectives on a battle plan. It's not very engaging. The fact that you basically just score 4 points a turn until the end of the game, where there's a chance to score 4 more points, that's just not very exciting.
Yeah.
It's very much a duke 'em out battle plan.
Yeah, it's Age of Sigmar for a long time had a bad reputation of being a game where you push your models into the middle of the table and you fight until you decide who the winner is, and that's pretty much what that battle plan is. There's not a lot going on, so I don't like that.
Kind of what the last season was too, though. Then again, I'm trying to forget the last season.
Last season.
Some missions last season where the objectives turned on and off, I think, were way more interesting. Like, I think Prize and Jaws really sort of prevented that sort of game style, because you wanted to be able to like cover a certain amount of ground, but not everything.
I like position over power.
I like that
I
too.
will say though, a lot of the game until now had revolved around getting a double turn still. So I'm glad they are
think-
actively taking steps in the primaries
Yeah,
to
position over power.
the one with the flank ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, position overpowers.
Yeah, that one was a good one. I
That one's
thought.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think like they are taking more steps to mitigate the effect of a double turn on primaries, which I really, really like.
Yeah, they
In
just
addition to making battle tactics harder, but we'll talk about that later.
they got to stop incentivizing going first or going second in the first round. Right, that needs
In the
to
first
be,
round, yes.
Yeah.
Every other round of the game, it's a good thing to have an incentive to go second. In the first round of the game, with the way the game is set up right now, where you can determine who goes first based on drops, I think that that's a bit of a problem to incentivize going second because there's an inherent advantage in going second.
Yes, I think they're sort of limiting their potential of how great their battle plans can be by having that system. I think it needs to just be random, just like in 40k. It's like boom.
Yeah, some of the I was just saying some of the chat is agreeing, like saying some of the best rules are when the second turn player can affect the board. And I think what we're saying is that it should maybe be from the second battle round on.
Yes.
Because typically like first turn, double turn can really change the game.
like,
Even the second turn matters a lot too, but
like Jaws of Gillet, like I'm one of the Gillet ones. It's like it starts from the second battle round, not the first. Which
yep,
I really
Jaws
like.
does.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just like Locust Focus is a bit too strong if you're going second in round one, because not only has the enemy moved and you know their positioning and you can react to it, you're also getting a second unbind and then more spells at the bottom of the round. That's a bit much.
Yeah.
It can be a lot.
There's
Rob in the
also
chat.
kind of an inherent bonus to going second in the new GHB of being able to save your primal dice.
For casting, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, if you're going first in the round, you don't really know how many unbinds you need, and you don't know how many more primal dice you're going to get. So, like, if you have key spells you want to go off, you're like, but maybe I want to unbind their key spells or their secondary spells or something like that. Yeah, going second. I think one of the best feelings in Age of Sigmar is when you win the double turn, like you win you win the roll off and you let it go. You give it away to your opponent. Right? Giving away priority after winning the roll is one of the best feelings especially because it's never objectively correct. It's always like it's a risk. But when you do it, you feel very good about that decision because you feel like you've weighed your options, and despite like you could have a turn right now, you could just have a turn, but there's a better possibility of winning later, and you've recognized it, and that it just feels great. So
yeah, definitely
more stuff that makes that occur is good.
I like that Gareth in the chat is pointing out no reward without risk is there to make going second the first battle round a bad idea. That's one application of that battle plan that I do like a lot, is that it can be used to put some pressure if you know that someone's going to try to make you go first and you're an army that can take advantage of it. So it does, obviously.
Are we talking about that because there's no restrictions on how far you deploy from enemies?
Yeah, that's on our list a little further down, but I guess we can bring it up right now because this one's kind of a general, battle plans. But no reward without risk still has, and it seems intentional because a lot of GW writing is kind of copy paste with, especially with kind of standardized things like the battle plans. They didn't include a 9-inch restriction, and they didn't FAQ a 9-inch restriction on deployment, your initial deployment. So we're thinking, the no reward without risk seems like it's being able to position aggressively. So there's that.
It would justify the name.
Yeah, it really does. So that's probably it.
I just love the idea of being able to deploy in combat. That is just hilarious.
It is. It's really funny.
I also like that it disincentivizes one drops because knowing where your opponent has positioned their army is also very, very good on that battle plan.
Counter deploying in general
is
very good.
Dropping first and dropping your entire army, you need to know, and your options over whether you want to deploy aggressively or whether you want to deploy, way back.
I feel like that was the case with a lot of the L deployments we were seeing this season, but apparently not. Maybe the mechanics overall for the battle plans.
I agree with the L deployments too. That again, like I dropped my battle regiment just because I did not value having the choice of first or second as much as I did having that knowledge of where can I counter deploy.
I feel the same, and then the fact that you can pick up a warlord and get more enhancements is like icing on the cake for me. I've always really, really enjoyed counter deploying when I play. Knowing what you're like, oh, you put your key wizard here, cool. Here's a Knight Incantor within 30 inches immediately. Like,
Yep.
That wins you the game sometimes. Just
you already know,
knowledge.
like, this guy's trying to rupture or something, right? Like, if you see it in their game plan, there's a lot you can do with that. I like that. You heard it here first, guys. Well, maybe if you see Gareth in the coach chat talking to the TO chat, but for those reasons, no risk will be in every one of his packs. So LVO confirmed, no risk, no reward.
I'm gonna try it. I initially don't like it, but I'm willing to try it and just to try to see its merits, right? Because it survived the errata, and I didn't think it would. So
it's cool.
If this is their intent, they have an idea, and I'm not seeing it fully, so I'm gonna try it a few times before I write it off entirely.
Yeah.
Just like
Ryan
Twists and
Muskop.
Turns.
Twists and Turns.
I tried it. I didn't like it.
That's fair. Ryan Muskop in the chat saying Drowned Men Nurgle with 8-inch pregame move and no 9-inch restriction seems spicy. That is one of the interactions with the rules for the battle plan. Is pregame moves. You can definitely deploy in combat and then move.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Can we? I mean, I know we have a
It
tournament on
depends on the
Sunday.
pregame move.
If it's a normal move, then no.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a normal move.
Some
but
of
I'm
them are
pretty
normal moves, some of them aren't. Drowned Men is not.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a move.
Drowned Men,
Other
you
one-
can move out of combat, move into combat, whatever you want.
Other one was Robert Molshine saying double turn on Meltwater mission also punishes the double turn, which is a good shout.
Yes, I really like
Absolutely.
Meltwater. I think that should be used everywhere. That's my initial impression.
Yes.
I will say,
Deployment's a little weird because it's that.
yeah,
It's like. Well, I mean, not deployment because the territories are simple. It's
the territory.
objective spread.
Yeah, they're on a weird.
But, yeah, I really like that. I played
weird
that
angle.
actually. It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find it very
I do-
restricting, not being able to score more than twice in a row?
Yes, I played my Annihilator listed to it, and I found myself actually giving away the turn to turn off my opponent's objectives. We basically put like these tokens on them, and I'm like, if you scored them 2 turns in a row, we remove the token. You can no longer score that. So
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
That one seems fun. Okay.
It's really a lot of math. You need to like hope and pray they take the objective back. In some cases, it's like it's a bit of back and forth. I think that's very people will have fun with that battle plan.
Yeah.
Let's-
For all the TOs in the chat, please don't put this round 5. I don't need this round 5. Brain turning off round 5. Put it like no risk, no reward round 5.
Garrett said Meltwater is great, not good for tournaments in the first month. Players need to practice it casually before tournament setting. Yeah, I agree. This was just like a casual game, but yeah, I think my TO isn't adding it in the Sunday's tournament. They're adding the one that lets you put D3 units in reserves or whatever. But obviously they themselves put in the FAQ saying you can't do it to enemy
Friendly.
units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in our
Otherwise,
battle plan.
otherwise it's just destroy enemy units, right?
Yeah, that's why this is here, because I really just wanted to. Spring the Trap was the dumbest thing that you, as it's written, you could pick enemy units and remove them from the battlefield, and then the player who removed them chooses when they deploy. So you just choose to them not deploy them. You basically just destroy D3 units from your opponent's army at the start of the game.
And then you
What
play
about
against
the
Gargants.
Like, oh, Arcan, Catacross, and Death Riders. All gone. Right at the start of the game. So stupid. But with that changed, it's actually really good. Actually, it's one of the better battle plans. I really like it.
Yeah, I like that one.
Because a big part of it becomes zone denial on the flanks, right? Because there's one spot pretty much on each objective on the side ones where you can deploy units directly onto the objectives. So controlling that space becomes very important. And I really like that. I like battle plans that you can't just, toe in anywhere on the objective. Like there's specific places you need to contest the objective for optimal value. And I like that.
Yeah. Why don't we cover some of the other ones here?
Yeah, Power Flux. This is a whole thing, right? It's you get a point for every time you destroy a wizard for each round. It's kind of like when Season 0, I guess we can call it, when for each round you destroyed a monster, you score an additional victory point. How does that work with units like Evocators that don't have the wizard keyword all the time? They only have it while they have a certain number of models in the unit. So like,
as long as they were a wizard when they died, they'll count.
Yeah, when they were destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would very much like for them to clarify that in an FAQ because I don't want to go too deep in the weeds, but it's a very, very confusing line of.
Yeah.
What am I
Well,
trying to say?
Madigan, why don't you go into like
It's
the
complicated.
kind of the bones of it? Just obviously a quick overview, like the whole removing models, destroyed, at the same time, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So models aren't immediately removed from play when they're slain. They're removed all at the end once you've allocated all the damage to them, and if it's in combat or shooting, once all the attacks that damage them have been resolved. So you'll remove all the models at the end after, and it'll still be a wizard then, assuming it had 2 or more models. So
Hmm.
it'll
Mhm.
count.
Yeah. The only argument against this would be if GW were to say that it didn't work, it would be for something around like model removal not being simultaneous, which we don't have necessarily a strict
Yeah,
like
it's a
this is
gray
at the same
area.
time, but it seems to be all at the same time.
Yeah.
They should be.
Hmm.
I also just don't like that battle plan because it punishes armies that don't bring Locust.
Yeah, especially if you
Really
face the
sucks.
mirror match.
It's not like Champions where I think every army except Gargants at least could bring a champion. And there was like one battle plan where you scored an extra point if you had a champion. There was one where you counted as 10, or like champions counted. Like if you had a champion, nothing else could contest it. Those were fine.
Nothing else
Extra
could contest
tactic.
it, yeah.
Yeah, but like this one specifically gives you more points for bringing Locust, and it's something that like 4 armies just can't bring. Or you can choose not to, because the book actually incentivizes you to go Nullstone as well. So it's like if you don't bring Nullstone, you
It's
can't.
only Gargants. Every other army can do it.
Yeah, they can take Arcane Tome, right? Except Khorne.
Tome or an ally.
Ally.
Khorne can ally in like a Poxbringer or something.
Okay, fair.
Oh yeah, they can ally Sarkar, Blackwing, and Bellicor. So it's whatever.
Bellicar's not a Locust.
Well,
Yeah, they
Bellicor and
won't be a
Sarkar
Locust.
are
Bellicor won't be a
Locusts.
Sarkar's unique.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
you're right.
wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like a Poxbringer would be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It does give a point, Gareth. It does give a point each round, but you can score a lot more with Locust than you can by killing Locusts.
Well,
Especially-
Garrett's argument. Oh,
it,
sorry.
it can balance out for sure, but I just don't like that it's weighted towards the Locust part of it. If it was equal, I'd be okay with it, but because
Yeah.
it's unequal, I don't like it for that reason.
Well,
But,
Gareth
like-
has his own scoring pack to where he normalizes scoring
Oh, okay.
as well. So
That's
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Like
for his
differential?
battle pack, he's got his own system. Madigan, you know it better than I do.
I mean, it's just a tournament scoring system. Like it flattens it down. But
Yeah.
regarding the wizards being destroyed, like coming back to that, there is another benefit of it. It's another incentive for going second, which I think isn't immediately apparent at first glance. But it is that battle round, not that turn. So if you go second
Yeah.
and you destroyed an
Oh.
enemy wizard in your opponent's turn, you still score that. Versus if you go first, you only have your own turn to kill a wizard.
Yeah, it's true.
Interesting. Yeah, that could matter.
Mm-hmm.
Lines
More
of-
opportunity.
Lines of communication. This is the one where you total eclipse your opponent on a 3-up, right? I
For
think
one phase.
I think the only rules interaction here, correct me if I'm wrong, is just the it costs an additional command point. And how does that work with abilities that use commands without costing a command point, like a Lord Imperatant or the core battalions and things of that nature? Does it make them pay
those
an additional
should-
command point?
No, it shouldn't, because they weren't paying any to begin with. Same for total eclipse. If you weren't paying one,
If you
you're
weren't spending, you're
paying
not
two.
increasing the cost.
Notably, it will stack with total eclipse because it is an
Mhm.
additional one. So if you're paying 2 because of total eclipse or show of superiority, the OBR command trait, you will end up paying 3.
Hype.
Okay, that's good to know.
That's nice.
Lord
How does that
Imperatant
interact with
stocks?
stealing command points, like an Olander thing, for example? For when
Let
you,
me check Olander's
I would
wording
think
real
that
quick.
I'd have to check the wording too. That one just came to mind, and I have to
Because I think Olander is just denies the
Olander's just
command,
deny.
right?
I don't think Olander
Yeah,
steals it.
She
Yeah.
just denies the command.
denies it, and then
Yeah.
isn't
So
there
it's
one that you
stacked.
deny and you steal? Doesn't someone
I
have
think
that?
that was Skaven. I think Skaven
I
might
don't
have a
think
stealing
anyone
command point.
has deny and steal
No,
on
the only
same
steal I'm thinking
thing.
of is like Catacross. So never mind.
Well,
Mechanical
there's like
lessons are
steal
command points.
effects, like Kurdos steals command points, but that's
Yeah.
not when you
Yeah, that's not when
issue
you.
it.
Yeah, when you issue it. Yeah, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
Uh,
I think the reason this is contentious is because it doesn't say it doubles it or it costs twice as many. It's because an additional one.
Yeah, it's not a
And
replacement effect.
yeah, yeah. So
Mhm.
that's why some people could think it's like 0 plus 1 is 1, as opposed to 0 times
Yeah.
2 is 0.
But
So
there's a difference between none and 0,
yeah.
which
Yeah.
is what's relevant here.
right.
Garrett, so Garrett's like wording is additional, but it says I think the wording is at the beginning is if you would spend a command point, but if you're not spending any command points in the first place, that
Yeah.
It's like the
Clause wouldn't
difference with Old Nagash, where you could do, if you brought back 0 models, you could add +1 to that,
Mhm.
versus if you didn't bring back models, for example, because you healed, you couldn't
Mhm.
add +1 to that. It's not using command points. It's
Yeah.
which is distinct from 0. I think that would be a nice thing to get an official FAQ on, but
Sure.
until then, that's how I would rule it.
Well,
Mhm.
they have a year. Hopefully they do it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. If you guys in the chat have any other questions about other battle plans or anything else we're talking about, feel free to drop them in. We want the stream today to be very interactive with you guys, so feel free to just keep asking whatever questions come to mind. Let's talk about the battle tactics. And there's a little bit of weirdness going on with some of these. So led into the Maelstrom. This one requires a hero and a battle line unit to charge, and for at least one of those units to remain within 3 inches. And I think the weirdness here is that technically this could be the same unit if you had a battle line hero unit.
There are a couple. Gargants, obviously, and in Ogres, their Underworld's hero can be battle line.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
With the 1 command trait. Yep.
It's also possible with Rune Sun on Magmadroth. He becomes battle line in Lofnir. So, nice little interactions.
There's a couple.
Yeah.
And
that's doable because this tactic doesn't specify they have to be different units. So it's one hero.
The retreat and charge one does have to be different.
Yes. Yeah. Bait and trap, that one is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It says you have to retreat with 2 units and then charge with 2 different units. So you can't retreat and charge with 2 and count that. You can retreat and charge with 2, but then 2 other units would also have to either retreat or charge. Or if you do it with 4 units total, you can do it.
It's 4 units. Yeah, 4 units total, 2 of each action.
Yeah.
At least.
Greetings from Germany. What's up with the Enrapturous and Primal Dice?
We had that on the list, but...
Yes.
We'll get to that. We have that on the list.
We have it on the list. We can talk about it now, if you guys want.
Yeah, why not?
Sure.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. Rerolls in general tend to be awkward for things like successful, unsuccessful, even modified and unmodified technically, because rerolls happen before modifiers happen, before determining if something is successful or not. So already those are a little bit weird. But then especially once you get into the Enrapturous, because you haven't even determined what the modifier is yet. The cleanest way to do it as stands is you just re-roll it, determining whether or not it was successful at the moment when you would be doing the re-roll, before you've added any primal dice. Which there's already actually a situation where you've kind of got a similar thing with Aether Quartz, where you'd have to use the pre-Aether Quartz value for determining whether or not it was successful, because you would re-roll before they have the chance to use that.
Now, because Primal Dice says it's specifically used before re-rolling, does that mean the controlling player... Sorry?
It's not used.
Oh, it's not? I thought it specifically said it was used before re-rolls, and then if you do it, you can't
re-roll.
It blocks re-rolls. It says if you cannot choose to add Primal Dice if you not that it happens before re-roll.
Yeah.
I thought it said that.
Or I suppose more accurately, re-rolls block it. But
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
However, the Enrapturous' Reveal shouldn't block it because it says if you choose to use an ability that rerolls the dice,
Mm.
and the Enrapturous is forcing you, so it shouldn't block it. In the same way that Skaven, for example, can use Brass Orb on Gotrek, because it's not your ability. You're not the one choosing to do it.
Interesting.
Okay.
There's not a lot of forced effects like that, so it doesn't come up very
There
often.
aren't a lot.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So hopefully that answered the question.
Yeah.
And Rapturous
So is that
not
Enrapturous
good.
works then?
Doesn't stop primal
It
dice.
works. Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
okay,
Forces you to reroll before the primal dice are generated, but won't block you from using primal
Yeah.
dice.
Mhm.
okay.
Probably not good enough to see play then.
Oh, because it wasn't your reroll.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it wasn't. Yeah.
You didn't choose to do so.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm. We have one more request, so
Yeah.
we can do this one like off the bat.
do it.
Top 5 battle plans. Just we can name our favorite ones.
Towers of Power 5 times.
I'm gonna go with every step is forward. Limited resources. Probably no reward without risk.
Really? As it is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's
Heck
fun.
yeah. I'm in it.
Yeah,
Ice
yeah.
fields because I think it's interesting, and I'm gonna go with pulse because I actually like that design.
I think in no particular order.
Yeah,
Power
no
Flux,
particular order.
Nexus Collapse, limited resources, Spring the Trap, assuming errata.
Nice.
It
That's hard
might be no reward without risk. I haven't played that one yet, and I feel like I want to play it before making an actual judgment on it.
I think limited resources is my number one though. I'll say, followed by every step is forward.
I like
I
both
like
of those.
limited resources. It's definitely good. Nexus Collapse is also probably up there in like the top favorites.
I'm a big sucker who loves playing defensive lists, so I'm going to say Fountains of Frost is my favorite because 6 objectives pretty much as far away from each other as possible. I love that. You can play super defensive. It encourages like pinpoint mobility and aggression. Fantastic. Love that one. And then pretty much all the other ones you guys listed. I'm noticing Lines of Communication is not getting a lot of love. Is it just like too boring of a battle plan? 3 objectives in the middle? Yeah.
Pretty much. I don't dislike it.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's just not much special about it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Not top 5 material.
Extra command points. So like at least it's got a little twist. It's not just 1-2 more.
Like
But still,
for me.
overall, like
Yeah.
I think it's less interesting than some of the battle plans here.
How about you, Morgonk? I know you're going to say Frigid Zephyr. I know you love that one.
Oh yeah, Frigid Zephyr is just peak big
Yeah,
game
I
design.
like Frigid Zephyr, but yeah, no, I think that I can't be or I still remember these names. I'm sorry. Like I just know the one lets you
Describe
do reserves, the one that lets you the siphon the fountain. Frigid Zephyr isn't actually too bad. And then Lines of Communication and Power Flux are all right. I think they're fine. I mean, I think I think 7 out of the 12 or 8 out of the 12 are pretty playable, that's fine by me.
I like most of them, honestly.
Most of them, yeah.
I'm going to say like 9 out
And
of
I
the
don't
12.
think any of them are like horribly unplayable.
Mhm.
I don't
some
like
of them
Frigid Zephyr,
skew
but
a little bit worse than others.
Mhm.
Frigid Zephyr probably being the most egregious.
Yeah.
Just because it really screws over shooting armies.
yeah, it's just not fun.
I'm glad they moved. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. The 12 in
you know?
shooting. If it was 18, I'd feel better about it. But 12, I mean, with the lookouts or change, it's like I don't think you need it. Yeah, that's probably the one I would never
It's
include.
also, yeah, that is a little weird to have that change and then to have this. It's like doubling down.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Just want to give a shout out to my brother who's watching the stream. Hi Bart, how you doing?
True. For a quick one, Paperboy says anti-magic meta or magic dom. I think anti-magic.
It's
It's both, but anti-magic is like 55 to 45, in my opinion.
It's
I
flattening the
they've
power
done a
curve.
pretty good job of adding a lot of different interactions, but making sure to include stuff that benefits both of them. Like last season incentivized Galatian champions. It didn't really give anything against them. There were sharpshooters, but that was just, mitigating the protection they added to them. Versus there's a lot here for our wizards, but there's also a lot here, to fight against them. So I think that's pretty healthy. Like it shakes up the meta without favoring one or the other too much. I do think armies that lean into one of or the other are going to be stronger than ones that are just kind of mediocre at both. Like I think Khorne and Tzeentch on both ends of the spectrum are probably both going to be very, very strong.
I think
Do
when
you
account...
think? Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
All right. When you account for the errata that came along with the GHB now, I like Seraphon, Tzeentch, Lumineth. Those are the casting armies, right? Those are the armies people think of when they think Magic Dom. That phrase that exists. Seraphon got like nuked from orbit, being able to only vassal cast one spell per turn. It's such a huge, specifically for like the Magic Dom builds.
That list,
right? Like the way I play it, I've never relied on that to kill my opponent with spells. It was a thing that I was doing, but I wasn't doing the whole game like that. But like the Magic Dom side of Seraphon has been nuked from orbit drastically. Like Croak's probably not going to see play anymore. Tzeentch, Destiny dice can no longer be modified, and they don't count as like you can't use primal dice.
Destiny dice could never be modified.
Yeah, and it's in the FAQ now, and they can't use the primal dice on Destiny dice. Okay, cool. What was the FAQ on them
then? So before, Destiny dice could not be re-rolled or modified.
Right.
Now they cannot be re-rolled, modified, or changed. This is to go along with the change in the FAQ for the Master of Magic ability that allows the Lords of Change to change the lowest dice to the highest dice.
Right.
Previously, this didn't work with Destiny dice because that was considered a modifier. But now that it isn't considered a modifier, they had to errata Destiny dice to make it continue not working with Destiny dice. So effectively, nothing has changed with Destiny dice.
Yeah, it's just a
wording.
You can't use Destiny dice and primal dice at the same time, right?
You never could, no.
Right.
Because primal dice are a modifier.
Right. So that's what I'm saying about Tzeentch is like their casting power on their main spells is pretty much the same, right? Like if you were a Tzeentch player, would you use a 5 and a 6 to get a guaranteed 11, or would you fish for primal dice if you have that one spell you need to do?
They're not using Destiny dice though anyway on spells because they've already got such good casting in their chickens. Like Mastery of Magic and a +1 is already very good. And with the new FAQ 2 Mastery of Magic no longer being a modifier, those dice now count as what you change them to for determining primal miscats and the primal crits. So a Lord of Change can get one of those primal crits with only 1 6 because they changed the other die to the 6.
I think that hurts them though, because they don't want to.
It's definitely a interesting interaction because the primal crits, even though it can't be unbound, it stops you from casting any other spells that turn.
Would you say there's no reward without risk?
Oh man.
But yeah, so it can really be a toss-up over whether you actually want that primal crit,
Right. Okay. So anyway, the point I was getting at is that Tzeentch is like, yeah, they're getting the primal dice, but it's like it doesn't really change how they were doing a lot of other casting. Like they're still going to cast the spells that they were going to cast on you. Now other armies have the option to 3d6 unbind, so it's like it's flattening it out a bit between those two. So Seraphon is nerfed. Tzeentch is, I don't want to say nerfed, but they're flattened. They get Merciless Blizzard and a teleport now, which is brutal.
Yeah.
And then Lumineth, especially Techless, not being able to use primal dice, but everybody being able to use primal dice against him is brutal.
And taking a points hit.
Techless, I think, hurts.
Not just Techless, Deep Thinkers, like
the
that
heal on you as well.
The Scenari cast. That got affected a lot.
Yes.
Well,
so the 3 main Magic Dome armies are all taking hits in specifically their ability to be Magic Dome armies. So when you combine that with the ability for armies to pick up Primal Dice to 3d6 Unbind,
You
and
got a fourth too,
Which one?
with
Fourth.
Kabbalists. It's like
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
Wallace, but they were
46.
Yeah.
they were already doing 3d6. Like, you weren't unbinding them, and you're not going to anymore. So they're going to still do exactly what they did before, but now they have 6 Vanguard squads that are going to mulch you with Hoarfrost. So, yeah. But, like, people don't
Yeah.
consider
Sure,
Kabbalists
but
generally to be a
again,
Magic Dome army because they're not killing you with
they've
spells.
got Hoarfrost. They've got a lot of good targets for that.
For sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Merciless Blizzard.
Oh, yeah. I think
Yeah.
Merciless Blizzard is going to be...
But-
you can't get within 12 inches of any Kabbalist Blizzard.
Spells and debuff spells, you know.
So yeah, Magic Dome armies, the ones that kill you with spells, the ones that everybody hates playing against because spells aren't that. Previously, I don't think they were as much fun.
It stings, yeah.
Yeah, they're all stinging right now. So when you combine that with everything that's going on, I think it's not an anti-magic meta, but it's like it's not a magic meta either. It's
Yeah,
like,
and we kind of talked about how it's an anti like
The magic meta in the
multicast
sense
meta.
that magic is more
Yeah.
interesting now instead of like watch my opponent roll 2d6 plus 2 to cast that I can't do anything about.
Healthy. Like, I really think they did a good job.
yeah, it's more
Yeah.
interesting and more fair. Magic armies aren't going to run away just killing you with spells anymore.
You know, we didn't put Primal Dice in the exciting change. Oh well, I guess it wasn't exciting changes to the battle scroll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which actually
Yeah.
that I want to bring. So from that conversation, I want to get one of the bullet points on there: champions versus locusts, and it says battalions. But I really want I mean, sure, we're moving away from that, but what I really want to know is how important is battle regimen? Because we never saw Galatian Command almost like in very few lists we did, and Galatian Sharpshooters is basically nowhere to be seen other than maybe Stormcast.
Command never really took off. It had too
I
many
saw
restrictions on it.
Sharpshooters a decent bit.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry?
it happened.
Sharpshooters is
Sharpshooters?
popular. Yeah.
We saw
Yeah.
Sharpshooters a good bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually taking a Galatian command in my current list for the old GHB, but
Mhm.
that's less that I wanted a Galatian command and more that I didn't want to be in a battle regiment anymore because I'm
Yeah.
kind of dissatisfied with the one drop. I wanted the information more,
Mhm.
and I just didn't have anything else to put my units in besides a Galatian command, so I shoved it
Mhm.
in there.
So I guess like yeah, that brings me to: are we still gonna see battle regiment? Because battle regiment was I'll just put it this way: it was the dominant battalion. Like
Yeah.
from what I saw last
Yeah,
season, is it
for
still
sure.
the dominant battalion
I
this
think
season?
it'll still be
Because
the most
Probably.
common, but I don't know about like dominant, you know? Some of these battle plans really help
People
with the
love
whole
battle
double turn
regiment.
thing. But yeah, it's gonna be the most popular. That I can tell you, right? Like it just is.
Yeah.
It's gonna be at least the most popular for the next 6 months. And then maybe
Right.
we might see a shift. But that Locust Battalion is actually
yes, the extra
really
primal
nice.
dice on a
That's a
3-up,
lot
yeah.
of
I
flexibility.
like
If
the
you have
Locust Battalion.
Yeah, if you got 3 dice going into an enemy turn, like if you're, especially like Stormcast, you're not really casting too much, you're casting out of range, like you have to go first, and you just bank your dice, you can deny a lot of like, if you can deny up to like 4 casts from someone with 3 multicasting, that's pretty good, like the primal dice.
Yeah.
If you can get a primal dice advantage, that really weighs on an opponent because especially for unbinding, right? You know that they're going to use a primal dice or not on each cast before you ever decide to use your unbinding dice.
It's also good just for consistency. Like if you have a key spell you want to cast, you can deploy out of range. I play Seraphon and Stormcast, so everybody always makes me go first because I don't care about battle regiment. I always have high drops. I know I'm going first 90% of the games I play. So I'll deploy wizards out of unbinding range, and I'll cast a key spell. And let's say I'm running something like Domitan Stormcoven, where I want to strike first with a unit into a double turn, because like you're not fighting into reinforced Dracolines. I don't know what army could survive that realistically. It's really, especially when they fight first, right? It's tough. So I have that key spell. I want it to go off. I would take Acolytes there to give more consistency to get that extra primal dice, because the difference between getting the strike first spell off and not getting it off makes the whole list. So yeah, that's one of the reasons I would take that Acolytes battalion. But what about Wizard Finders? I like it. I like it a lot.
The only thing I'd say, Assistant Ref in the chat makes a very good point. He just said requiring a hero in the Wizard Hunters battalion is a miss, and I agree there. I hate that it requires a hero.
Requiring a sub commander or even a champion specifically is definitely
Yeah.
a miss. If it was any leader,
Yeah.
I'd love it.
I've been able to build
I
around it just for. Oh, sorry, Maddie.
Sorry, I think there's desync. I
Mhm.
think it's also kind of an issue with the Acolytes Battalion, because I think in a lot of cases it's directly competing with Warlord or a Command Entourage.
Yep.
For that, here's your 2 sub commanders,
Mhm.
or champions in the case of Acolytes.
Yeah, that's
But
pretty
They're
much where I
directly
landed.
competing for that. Put
That's
your
where-
2-foot heroes in here and reap the benefits.
Yeah, that's where I landed. Is that those aren't competing with Battle Regiment; they're competing with Warlord.
Yeah.
If you're a Battle
And,
Regiment,
yeah, acolytes.
you're gonna go Battle Regiment, right? So it's like your choice is: do you want more enhancements, like a spell enhancement, which seems really nice for Seraphon right now, or do you go, extra artifact, or do you go for Acolytes and Wizard Finders? Because it's so hard to fit more than 3 champions in a list for most armies.
Yeah. And I think at least with the Wizard Hunters, it only needs 1 champion.
Yeah, it does.
So it's an option for,
Yeah,
lists
Warlord.
that are
Yep.
only running 1. Maybe the rest of their things are unique heroes or, not sub commanders, they're just commanders. But Acolytes is directly competing with Warlord and Command
Warlord.
Entourage for those
Yeah.
2, sub commander slots.
Wizard Finders also seemed like they wanted to maybe do go +1 damage, but then they were like, oh no, Bounty Hunters cause a lot
Bounty
of grief.
hunters is too much.
So it's like, let's not do that.
It would be-
Cowards.
It would be easier if you could put Locus into the Acolytes Battalion instead of just Champion Locus. It's really annoying that Champion exists.
Yep. My poor Soul Mason.
Yes, Soul Mason,
Like,
all
why?
the mounted Stormcast Locust that exist. It's annoying.
Yep.
Battalions in general are kind of a mess, and it's one of the things that could be really cool about 3rd edition. And they keep experimenting with really cool stuff every season. I really hope that they put it all together for 4th edition and just give us really cool core battalions to play with that really mix up unit rules and give us cool specializations for different units. I hope that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I like some of the specialization. I just thought another miss with it was that only infantry can go in that battalion, and that really hurts some armies that rely on cavalry.
Yep.
And it has to be a non-wizard champion as well, right? That's like, oh my
It's
god.
pretty specific.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've only been able to fit it into Annihilator list so far, really, because I'll just put like the Relictor and the 2 Grand Hammers in there,
Mhm.
and that kind of makes sense. Or like Grand Hammers Questors.
Those feel really good. Hitting a Vampire Lord with extra attacks feels very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
More rule stuff here. Eater of Magic. Madigan, you pointed this out. It is possible to know a spell twice. So what does Eater of Magic do if
can
you
know
unbind
it
a spell?
twice, but Eater of Magic you'll forget the spell. It doesn't matter that there's multiple instances of it. You just unlearn the whole thing.
Okay, that's nice and simple.
Yeah.
don't think
we kind
that
of
will
skipped
come
over
up.
some of the battle talks.
Oh yeah,
I
sure.
don't think it will come
Yeah.
up either.
Magical Dominance. I think what a lot of people miss on this one is that any spell unbound in your army cancels the whole battle tactic. Like, I know this is clearly worded, but I think people's eyes kind of just gloss over it when they're looking at it because it's not like it's called Magical
Yeah,
Dominance, but it's not
it's
about
tricky.
that. Really, what this one is you cast a spell and then you stop. So the armies that cast a lot of spells, Lumineth, Seraphon, Tzeentch, probably won't score this one unless there's nothing on the table that can unbind. Because the risk of having any spell unbound and failing a battle tactic, those 2 victory points could cost you the game. So
Yeah, and
It
now you're
really
not
is
using your
kind of a
buffs.
trade-off too. Like you can guarantee it in Lumineth. You can use Techless, you can
Yes.
get your non-unbindable 12, and then you can just not cast with any other unit in your army, and you can
Yeah.
guarantee that battle tactic. But then you're not casting any other spells.
yeah,
Yeah,
how
power
useful
hit,
is Techless if he's casting 1 spell for 740 points, and then also shutting off all spell casting from Sentinels, Wardens, Dawn Riders, Sonari? And that's
That's
not a
the
good
thing,
turn. That's not a good turn.
Mhm.
But sometimes, that's what you need to do.
It's round 5 and you just need to live. Yeah.
Well, top of round 1, a Stormcast, you cast Mystic Shield or Arcane Deus or whatever it is, like anything. Just cast 1 spell and then stop. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Especially if you can deploy out of range of unbinding.
Yep,
Mhm.
and that's where counter deployment
Counter
comes in.
deploying. Counter
Counter
deploy.
deploy.
Every time.
Yeah.
Or drops. You need
Stop
more drops.
using Battle Regiment.
If you're Stormcast, don't use Battle Regiment.
Yeah. I like a comment from the last live stream. This is actually should be renamed. It's just like a Cunning Maneuver. It was really badly named. This should have been Magical Meekness.
Yeah.
Hiding in the corner and casting.
Yeah. Endless Expropriation got eroded. Now you just have to destroy the picked unit or make the Incarnate Wild. Okay.
Those were both already options.
Yeah.
They just removed the option of having the Endless Spell be wild or the Endless Spell be under your control.
Yeah. So you can't rupture this anymore. You can't cast
You
rupture.
can't rupture an Endless Spell, and chickens can't dispel the
Take
Endless
something.
Spell.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Steal.
Another Tzeentch nerf. When will they stop nerfing Tzeentch?
Never.
Hopefully
Not
never.
soon
My
enough.
God.
Okay.
You took that whole concept of making your incarnate go wild and made it a core concept.
They buff
Really
flamers,
good.
and I'm terrified of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're about to see the flamer bus.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Bait and Trap we talked about, and Reprisals. This one's fun because every other time they've printed a battle tactic that has to do with generals, it's specified the model picked to be your general. This one is
Yep.
just a
Reprisal
general.
doesn't.
Yep. So
Any
you
war master. Yep.
you can bring Arcan and Mortis Praetorians, or sorry, Catacross and Mortis
Archons,
Praetorians.
yeah.
And then if he dies, you can score 2 victory points. But
Yeah.
you've probably lost the game because Catacross has died. So you know.
Yeah. True.
It's okay.
You could bully Gobsprak. That's another
You
one.
could take Xantos. I mean, if he dies, you don't lose the game instantly
Yeah.
in Mortis Returns.
Endless spells. Let's talk about these, and Dan, scour the chat for more questions.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm keeping an eye on it.
Burning Head is I'm going to nominate it for one of the worst written things ever. There's a lot of
Head's weird.
There's a lot of crap on that list that Games Workshop has printed. Burning Head is on that list now. It's terrible. What does it mean to join a unit? What can you dispel it while it's part of that unit? Can you target it with? Can you pick it with things?
Yeah.
Does it move with the unit? Does the opponent move it now?
So
Just
the spell continues to exist, but the physical miniature that represents the endless spell ceases to. For all intents and purposes, that endless spell, measure it from the unit. To dispel it, you measure it from the unit. Visibility, measure it to the unit.
so it's like garrisoning terrain then. in that
Effectively,
respect.
the
Okay.
endless spell is garrisoning the unit.
Ugh.
One of the weird interactions with that, if a Rotbringer sorcerer from Nurgle casts an endless spell, that endless spell will spread disease, one of their battle traits. So you can have that enemy unit spreading disease to the other enemy units.
That's amazing.
Anything that would be measuring from that endless spell, you're measuring it to the unit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Burning Head, basically, the unit becomes the endless spell for all rule purposes. So you can still
I wouldn't say
dispel
it
it.
becomes
that far.
an endless spell because they are separate pieces. I
Yeah.
think the garrisoning the unit metaphor was very
Okay.
apt.
Yeah, garrisoning the unit. You can basically you're treating the Burning Head as like, when you put a dice next to like a Battlesmith or something. Like, it's just a marker.
Like a
It's
blot
no
toad.
longer, or a blot toad. That's probably more appropriate because it's an actual it's a physical game model, but it's not a model on the board anymore in the rule sense. And not that it was before, but
There are so many other ways they could have written this that would have been consistent with everything else in the game and far
Maybe.
less confusing. I really hope we get an FAQ on Burning Head because I feel like it's going to cause
Well, we did
arguments.
get an FAQ,
Did we?
notably.
What did they say?
yeah,
We did. About measuring to and from the
yeah,
unit.
measure
Okay.
to the unit.
Okay.
Yeah, you measure to the unit.
Okay, I missed that then. My mistake.
You're good.
Okay, Soul Snare Shackles. This one's weird because it says to a minimum of 0 when it reduces movement. So there's some weirdness that comes up. If let's say you have a 4-inch move unit and you roll a 4 on, or let's say even a 6, just to make this weirder. You roll a 6 to reduce their movement down to minimum 0, right? Then later you add movement to the unit, like with a run roll or with a command that gives +3 move or something like that. Do you do, let's say, -6 and then +3 for a net of +3 or -3, I should say? Or is it you go down to 0, then you add 3 from there? Like, how does this work exactly?
So when you're doing modifiers, you should apply them using the ordering.
The ordering
First
that they
you
were
set-
applied in.
Then you multiply. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
First you set, then you multiply, divide, then you add subtract. Within any of those 1 categories, you can treat them as simultaneous effects, which would be outlined in 1.6.2. So you would apply the player whose turn is taking place, their modifiers first, then the modifiers of the person whose turn isn't taking place, your opponent. Caps in here specifically pose a little bit of weirdness, because I think traditionally people tend to treat the caps on modifiers as applying at the end, like caps do for rolls. If you have +1 to hit, +1 to hit, -1 to hit, you still have +1 to hit.
Mhm.
But with caps on modifiers, since they're on the effect itself, some of them conflict. For example, you see cogs here, it has that cap of 0 versus one of the Fyreslayers, they have their pikes where on hit rolls of 6 you get -1, and that's to a minimum of half. So you kind of really have to apply those caps immediately with the modifier they're attached to, in order to make that work cleanly, as opposed to applying them at the end. Otherwise, you have an instance where you have both a cap of half and a cap of 0. So those really do need to be tied to the modifier.
This is very confusing, and I don't like the idea that the ordering switches as soon as it's the other player's turn. So you have to basically recalculate how it's going to work every time you apply
Yep.
it.
Yeah,
And that's already the case,
for a lot of things.
yeah. Simultaneous abilities in general, are subject to that. The same for setting abilities, things like Hoarfrost versus the Lumineth Enduring as Rock ability. That would also be subject to the same simultaneous effects
Right.
ordering of 1.6.2.
So during your
where
turn,
in your turn it
you
will
don't.
end up as a rend of nothing because Hoarfrost can't be changed anymore, so I guess with Hoarfrost specifically
Some other spell that's not Hoarfrost that did the same thing.
something that
Yeah.
isn't Hoarfrost, like one of the cavalry that has a on
This
the chart
becomes
set
rend
your
2.
rend
Yeah.
to 2. Yeah,
Yeah.
different than increase your rend by 1 specifically sets.
Yeah.
But that's an example of one that would also change based on the turn.
Yeah. This whole thing is just unnecessarily complicated. I hope they get rid of how this works in 4th edition and clean it up.
I think it's the cleanest way to handle that.
So?
Kind of by far, yeah.
There's got to
Yeah,
be
it
Because
kinda
you
some
makes it
way.
really don't want
fair.
to be. You don't want to be tracking when every single one of your individual effects occurred.
Yeah.
And in a lot of cases, the simultaneous effects are all actively triggering at once. It's things like you rolled 3 6s to hit, and you need to order your 3 6s to hit. And having the active player order all theirs, and then the inactive player order all theirs is just a very clean way to resolve that. And I think pretty common in games too.
Mhm.
I guess
Like-
it's just because there's so many overlapping effects that could occur. And then swapping the order around. And then there's conditions for some of the effects based off. So they're not always active, right? It's not like you can move out of range of the shackles and they don't affect you anymore. So next turn when you have to recalculate movement, it gets weird.
Any characteristics effectively are calculated at the point when you need them.
Yeah, when you use them.
Or they
Yeah,
get
'cause
referenced
not
by
a-
another rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing, yeah.
Well, thankfully, I don't think anybody's going to be using the Soul Snare Shackles. They're very weak. So hopefully it won't
They could
matter.
be used. But
I
definitely
hope
not by us.
Not us. Not for us, that's for sure. Hoarfrost, hitting on 1 and hitting on 1+ and wounding on 1+. You can do that. 1 still failed, like the designer note says, but it's still useful to hit on 1+ because you could be ignoring -1 hit. You could also, especially ignoring -1 hit and not having to use all-out attack. Very useful, very efficient. So
Mhm.
it is very useful to do that.
Another note with the hit and wound, Hoarfrost says the characteristics cannot be modified farther. Bonuses to rolls, like
Yes.
all-out attack, for example, that is +1 to the hit roll. That is not modifying the hit characteristic. That will stack with Hoarfrost still.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. A lot of people seem to have this understanding that every time you add to a roll, you're adding to the characteristic. Like, oh, I'm saving on 2s now. When if it's like that, no. You're still saving on 3s. You
Yeah.
just add 1 to the roll. It's like it's simpler to think that your dice roll, the characteristic has changed. What you're looking for has changed, but it hasn't technically.
It's a very relevant difference in the case of ethereal units in a few places, because there are very few abilities in the game, but there are a couple that
Yeah.
directly modify the save characteristic, and those will affect ethereal units because ethereal only blocks modifiers to the save roll.
Yes. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's why they write the rules in this seemingly unnecessary ways, because they want specific interactions like that to exist. Right? They want the most specific interactions possible.
Mostly.
Specific interactions are good,
They're fun.
Yeah.
assuming
They
that
make the game deep.
people know they exist.
That's a downside
Yeah.
then, for sure.
Cool.
Rupture. There was no FAQ on Rupture, right? So we can still rupture friendly cron spines.
Yep.
Cool. Now here's a question: does it cause it to become unbonded when it becomes wild? Because it says the spell becomes wild and it can't be bonded for the rest of the game, but it doesn't actually
Yeah.
say that you unbond because there's no mechanism for that in the game. It's usually like
If it can't be bonded,
Yeah.
it also
it
shouldn't
implies
be
that.
bonded anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Especially since there's no way to rebind it. Like,
yeah.
it's not bound anymore.
It's like it could just be cleaned up a little bit, that wording there.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say it's very low on the priority list of
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
things that could have been written better in the first place. But now that they're written, it doesn't really need an FAQ.
You're gonna have the one person who squints at it really hard and like makes bad faith arguments because they just want it to be stronger, the type. Yeah. They exist. Not everyone argues in good faith. So Merciless Blizzard. I think the only thing worth mentioning here is that you can't negate the 4d6. You can't negate the mortal wounds, but you can use a bodyguard on them. The D3 returns, right? It says you can't negate them. Negate specifically refers to wards, but if you are changing the
Not
allocation
just
of the
wards.
wound, there's other ways to negate them as well. You're right.
Mhm.
But if you are changing the allocation of the wound, like for example, Source Guard, they specifically say you allocate to this unit instead. And then usually you also can't ward that. They usually say you can't, but in the case of Source Guard, they don't say
It's a
that.
mix.
Yeah, some units can use wards, some units can't. On top of that, so just a neat little interaction there.
Cool. Just one thing from the chat. We can go over it quickly. We can like name one unit or something a little quick blurb. But what's our favorite new cohesion rule units? I'm gonna go with Agrodons.
Draculines.
I think it makes Agrodons cool.
Yeah, Agrodons benefit the most. They went from like
Yeah.
barely playable to maybe the best unit in the book.
One of the best, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially for Coalesced.
Did they get a points drop too?
20 points.
20
Yeah.
points.
A real hot
they're
points
very
drop.
playable now.
It's
money.
money.
But yeah, that is from like we're very Azure oriented on this channel. Like a lot of Stormcast are fun. So,
Yeah.
but overall, if I had to tell you which unit got affected the most, it was probably Vanguard and Pigs. Like Pigs are Iron Jaws got an insane boost out of this.
Yeah,
The amount of ground they can cover with their pigs is going to be insane.
they're going to be smashing and bashing everything. You'll have 4 pigs fighting one unit, 2 pigs fighting another. If either of those units is destroyed, well, another 6 pigs are going to pile in and fight you.
Yep.
It's going to be nasty. Varangard, not fun. Hoarfrosted Varangard, even less fun. Ensorcelled
I don't even
weapons.
think Hoarfrost is like super great on Vanguard. Like they've got
It
good
probably doesn't
stats
affect
already.
Spell Spears that much. I think it affects things
The
like
ensorcelled weapons, yeah.
ensorcelled weapons
weapons,
more. Yeah.
Because instead of being 6 damage per rider, they can go up to 10 and then go up to rend 3 with Hoarfrost,
Mhm.
potentially.
But you
if you
need
roll
to
good.
be rolling
Yeah.
that rend. Is the thing.
Yeah,
that's
you need to be
Hoarfrost
rolling
is
that
good on
rend.
units where no matter what you roll on the die,
Mhm.
they will have a good stat to change. You know,
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
versus
ideal.
if you roll like a 1 on Vanguard, like who cares?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
wasted
I
your
mean,
spell.
that's why on pigs it's amazing, I think, because just increasing rend on
Yeah.
2/3 or putting their wounds to 2s is amazing.
Yeah. And how
Yeah.
about Iron Jaws casting their teleport on 3 dice from out of unbinding range?
That's the only thing they'll be doing. They'll be like, I'm gonna save all my primal dice. You have one shot to do whatever
done.
magic damage you want to me, nerd, and then I'm gonna smash your face in,
Mhm.
basically.
It's gonna be
One
nasty.
last good shout from Gareth in the chat is when we were talking about literally like just before we went live is
Yes.
the line of Mighty
Oh
Skull
yeah, Skull
Crushers.
Crushers.
Yep.
Jesus.
Gareth, I don't know if
Oh,
you.
man.
Yeah, I talked
Just
to
turn them
Dinos.
sideways.
He mentioned the 26.4 inch
Yep.
line of Skull Crushers just blockading you in your zone. He
Oh,
talked about, I
that.
think, the Locust ally we talked about for Khorne. No, actually, no. Allies can't have horde spells. Thank God they can't horde frost, because I would
Yeah.
have hated to see Mighty Skull Crushers on -2, -3 run. But yeah, that's gonna be. If y'all ain't ready for that, be ready for Murder Lusted 6 Mighty Skull Crushers just blockading you. That's gonna be tough.
Don, if you can teleport, so I'm not too worried.
I mean, yeah, sure, yeah.
Well, you
as,
know.
as you stay winning.
Lesser armies that can't teleport, I'm sure we'll have an issue with it.
OBR will be fine. OBR can like fight their way out of that predicament.
Yeah, they actually can.
Okay, fight on death. We love the fight on death FAQ, right? That's the face I wanted to see.
Okay.
It's one of those FAQs that is changing the rules, but it's not called an errata. It's called an FAQ, which nobody likes those.
Heavily load bearing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I see what they were trying to do. It prevents the situation where you had to do all your fight on deaths one at a time. So you were fighting on death with 30 clan rats, and you had to roll 30 combats one at a time. And if you fought something else with fight on death, then they fought on death, and you fought on death, and they fought on death, and you fought on death. Then it was all one at a time, which was miserable.
Yeah.
So I agree that it had to change. But I don't like load-bearing FAQs in general, because I think that if you're doing a change to the core rules, that really does need to be.
Yeah. What is a load-bearing FAQ for the people who may not know?
Just like an FAQ that shouldn't have been an FAQ. It needed to be an errata, because you can't make a rule in a single Q&A and expect to cover everything. And in this case, it really doesn't.
So you mean instead of a core rule change, it's more of like a
should have been an
force
errata
application of yes and no.
Yeah, it's the very overly specific. Here's how to do this, where it needed to be a real rule and not a Q&A. And just it's kind of wonky. Like, it's not fully defined, and you've got some weird situations. Like, for example, it says that you can only fight on death with the unit once per attacking unit. First of all, your units aren't even fighting. It's the models fighting. The units aren't doing it.
Yep.
That restriction, like, we know what it's supposed to say there, but it doesn't even actually say that. Second of all, the entire FAQ here is assuming that the units are in combat. It only clarifies what to do there if there's an attacking unit.
Yeah. What if there's a spell?
If you die from a spell, if you die from an ability, anything that isn't an attacking unit, it doesn't actually lock you to one opportunity to fight still.
Yep. What they need to do here, and we talked about this, is a section like the strike first, strike last effect in the core rules. We need that for fight on death. That's what we need.
Like, it's fine to pull abilities out of consistency with, the normal rules outlined in 1.6.2 and 1.6.3. But those, they need a clean outline in the rules of here's exactly what you're doing, worded in a way that covers all of the cases for them. Yeah. I'm just really not happy with it as stands.
Ramon asks, how would you fight on death without being in combat? Some fight on deaths don't actually require you to be in combat. You can be shot and actually still fight. Well,
Shooting still triggers it,
yeah,
because shooting is still an attack.
it's still an attack. Yeah,
Um,
that's fair. But like spell, for
but
example.
yeah, if you were slain by a spell outside of 3 inches, or I mean
Mhm.
even inside of 3 inches, it doesn't actually matter whether you're already in combat or not. But you do get to pile in.
Yeah.
Um,
Some fight on death
but if
don't
you
say
were
within 3
slain
inches.
by an attack specifically, um, then the FAQ just doesn't actually cover what to do.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It
Can you
just
go-
assumes that there's an attacking unit, and there won't always be an attacking unit.
Yeah.
You may have died from a spell or an ability, or because you walked too close to deadly terrain.
Yeah, like
Um,
if you had 30 clan rats fighting zombies, and the clan rats
It's
fight
just
on
very
death
incomplete.
as the zombies die and do mortal wounds back to the clan rats, what happens there? There's no clear distinction there, right? So, or no clear
Mhm.
explanation. So, yeah, that they need to really like what they do
That
with the enhancements
doesn't
page.
Actually, yeah,
They
like
need that.
it's
Oh, we might have lost Maddie.
Okay, it'll
and at
come.
least with that situation, you could argue that the clan rats are the attacking unit. Um, they are attacking, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
So
that's another
for
thing that isn't
Does
entirely
this
clear.
nerf double death frenzy in any way? Then I guess it
Yes,
does, right?
yeah,
Okay.
it immediately
yes,
does.
severely,
Yep.
severely.
You can do the dreaded
Warbringer is yep.
chat. To clear up for
You
Ramon,
just
he's
can't
saying,
stack double death fighting
Yep.
anymore.
Yeah.
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 To clear it for Ramon in the chat, he's like, but you're still within 3 inches, like any fight on death outside 3 inches with a 6-inch pile-in. It's not actually that you're going to pile in and fight a unit. You can, so whenever you fight always includes a pile-in, right? The definition of fight in the core rules, like it's like 12.1, is you pile in and then make attacks that are able to be made, right? Like you can't make attacks, can't. So some fight on deaths, you do have to go individually and check which fight on death you're using. In this case, the Skaven one doesn't require you to be within 3 inches. So, just something to keep in mind. It
That's
is a
not
case by
actually
case
relevant
basis.
to the problem, though. Notably,
Yeah,
whether
yeah.
or
I
not
was
you're
just
Yeah,
already
it's not
within
clarifying
three
relevant to
for
the
inches.
problem. Yeah,
Ramon.
it's just
Yeah,
side to it.
Yeah.
just the new
Um,
fight on death FAQ only covers when they were slain, or not even necessarily when they were slain. It only covers situations where there is currently an attacking unit.
Hmm.
If there is no attacking unit, there's nothing to limit it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then it's
Which
back to
is-
one model at a time, killing each other forever until the time runs out on the game.
Yep. If it's like shooting phase death frenzy,
Well,
then you just
that
keep going.
part is still batched. They will still do it at once, but the restriction
Yeah,
on
that's still.
only fighting once, there's no attacking unit,
Okay.
so it can't apply. So that Warbringer, for example, if it died to a spell, it could fight
Mhm.
twice on death. Versus if it died to an attack, it can only
It
fight
couldn't.
once.
Because
Which-
Ooh,
yeah.
that's dirty. Yeah.
This is just
It's really janky. I don't like it.
we need an errata to the errata. No, we need an errata instead of an FAQ.
It
That's what we
needs
need.
an errata. Like that's
Yeah.
all.
Yeah, yeah.
It
Core
could be
rules need to
clean.
be changed.
It's just not.
Yeah, that's this could be an email of AOS.
Yeah.
Except like the opposite
Right.
effect. This needs to be
Good
explained
talk.
more.
Speaking of emails to AOS, Pulse versus Aura.
We did it. We finally did it.
It's fixed.
Okay,
It's
so
fixed.
let me break down this 2-year struggle that the Stormkeep has fought a war on this particular topic, and we won. We did it. I'm not sure if it's good or bad that we did it, but we did it.
It's good. It's clean. Everything is good.
Yes.
Well,
So
regarding that. anyway.
abilities that don't specify when they activate and don't specify when they finish. So just abilities that are always active. It was always very obvious that these were auras. Things like while you're within 9 inches, have +1 hit, or like units within 9 inches have +1 hit. If there's no like timing on it, then it's an aura. That's very obvious. But there was a gray area when it came to abilities that were sometimes active. So like they had a specific time they would activate, and then a specific time they would fade, and they would affect units within range. So something like, for example, the Toralon. This is what started it all for us, was the Toralon. It has an ability that says after you make a normal move, units within 3 inches have +1 hit until your next movement phase. And the question was always, Well, what happens if those units move away? Do they keep the buff, or do they have to stay within 3 inches of the Torlon to get it? And there were arguments on both sides, and it has finally been resolved. And it seems like, unless the ability
Indirectly,
says
but
indirectly,
yeah.
but it has basically been resolved as unless the ability says while within, then it's a pulse and it's not an aura. Auras will say while they are within, pulses will not. So now every single ability is now under this jurisdiction, this precedent that's been set. And this, I believe, came from the Lumineth errata.
Lumineth FAQ. Yeah.
Yes.
No, we've got a couple.
Yeah, there's more.
there's
Um,
two.
Yeah.
In the Seraphon FAQ, there is an
Primordial
FAQ
Mire.
about a specific, Primordial Mire in
Mire.
being a pulse. We have protection of Hush and protection of Teclis getting eroded to have that while within in
Mhm.
order to solidify them as
Verified.
auras as they were supposed to be. And the contradictory example in the Core Rules FAQ of something that was worded as if it was a pulse, but being confirmed to work like an aura has been removed,
Right.
which was
Mhm.
Manfred's old command ability.
Yep. So there's
So now everything is clean, everything is consistent. We have
Yep.
pulses, we have auras. Life is
Let's
good.
go.
Yep. And pulse is
There
not
you
an
go.
official term. It's just something that we came up
Neither
with in a
is aura.
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aura is not a correct term. It is. People use aura because it's a term from 40k that's clearly defined there. So we
Yeah.
tend to use that here. Pulse, that just came from us talking about Astrea Soulbright spell Lightning Pulse. So it's like, oh, okay, it's Lightning Pulse. It's, that's it.
Yeah, we know now.
Yes.
Yeah. We skipped over Polished Nullstone Pebble, by the way.
Oh, yeah. So that one's a little bit weird. There's the redirect effect says the target has to be in range of the spell, but it doesn't specify it has to be a valid target. So like if there's keyword restrictions or anything like that, those don't matter.
Or friendly versus enemy.
Correct.
It doesn't, like whether or not this is intentional is kind of unclear, but it, as written, it just doesn't make it be a target that would ordinarily be legal. So you could redirect a buff spell onto
A unit that
not
can't
that
normally
you'd
get
have
it.
one to cast, but like you could redirect a damage spell from yourself onto an enemy, or something that didn't have the right keywords. It's just kind of odd.
Be cool,
I
but
think it's
nope,
probably
nope.
intended because you probably want to be able to shrug damage spells onto an enemy unit, which
Mhm.
if it had to be a legal target wouldn't generally be allowed. But it's definitely curious, an interesting interaction.
It's a weird one for sure.
We're talking about.
Yes, Bart. It is now an aura. We were playing it correctly as a pulse. Protection of Hish was a pulse. Now it is an aura because they eroded it. We won. We did it.
Well,
Yeah,
Next
so
order
also, let's try and remember this argument was really heated at it because I mean, sure, Lord Arcanum was.
You're going to say
part
the
of the
Demon Prince, aren't you?
Yes, the old Demon Prince Khorne. Now we know for a fact was a pulse. It was not an aura. He
Yes.
could not just carry the whole blood slick ground with him, and just deny everyone charges across the field. It was a one-time effect of things within 18.
Well, the problem was at the time.
At the
we had
time,
several
we
contradictory cases of that.
Yeah. That's when I
And
wish
now
they
that they
did it.
have all been resolved,
Yeah,
And-
the
things
thing
have
is,
been-
like, I wish they'd done it then because that's when it was the most in contention.
And I can't
And
believe the
it
one that
would've
resolved it really was Primordial Mire of all things, because I was sure that was going to be an aura. That was going to be like the
Yeah, I
thing
thought
that
so,
killed
too.
the argument forever. They were going to change it to be an aura, and then I would never have a leg to stand on again, because that spell is ridiculously strong.
Yeah,
if it's a pulse.
that's cool.
Like, my god, is that spell strong.
It gives you a reason to bring the Trog now with the new errata.
Oh yeah, I think Trog's in every list now. I don't know. 6 Lancers and Trog starts every list.
6 Lancers and Trogs, let's go.
Ellie, Cycle of the Storm should just survive something in the hero phase. It should not be this like monitor bookkeep your wounds or something. It should just be pick a Stormcast unit, revival model, whatever.
Well, with restrictions, we'll. Yeah.
Oh, sure, infantry only. Infantry only.
Infantry
Alright.
only. Yeah. I mean, I'll take it, man. Storm Drakes, that's fine. Oh, shoot.
You can
Okay.
still rally
Infantry
them.
only.
Yeah.
Infantry
Yeah.
only.
No, but no. Now you can rally and cycle, right? Like you're thinking too small. Oh man. That would
Okay.
be.
All right, so let's
Cool.
move on from the GHB clarifications. and let's talk about the Battlescroll for July 2023, which I think is the best Battlescroll they've ever released. Point changes were good, I think. Maybe could have gone a little bit further in some cases, but they were mostly good. All the armies people were complaining about got kicked in the teeth, and everything that was really, really bad got buffed. I don't know if it's going to be enough for stuff like Nighthaunt and Idoneth, but it's good to get buffed. So we'll start there.
Yeah, there were very few cases that are weird, but yeah, we'll go over it.
Great Battlescroll. That's my take. What do you guys think? What are your first impressions?
A tier, almost S tier, but
yeah, it could be. It was. I think it was a little short of S, mainly because of stuff Madigan mentioned that I don't like brute force
I'm
changes.
livid about Fight on Death, but I like pretty much everything else.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I don't like
everything else
brute
is
force
fun.
changes, and I do think there were a couple of misses in terms of like points, but overall, I think it's a great change. I think like if it shows they were monitoring what was going on in the meta for the last 3 months, and they clearly paid attention to it.
Yeah.
So
And these are very good changes overall as well. There's almost nothing in here I dislike.
Yeah.
Um,
I really like too how instead of just focusing on the things that were too strong, they also at the same time worked to bring up
off the bottom.
not even just the factions that were underperforming, but units in even the good factions where the specific units were underperforming.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a overall great look at internal balance for a lot of factions. Yep.
I hate flat nerfs, like when they just take the top army and just chop the top off and then go, you're fine. Like that doesn't actually, make for a fun time.
Yeah, like what if we had 55 points to Storm Drakes?
Well, we're working on it.
I am not sure. So for 2 years, we've been dealing with reinforced cavalry, like 3-man squad cavalry, not being very good. There were reasons to do it, but not great reasons. And we were just in this paradigm for a long time. And everybody's going to be terrified of what happens as soon as we leave this. And honestly, my one complaint about the Battlescroll is that this wasn't the time to implement this change, I think, because we've just got rid of veterans. So it's like we're going from the infantry meta to the cavalry meta. And I kind of wish we just had both. Like, I want cavalry and infantry to both be fully usable. That's what I would wish for. I don't want to have just one and then just the other. Like, sure, I've got a full cabinet of Stormcast and Seraphon. I can pivot. That's not a problem for me. From a hobby perspective, that's awful to have that radical of a shift in prioritized units season to season. Would have been a bigger issue if this was a 6-month season. With 1 year, it's better. Like, it's a good change. Don't get me wrong about that. I really like it. I'm glad I can use reinforced Dracolines finally. But I wish we also had veterans. Like, I wish they kept that in the game.
Yeah.
It also does help a lot of, cavalry isn't the only thing that's like Elite 3s.
Yeah, there's definitely
there's infantry in that space too.
Yep.
As far as Stormcast goes, like there's new errant questers.
They had 2-inch
OBR
range.
has more discard and stalkers. 2-inch reach, they've been putting that on a lot of the newer ones, probably to solve this exact issue. But a lot of older ones still don't, and even with 2-inch reach, sometimes it's still just kind of awkward to maneuver them.
For sure. Being able to just cover more space too is nice.
Yep.
Yep. Auras for buffs, for screening potential. Yeah, those are all nice things. So overall, great change. That's I agree with the chat here. It's closer than I thought with this poll. Only 40%.
It's pretty cool.
Wow.
30% lookout stare, 27% point changes. Wow.
I wasn't expecting this at all. This came out of left field for me when we first heard about it, that it was going to be 7 model cohesion instead of 6. And that was really hard not to talk about for a long time. Fantastic change. I'm so looking forward to this. I don't know if I'll say the same thing 3 months from now after playing against Anthony and his pigs nonstop, but right now I'm excited.
That's great.
I'm less excited about the lookout sir change because I'm a filthy order player who uses long strikes and long range shooting. But it is a good thing for the game if foot heroes survive more than 1 round.
What I don't necessarily... Oh, sorry, Maddie, you go.
I'm not sure. Like, I think that being able to snipe out small foot heroes is often...
It's necessary for the game. Yeah.
Like, I like that they made it within 12 inches instead of just untargetable at all.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I think that just hiding your foot heroes
Oh,
your
dry stuff.
buff support foot heroes behind lines and lines of infantry, they're kind of unkillable sometimes. And I think that's an important tool for shooting armies to have. So I do like that they at least left that restriction of you can still shoot them if you're within 12 inches. But
They
I
did it.
am
They did it
still
well.
a little bit worried about it in general,
I kind of
Yeah.
wish Lookout Sir's -1 hit would go away, and this would just apply to heroes. You know what I mean? Like, I've never liked the -1 hit on Lookout Sir. I think it just penalizes some shooting units more than others. Like, if you've got hit 6 mortals, you don't care about -1 hit. Not as much anyway. And then, yeah, it's also weird that the second protection from this doesn't work on mounted heroes, so it's a little inconsistent as you're reading that rule that, well, the -1 hit applies to both units, but the not targeting only
it
applies to this
confuses
one.
a lot of people.
Yeah. I would like it to be
Yeah.
cleaner. Yeah, that's something they could do for 4th edition. And this ties into battalions with like champions and locusts and uniques and leaders and subcommanders. They got to clean all of this stuff up because it's getting very confusing.
One quick comment. If you mind adjusting Mergonk's mix a little bit, Paul.
Is he too low, too high?
Is this too low?
Okay, turning him up. Let us know how this goes.
Yeah. I will say
Yeah,
one thing I dislike. Oh, sorry, Mergonk. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with like Haywo's take on this. It's like, so I can understand why they did this because I think
Mhm.
KO and Lumineth are causing people to have really bad games, but their heroes just get shot off the board like turn 1.
And Stormcast. Us too, let's be real.
Well, we could do it, but honestly, like I don't think we did it as much.
We did it before the shooting phase.
Yeah.
Sure. But like we usually targeted like screens with Thunderbolt Volley or like a big monster or something. And I think like I understand that, but like then the solution is to fix those units. Like fixing Thunderbolt Volley was the solution there. And AOS does not have shooting that is like as prevalent as 40k, so I don't think we need 40k as rules here. So that being said, I know you can still shoot them within 12. I wish that range was 18 instead of 12.
I think a little bit more. Take the edge off. Yeah.
Yeah, like 6 inches more. Like so shooting units still feel like shooting units rather than them being like 10 inches away from you effectively, 10 or 11 inches.
Yeah, I'm torn on this because I'm okay with heroes dying like after a round. Like if you get into an aggressive position and you are in range to shoot something within 12, like that feels good. It's like foot heroes shouldn't live the whole game. If they're a crucial foot hero that you need to take out, like a Battlesmith from Fyreslayers, it should be like a major part of that matchup is how you deal with the Battlesmith, countering, positioning, and things like that. It creates interesting gameplay to have this 12-inch restriction on that. So I like the implementation of it. I don't know if 18 is the right pick though. That's a bit much.
I'll just
12,
play with it.
18, that's like a playtesting thing,
Yeah.
I'm sure they did playtest it a lot.
Yeah.
It makes units like Tempesters and Stormdrakes that only shoot 12 way better because they don't care about this.
Yeah.
They were going to do the same thing they were going to do before. And spoiler alert, Tempesters are going to be S tier in our next tier list. They are very, very good.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah, I
good.
dislike that a lot of the foot heroes have also gotten a lot of anti-shooting mechanics added in, especially some of the newer ones. Whether it's 4-up wards, like a straight up 4-up ward,
Yeah.
or bodyguards, that kind of thing. And now you add this on top of it. That's a little bit like you were already solving the problem, and then you doubled down.
Yeah,
It feels
so
very odd.
That's where I feel that more. Like I don't feel that over like so much like a Chaos Sorcerer Lord, right? But what I really feel is like what if you have like a Bile Piper? Here you have like a 6 wound or 5 wound hero with a 5-up ward behind a bunch of Plague Bearers that can't be piled in against. Like you're gonna feel awful when you can't shoot that guy and remove him from the board. You're gonna feel awful if you can't remove any of these heroes that have a 4-up ward. Like Sigvald cannot be targeted now unless you're within 12. So he will get to you more than likely. So that's gonna be a problem,
Well, maybe not. Sigvald's like he's okay now. He's not.
I know his damage isn't that high. Like he's fine, but I'm saying in an army that generates depravity like that, I think he's still a threat that if you could deal with that range, you would try to, and now you necessarily can't.
Yeah.
I do also wish that there was like a closest modifier in this as well. Like if the hero was closer to you, that could also be something, and because that can matter. But that's kind of a minor thing either way. I do think that I think someone was saying in the chat like Lookout Sir could have just been like a bodyguard.
Yeah, that's what I've always pitched, right? Whenever we do wish lists and things like that, I'm always like, I wish Lookout Sir was just replaced with a 3-up bodyguard on and like tie it to like a battalion. So it has to be like this hero and this unit. Bam, they stick together because it kind of doesn't make sense for one hero to be bodyguarded by every unit, right?
Yes.
So
And the thing is, this then further has like echoing effects into things like sniper shooters. Like when the
Mhm.
Night Judicator came out, it was marketed purely as the I can pop 5 or 6 wound heroes with all I need is 2 hit rolls and 2 wound rolls, and your support hero is dead, right?
That's still it on
It
same
can't.
thing.
Yep, it can't. I mean, sure, you could argue that it's still done, maybe not that because it's like built originally, at least not in the new Seraphon book. It was built as this like high shot, high like damage against. You could see that, but the Night Judicator specifically came as like a hero targeter because a 6 damage unit for 200 is not worth it otherwise, and now it can't do that role, and so this creates a bit of problems with like if this army was initially designed with this kind of sniping in mind, like if Idoneth was initially designed so they could just unload a bunch of shark shots into like a 5 wound hero and take them out, just pop wizards or something. Well, they can't do that now. It's much harder for them.
Well,
Well, yeah. I mean, they're one of the better units to do it.
Yeah, they have a lot of speed, but like the Night Judicator, it's like okay, this guy is no longer worth 180, whatever they reduced it to.
Yeah.
You know?
One thing Eric in the chat saying, kind of surprised long strikes don't have a sniper rule, ignoring the requirement. I think that's what 4th edition may be leading to, is
that's
keeping this in the rules and then adding a like a precision. So in 40k, you can have a precision keyword. I
Yep.
think that might be what happens.
We will get a universal rule like sniper that lets you ignore lookouts or something.
my hope is that there's no
Someone
universal
mentioned
rule.
the ability shots, like on the Night Judicator, or like on Olinder. Those aren't shooting now, so it
Yeah,
won't
they're not
Yeah,
work.
they get
shooting.
through. Yep,
Yeah,
the
no,
abilities
they
work.
target the ground, but that ability is not that good. In my
Yeah, this is
opinion, or
specifically for
PK.
missile weapon attacks. This works on.
Yep.
Mhm. When we were
Also,
talking about
this
the Night
also, by the
Judicator
way, this also shifts the power for sniping to a lot of magic armies now, because magic is still completely unrestricted. If you have an 18-inch spell that's like deal X number of mortal wounds to it, that is not changed by this. So
You
Mhm.
can still snipe out heroes with spells, yeah.
Yeah, it makes magic definitely stronger.
I think the inevitable result of this is they will add a precision or sniper or some kind of equivalent. And I hope they don't as a universal rule, because this is the perfect thing to add as a battalion. Put your units in this battalion, they ignore lookout, sir. Beautiful. People would use that battalion. That would be cool, right?
Mhm.
So I hope
I mean, would they though?
tried that
Like, how many
before.
people use sharpshooters?
well,
A
How many
Yeah.
decent
really do?
amount, but like, still
not
not
everyone.
if you
not overwhelmingly.
let's say you
so.
made it completely untargetable like Galatian Champions was, right? Key to victory. I think people would use sharpshooters, assuming you kill Battle Regiment, right? Assuming you do something to make Battle Regiment not the thing that most armies like. Let's say there's a whole bunch of battalions that people want to take. There's veterans. There's like maybe this cohesion thing. Maybe that should be a battalion. Like things that modify how you use your units in interesting ways. Make a ton of them, and then one of them could be a sharpshooter type thing, which ignores lookout, sir.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's my only thing. But I think overall it's a positive change. I'm willing to
Definitely.
see how it
It's
plays out.
fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Arcane Tome is
Arcane Tome.
nerfed again. Once wasn't enough.
Well,
Clarify.
pseudo nerf, but yeah, pseudo
Oh
nerf.
man, every time Paul finds a loophole, they're like, fix
Yeah.
that, fix that right
This
now.
is
Write
it.
that down.
This
Write
is the
that down.
one. Write that down.
So the nerf
It was
here,
self-contradictory before.
it was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really call it a nerf.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, they had to errata it, so it has changed and it has gotten weaker. So I call it a
Verified.
nerf.
Well, it's not that it's weaker, it's that it had two equally valid interpretations before.
Yeah.
Because
It
it
really
was
did.
self-contradictory.
Mhm.
And now it is clear because it only has one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad they did this now before we started using potentially having Arcane Tome with Shaman of the Chilled Lands and then having a bunch of debates about it. Because the worst thing in Age of Sigmar 3 isn't getting double turned; it's rules arguments. That's really the worst thing.
It's true. Well, no, I like
rules
talking about
debates.
rules.
I
Yeah,
like
that's
having
fun,
debates because it's fun. But in the middle of
But
a
I
game,
like it when there's a nice, clear answer,
yes.
and you get
Yeah.
to point at all the rules. You know, but then
You
well,
just-
you know.
Yeah.
But it's no fun when there just is no answer because old Arcane Tome was just written in a way where there wasn't.
Yeah, do A, but also not A. Yeah, so I'm glad Stormcast only has the one command trait again. High Priest. It was cool to think that Shaman of the Chilled Winds might be a viable option for us, but no, we're back to High Priest. Every list, unless you don't have a priest for some reason, then you'll probably use Master Magic, even though it can't be used with Primal Dice. But
I mean, you could still take Shaman of the Chilled Lands on a native wizard.
Yeah.
Can.
If you don't have command traits, like some armies.
Yeah.
It's a luxury.
Yeah. All right, so there's also been, in addition to the major core rule changes which affect every army, there's been specific rule changes that go into armies, and I think all of these are pretty much exactly what we asked for at some point, except for the Khorne one. That one took me by surprise. I didn't expect them to do that.
You didn't expect Murderlust nerfed?
I expected it nerfed.
Murderlust nerfed.
I expected that.
I didn't expect it to be nerfed in this way. There were a lot of other ways they could have changed it. Like, it could have been no more moving within 3 inches, which after talking with, I guess we never released the Khorne review.
Dinos,
but we talked with Dinos a lot, and he kind of made a very good case for why it should stay the way it is. And I think I agree. I definitely agree with it now after playing with Khorne a lot. It's like, if they didn't have that army is dead, right? Like, this moving within 3 inches breaks a fundamental rule of the game in your opponent's turn, no less, which is brutal. But it's so central to the army, and the whole book has been designed around it. And I don't want to see that changed. Like, I don't want another translocation errata. I don't want another army
move after translocation.
Yes, exactly.
Well, for some units, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So I agree with Assistant Ref in the chat. The Murderlust nerf is just right. It feels great. You still use it.
Lets them do what they want to do, but it isn't like overly egregious by creating these like large pinning forces.
More opportunity cost, less consistency as well, because what a lot of times you were using 3 units just to make sure one of them got a higher roll on the d6, because you'd position like 3 units, I don't know, like 7 inches away or whatever, and one of them just needs a 4-up in order to tie down units. So
well, even that one was random, but I do like that there's an element of consistency to the fact that you can pick to have 3 units move in the same turn if you banked for it. Yes. There is an element later in the game that it's more consistent when you need it. So I do like that part.
Mm-hmm. It's good. I'm not sure I agree with their point decreases on some units in Khorne to go along with it. Like, it feels weird, right? Because they were, like, we called them one of the top 4 armies, so seeing points go down is weird.
I was shocked that the Boomthirsts are going down. Oh my god.
Yeah, especially when they're adding Horfrost.
The Wrath of Khorne, I understand. He's not like he's alright. Like, he needs to be taken
really
in a
for
very
the
specific...
triple throughout the blood.
Yeah, he's taken in a very specific build. So him, I get. I don't understand why the Boomthirsts went.
Yeah. So we have slides for every faction, and we'll get into details about how we think it's going to shake out for each of these ones. But I just wanted to mention them here because they are kind of have to be like, these are the main armies in the game, right? Like Squigs, Zombies, Murderlust. These were things that everybody hated playing against, and they've all been changed in very good ways. Endless Legions, we suggested this exact change. Like, I didn't suggest nerfing it from 3 to a 4. I don't know if that's necessary.
The 3-up.
But having it 9 inches more than in your opponent's turn, that is exactly right.
I even thought 7 inches was fine.
Yeah, I thought maybe, but no, 9 inches. Standard teleport range. Standardize the game as much as possible. You know? There should be as few exceptions as possible. That way the exceptions feel special. Dragged down and torn apart. I have had to explain this too many times why this was an issue with people. They're like, oh, well, you're fighting them in melee. Of course they're going to hit you back. It's like, yeah, but the guy standing over there on the other side of the table in this block of 60, he's not in melee with me. Why is he hitting me back, right? Just narratively, it didn't make sense. And then you look at the effect it has on the game. It's like, you're playing an army that has 100 wounds and it's all melee. You're playing like Ironjaws, right? And you're playing against zombies. You lose. Because you literally die as a result of hitting them, and you have to hit them to get on the objectives. So, like, you just lose the game. There's nothing you can do. It's really awful. So it just wasn't fun, and I'm glad they changed that to something more reasonable. Still good. There was, a rumor going around that maybe they were going to nerf zombies from like a 5 up to a 6 or something. I'm glad they didn't do that. I'm glad that zombies are still a threat that you have to deal with. You have to play around them carefully. You can't just ignore them. But this stops it from being stupid, which is good. Helon got nerfed. Instead of +1 attack, now it's +1 hit, +1 wound.
One of the misses, I think.
Good nerf.
This should have happened 4 months ago.
Months ago. Yep.
Now it's too late.
It doesn't make sense now. Yeah.
And I get it that they're trying to make the other sub-factions better. But the result isn't that you nerf Helon, because none of the other sub-factions are good. like Zytrek is passable, but the rest are just trash. So the
I
answer
mean,
here,
Metrica is pretty good.
it's okay. Yeah, it's playable.
Patrick is good.
But like
Yeah.
They give
Syar,
points.
Alumnia,
Yeah, they got points.
yeah, all of these other
Like, I
subfactions.
think that they have
bad.
footing. The
I
rest of them,
Yeah.
not really.
Lumineth
Yeah.
subfactions are about as bad as Stormcast subfactions, aside from Helon, right? Like that was the one that stood out because it's a low damage army and it increases your damage. That's all you cared about with that army.
Mhm.
Gareth, that's not how it works. You're activating the
chat.
ability multiple separate times.
Gary's nerfing
yeah.
himself.
You do get to pick and then move and then pick and then move.
Hmm.
With
'cause-
Murderlust, yeah. Because you activated
Murderlust.
the ability. Yeah, it's just multiple triggers of the ability.
And the last general,
They're just separate activations of Murderlust.
Mm-hmm.
the last big army rule change that's worth talking about is Squig Herd. This ability, when it came out, it had everyone scratching their heads why they designed it in this way to have squigs jump over and kill heroes and kill anything near them. And now it's a lot more reasonable. Squigs are no longer targeted missiles that you send in the direction you need. They are now chaotic beasts that just attack the closest thing near them. So narratively, it makes more sense. It's also weaker and easier to deal with because, I mean, how many points would Squigs have to be if they didn't make this change? Like, they just have to keep going up constantly to the point where...
It's also on a 3-up instead of a 2-up.
Yes, it's failing twice as often now.
Consistent.
So that's combined with the point changes to Gitz. Well, we'll talk about that when we get to Gitz. But I'm glad this rule changed. This was not fun to play against. You could play around it. I would say this is one of the least abusive things, but it just was not a fun mechanic. And then major point changes, like almost every army got point changes. I think Cities of Sigmar were the only ones that were excluded.
For obvious reasons.
Yeah, they're getting a new book in some amount of months. So we'll see them soon. So let's jump into talking about each faction that got changed and how they got changed. We'll start with order, and then we'll work our way across. So starting with Daughters of Khaine. So they didn't get any specific erratas, right? Like a lot of armies do have specific changes to them. The only things that really affect them are Lookout Sir and unit coherency. So I think it's worth kind of examining how each army is going to deal with these new changes. For Daughters, I don't think they really have any 3-man units, right? Or 3 or 6-man units. So it doesn't really change that much for them.
It only changes things for High Gladiatrix. Can't be just shut out.
The Lookout Sir change is big because High Gladiatrix would just die. Everybody knew how important she was, and she was so important that really the only way to make her work was to bring 2. But now you just need to bring the 1, right? And now I feel like I have to ask, how does Hoarfrost interact with her ability that changes the characteristic?
Oh, damn it.
So you would be able to choose the order since they're both your effects.
Yep.
And either you put hers first and Hoarfrost on top of that, overriding it, or you put Hoarfrost first, and then hers can't apply since Hoarfrost says can't be further changed.
Right.
So either way, you end up with Hoarfrost winning out.
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you do the other one, you could do, like, let's say you could low roll Hoarfrost, and then you could, because it can't be modified any further. So like if you had Draichi Ganeth, you could add more rend to them. So there would be situations where the Gladiatrix would be better.
But
I still think Hoarfrost isn't the way to go.
There is no way to get the Gladiatrixes to win out. Because if you apply the Gladiatrixes first, Hoarfrost overwrites it.
Yeah, no.
And if you apply Hoarfrost first, she can't apply.
What I'm saying is there's situations where having just the Gladiatrix is better than having Hoarfrost. Because there's other effects you could add onto it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think personally, I think they'll never use Hoarfrost. I think Mind Razor is just way better for them.
Yeah.
Could have both buffed up different units.
Could be an option, but
right.
Sure.
Sisters of Slaughter just pile in. They don't have to charge, so you just like charge with one unit and then do a 6-inch pile with the sisters afterwards.
Yeah, but
you get the rend bonus of Mind Razor anyway. It's the damage bonus you got to charge for. I think.
Yeah, exactly. So like sisters are okay with either one. They don't need to charge. So let's talk points here for Daughters of Khaine. So I was predicting Morathi was going to take a nerf, in order to facilitate any buffs to the rest of the faction, because the whole faction's been tied to Marathi forever.
Yep.
You don't need it. Like, they're not doing particularly well right now.
Right. So
No.
nerfs aren't justified, right? For external balance reasons. For internal, I think they would be, maybe. I guess we'll see how this shakes out.
I think it's hard to.
I don't know who's
balance
batting for
the
them,
faction around
but
her.
they needed the Heal on treatment to her command ability yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the points on Marathi could come down. I've never had a problem fighting Marathi. It's that double shoot is just so utterly overpowering and bad to play
The
against.
double shoot combined with her being an unkillable thing for at minimum 2 rounds.
And
Yeah.
the extra rally on those things, it's
I don't know, man,
was
just
always a
make her
combo.
like. Also, like DOK is in that awkward position we talked about a few like videos ago, where they're in the same boat as Nighthaunt, where if your buffs only apply on your turn, in a way, like all your like hag brews and stuff, it's not good enough. If she had command ability that said, I'm gonna grant this unit Blood Rights 5, just 1 unit on the field.
Yeah, that would,
Yeah.
Super.
that would be very thematic for that army too.
Yeah. Like she has personally blessed them or something.
But yeah, let's take a look at this stuff. 110 point Witch Elves. Is
Nice.
it time? Has the time
good.
finally arrived?
Dude,
Oh, yeah,
it's time.
it's good.
People just need to, like nut up, right?
I knew a lot of people in second edition that owned 80 plus Witch Elves, and it wasn't fun to play against back then.
No.
Um,
Yeah, because back then they were an anvil, hammer,
they were everything.
chaff.
Yes,
They were
2 by
everything,
30.
yeah.
That was the way to do it. I think there's definitely a style in Daughters of Khaine that hasn't been approached, which is like sending out missiles of 10 Witch Elves that are a screen, but then suddenly become one of the best hammers in the game because you flip
Yep.
a bunch of switches and they go into super kill mode.
Yeah, you
And
start putting
if they die before they get those buffs, you don't care because they're a 110 point screen. But then if they die after they get those buffs, it's like, well, you don't care because they've killed something. So it's like everything's disposable. Doesn't matter what your opponent kills because you got like 10 squads of witches. I think that style should be explored.
It could be neat, although here's the thing. You'll notice there's something missing from this list of points nerfs, or points buffs rather, that
Children.
probably should be on here to facilitate that. It's the Cinderella carriage's murder. The
Cauldron.
Cauldrons. Yeah. Cauldrons
Yeah.
are really overpriced.
I don't
Yeah.
understand why the cauldrons didn't come down.
It's weird because I talked to some DOK players and they don't seem to think so because they're like, oh, it's had a +1 natively because of the blood shield. I'm like, it's a 330 point model or whatever 300 point model on a 4-up save. It's so bad. Like any amount of range it has no protection against ranged whatsoever.
It gives itself its own buff, but then it's still capped at a 3-up, and it's still not like the
4-up,
most. It's not the
yeah,
most.
3-up,
wounds, it's like,
yeah.
12 wounds.
Yeah, it's just, oh my god, it's just not good.
Yeah,
It's just
Ryan must. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say Ryan Muskop says it's sort of like Splintered Fang and Ravagers. Yes, but Splintered Fang come back.
come back. That's the problem.
That's the thing, is recursion has caught up to Daughters of Khaine now as well for this style to take place.
Yeah.
And Splintered Fang are still 10 points cheaper.
And that's why I think, Paul, you don't see that missile unit style playlist you're talking about. Daughter does not have any a lot of sustaining power. A lot of that comes from Zealous Orator, which is their command trait.
Yeah.
And in order to take advantage of that, you really do need to reinforce.
You
live.
need to still be alive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about like a Sisters of Slaughter style where you go like 2 by 20 or 2 by 30, and then you play Kraith, and then you just roll 4 up and you win the game?
Sure. You can
mean,
see that. I know
sure,
Jack
gambling
from
man.
Rerolling Ones. He loves that list, so I know he's gonna try it. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues is they do a lot of the same things that other armies do. They just don't do it as well. They don't do it with recursion. Like they do the most damage in the game, sure, but the game isn't about just damage anymore. There's a lot of debuff. There's a lot of control elements. And Daughters of Khaine just doesn't do that anymore.
Do you
And
think
another problem I'll specify, which is pretty important for Daughters of Khaine, it's the same problem as IDK, same problem as you could say Stormcast in some ways on some lists. They don't have a good way to shut off commands. There are armies out there like Slaves of Darkness, like Stormcast,
OBR.
Sometimes OBR. Yes, you need that tool set to be able to override their commands to be like, no, I'm not going to let you issue this.
I mean, Geminids, right?
Yeah, Geminids are now in every army.
Yeah, but like here's the thing: like the Daughters of Khaine does not have teleport casters. Geminids is a relatively short range spell. It's 16 inches, right? For us, it's not a problem. For them, it might be. And I know like they have rend stacking in some ways with Mindrazor, with Geishikanet that they can like sort of stack and get out there. but sometimes -2 is not going to be enough against like a safe stack Vanguard if you can't turn off their commands. If you can turn off their commands, that's a completely different equation.
They can ally Stormcast, right?
Yeah, they can ally Stormdrake Guard if they'd like to.
Oh no, I
I
wasn't
don't know if
thinking
that's that
that.
efficient. Yeah, I don't think.
I was thinking Stormcoven.
Oh, for fight first?
Yeah, defensive fight first. How do you fight into that?
That's still really expensive though. Like 275 is.
75. That's a
They also
Yeah.
cast Mystic Shield though, and 2 Unbinds, and they have a shooting attack.
Yeah, they're not horrible for sure. It's just, I don't know.
Everything else is efficient. Then you can take an inefficient unit and still be okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Take
But
like one cauldron
yeah,
instead of like a double.
that's my experience at least. It's like I really like we'll get to IDK later, but I feel like that's at some point these witch elves are gonna hit a wall that's like a 3-up save with +2 and then another +1 from like I don't know all out defense, and that's gonna be a huge problem for them.
Well, the Witch Elf style in particular has really high rend, right? They get like rend 3 pretty reliably between well, not reliably because Mind Razor has
Not
3 cast,
reliably.
but like
Yeah.
if you have a Medusa with a Shadow Stone using Primal Magic, Mind Razor becomes pretty reliable. Pretty easy to cast out of Unbinding.
But yeah, but even that only like let's say you get to -2 pretty reliably, not -3 but -2.
Right.
You go up against Madigan with her Catacross, Immortus Guard, all out.
Yeah. Then
What do you do?
need Geminids. You need Geminids, and that's not reliable
Yeah.
enough.
Die.
You die. Yeah.
You die. So yeah, that's what I meant. They need Roar, which I really was like praying the Avatar Khaine would get it. Like, but they went a different path with him. But I wish that thing could roar.
So yeah, let's talk about point changes here. Avatar Khaine down 20, Shadowstalkers down 20, the Shrine, which we predicted would be very good because it was a good Mind Razor caster, down 20. Is any of this worthwhile? Like our Daughters of Khaine, because I think we put them in C tier, which is like a below average ranking. And at the end of last season, do we think they're going to shoot up to B tier? Do they have a chance of going higher, or are they going to stay where they are?
If Avatar Khaine could roar, he would be great.
There are a few lists that run like 3 Avatar Khaine. I have seen them. They do relatively okay because they have like I think 4 or 5 attacks and -2 rend 3 damage.
But if witches can get rend 2, like avatars using rend 2 is okay, but witches can get rend 2. So if it's good enough for the avatars, wouldn't it be good enough for witches? Because we're talking a huge volume of attacks here.
Yeah, that's the thing. They also get stymied by like a lot of armies. Like there's a lot of armies that can like save stacking is a huge problem for them, but so is leaf blower armies. When I say leaf blower, I mean the Slaanesh with the 70 bliss barbs, or 77 or 60.
Yeah,
mass ones.
Yeah,
well, that's why I was suggesting strike first, because at least they couldn't do that in melee, right? Because nothing.
Well, Unleash Hell is still a problem, right? How do they deal with triple Unleash Hell? How do they deal with the KO Unleash Hell with the last word on the Ironclad shooting in the start of combat?
Well, you just have 10 witches. Like you lose 10 witches, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but then you die to.
How are your 10 witches going to get in?
I mean, you could also sacrifice Kinnerai to it. I wish Kinnerai could probably have gone down too.
Yeah, it's the same thing with prosecutors, right? Kinnerai just charge in out of reserve, 3-inch charge.
The reason Kinnerai didn't go down though is because of the tactics. Assistant Ref brings up a good point that Doc does very good tactics.
Yeah.
But I mean, their tactics aren't like. A lot of the new tactics are more up to par.
So no, Doc has pretty good tactics. They have the K9 Shadowstalker, Kinnerai charging. Basically the old. You have 2 units in their territory. I can't remember what it's called. Behind enemy lines, whatever.
But those involve Kinnerai, and I think that's why Kinnerai didn't see a buff, is because of the tactics.
Yeah, I also think like Daughters don't see play because a lot of people are still on that Marathi crutch. Marathi Blood Sisters, Bloodstalkers. Like I think people need to be just.
I think it's a combination of things.
Yeah, the more experienced players have like sort of moved on from that faction, which I think is a contributor.
How does New Lookout Sir interact with the double tap snakes? Were they shooting a lot of heroes? I think they were just trying to kill the army with that. They weren't trying to really.
They were really just killing the army.
Yeah, some heroes maybe like the Battlesmiths. Sure, they'll kill that.
If they kill the army, the heroes can't do anything.
Yeah. In some matchups, you need to kill the heroes to do that. Yeah. Like if you can't kill a Battlesmith, you lose. Pretty much. It's really hard to come back from not killing him.
Can't kill the Necromancer.
Yeah. Some you just have to snipe out. But...
So overall, C, maybe B, that kind of thing for Daughters of Khaine?
I think low B. I think this is enough to get them into low B. It just depends on how many people have that many Witch Elves. Because remember, this is one of the most expensive units in the game. It's like $50 for like 10 of them. So
true.
It is annoying to collect.
Acolytes.
Shadowstalkers 140 is a good price. That's what they should have been originally, right? That's what we talked about in our reviews, that they were just too expensive.
Mhm.
Is there any play there going? What's the one that makes? them
Yeah,
battle
I
line?
think there is because they're a good screen. They teleport, so they take
Yes.
objectives. There is a battle tactic that's tied directly to them, where if they
Yes.
use that Shadow Leap and they charge, you get it.
That one's
Well,
risky. Real risky.
that was risky until you get the
Well, I'm saying,
bonus to
okay, you can
charge.
charge like a backline chaff unit. You know, it's not the worst thing in the world.
So
I
you
mean,
think
your
they're
odds are low. If you have
Yeah.
no bonus to charge, that's a
You-
48% with the reroll.
No, because you have
Yeah.
+1 from the Blood Rights.
You have +1 from the blood rights, but that's still
Yeah.
not great. Like an 8
Yeah,
up
it's not. It's not.
rerolling
Yeah,
is
it's not ideal.
great.
No, absolutely
I
not.
think
Yeah,
an 8-up is
Like 60%.
approaching 66.
yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
little bit more than 60. I think it's 66.
if I had no other tactic I could reasonably do, I would take a 66, but that's not my
That's
first
fair.
choice
Yeah.
for sure.
Yes,
not
yes.
horrible.
I'm saying it's
I
an
also
option.
think, like, yeah, and in this new GHB, a lot of the plans encourage being mobile or have a lot
Mhm.
of objectives on them, even if some, you know, that amount decreases throughout the game. But even in those, getting to the objectives that are active when the one that you're standing on is no longer active. Like, I think teleporting and mobility is definitely very strong in this GHB.
Yes.
Yeah. That's good.
Because a lot of the plans do encourage that.
So you'd go
Yeah.
Calebron, that way you can have teleporting
Yeah,
units in
Kharadron,
addition
yeah.
to battle line shadow stalkers. Because teleporting bow snakes are a lot more useful than regular bow snakes.
Mhm.
So,
Cool.
okay, there's definitely a path for them to go up. I can see it.
And then Viper coming down is literally just putting it almost in line with other endless spells. I think you still want to take something like Geminids before you take Viper.
I'm still not going to be mad
Viper's
that
actually
Lumineth-
pretty good though.
Good.
It can if you're fighting OBR and I get Viper off.
Oh, true. Yeah,
That's
OBR.
killing your
can
Immortal
really mess
Guards
you
on
up.
like 4s.
Yeah, that's fair.
These are good changes. Is there anything that could have done to help Daughters of Khaine more, rules wise, or like besides changing stats, obviously, but like points or like an errata?
Cauldron, Marathi could come. Marathi change. Cauldron comes down. Marathi comes down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
it. That's literally it.
I want
Cauldron
Marathi
was
to change,
100%
but
missing.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, Cauldrons could have been going down as well. I agree with that. All right, let's talk Fyreslayers, who got nerfed. Which is
There's
a
a
little...
somewhat good reason for it, but it's the lookout search change, right? Like that's the
Okay,
reason.
Battlesmith I get.
Yeah.
4-up rally guy, lookout sir can't shoot him anymore from long range. So totally, I absolutely understand it. Why'd Hearthguard go up?
Because that's the unit the Battlesmith wants to revive. Because Volkites aren't going to be used anymore without veterans.
Oh
Right.
my god! And the thing is, like, Volkites are the ones seeing the most play for a bit because you had Galatian veterans. You had that 30 Volkite with the Flamekeeper list. That list isn't. I mean, I don't want to say dead, but it's not good anymore. So like, they nerfed the thing people are going to pivot to. What?
The 2x15 Berserker list plus Battlesmith lost 70 points, which is almost a Runekeeper
So
or a Flamekeeper.
Now you're not
I
taking
will
those.
note that there's a little bit of an issue with the points here because the points in the battle scroll are slightly different than the points in
and then the app.
pitch.
Oh,
No, not in the app. No one cares about the app. The app is always wrong.
app is
The
wrong.
points in the
App is
battle
wrong.
scroll are different than the points in the pitched
Pitched
battle
battle scroll.
profiles
Oh.
document. So that specifically is
So these
That's
could
wrong.
be...
Yeah,
If it was
according to
just the
that
app,
one,
no one would care. The app is
Rune
wrong all the
Smatter
time.
also went up.
Yeah, bring up the
The Wound
pitch battle
Spider
one.
went up instead of the Battlesmith in the pitch battle profiles, which
Yeah.
is
Hmm.
I don't it's unclear if which one is
Okay.
right, if both of them are right.
So to be determined then, we don't know.
Yeah, I guess like I'm just
Yeah.
going off of because in the app the Rune Smatter didn't go off, but the Battlesmith definitely did. So who knows?
Yeah. Maybe
Weird.
the app guy only
The
got
app is
this.
the app. App
Yeah,
is,
the app is. Yeah.
we don't trust the app.
Oh, I get it.
Let's bring this up here.
It is interesting to note, though. I think that those Hearthguard Berserker lists just start to take out the invocations, though, especially the invocations going up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw a lot of 2 invocation armies because they were cheap,
Mhm.
and there was a grand strategy that's tied directly to at least one of them being on the field at the end.
Yeah.
And for that
Which
reason,
can
I
still
can
be
see
an
why they
auto
nerfed that.
complete.
Yeah, it's still pretty good.
Yeah,
No doubt.
I think invocations should be expensive. They're not as interactable as like endless spells are, because
Yeah.
not a lot of people have priests. So I'm okay with that change. It's like whatever.
They were also really good. Like all of their invocations are really
They're
good.
pretty
Yeah, they're all top notch.
They're
Yeah.
strong. They have like even like the Inferno has a really big base.
Mhm.
It can swing
So
high.
it got used. Yeah, but like also people were just using it for movement blocking a lot too.
Yeah, I
Um,
was.
blocking.
And
Yeah.
the grand strat, like some armies just can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
So
And the wall
just
is also
overall, it's a
excellent
really
because
good piece.
unlike the other ones, it cannot make itself disappear unless you choose to do it.
Yes.
So
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, actually,
Yeah,
no.
movement-
Infernoth too. You didn't have to move the Infernoth. You didn't have to shoot the flame
But
spitter.
didn't you roll for it though?
You don't have
I
to.
think you do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't. This came up
Sure.
in a
I'd
game a
have
few
to
weeks ago.
look at it.
I believe that you do. Endless spells you have to
You can't declare
to-
they're staying stationary.
endless spells no.
Mm.
I would need to check the invocation spell wording.
Does
Yeah, no,
say
the
you
invocation
can
doesn't
pick an
have to
enemy
move.
and roll. Yeah, it does say you
Endless
can
spells
pick
do,
and roll.
but Inferno doesn't have to move.
Cool. Good to know.
Wow.
Yeah, so they did also get a rule change here. The Master Flame rune used to only work off attacks. Now it's abilities and attacks. So if you're slain by an ability,
No. It was
I
previously
don't
it
think
was
that's
just
true.
plain.
Yeah,
I think it
that's
was just
the
if it was anything. No,
So
it's
if you
attacks
removed it
or
out of coherency, it counted as slain. Then you could
Oh,
buff up
it
your
was
flame.
questionable.
okay.
Yeah.
But
My
this
mistake on the
just makes
slide
it
then.
extra clear that you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work off spells then, or spells counted as
Yep.
abilities.
Spells count as abilities.
yeah,
if that's
spells
the
are
spell.
abilities.
Okay. Cool. Well, it's good to know you can't cohesion yourself into more models
Yeah.
because you just rally them back next turn anyway, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay. How do we think about Fyreslayers? They are an A-tier army in season 2. They're very strong. But with the amount of stuff that shuts off wards, the amount of stuff that shuts off commands, Geminids being very ubiquitous now, I think Fyreslayer and losing veterans is a big deal for Berserkers. For Volkites, their monsters aren't up to snuff. Their shooting isn't good, but
They
unshootable
don't really have
Battlesmith.
any good
Lookouts are
loci.
changed though.
So
and no loci.
unshootable Battlesmith, and there's like that. I think Jeremy Viscere, or I can't remember who. I think it was Jeremy Viscere, but he ran this like Grimrat Berserker list that I think is good. So that's an option. I think overall, because of the seasonal changes and this changes, their internal balance is worse off than it was before. Because
Grimrats can't be
Volkites aren't that
shot.
playable. Volkites aren't that playable
Grimrats
anymore.
can be
Bloodguard
shot,
got
yeah.
more expensive, and
Yeah.
So I would say they maybe B tier. I would say.
Yeah, it's a net negative for sure, but there's definitely some positives for the season.
Mhm.
No
Yeah.
city and icon still rules.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say they can't get any stronger than they are currently.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
gonna stay the same or get worse, but they're not gonna get that much worse because this like Battlesmith Hearthguard spam is still a viable way to play the game. Very slow, very methodical, very purposeful, but it hurts. It's hard to play into if you don't shut off the commands, if you don't shut off the wards. It's gonna bully a lot of armies.
Mhm.
All right.
Cool.
Idoneth, just green across the board. That is wonderful to see.
They needed it.
Yep. In some ways, it's more than I expected. Like, I didn't think Alapexes would go down 20. That's crazy.
Hype.
Um,
The only miss here, I think, is the Leviathan should have gone down more.
there's one Leviathan per list at most, so another 20 points in an Idoneth list that's like not even an endless spell. I'm okay with that. That's not the end of the world.
Looking
If
at
Alapex
lists
was
like
only gone down
building,
10, I would have supported a 50-point drop on the Leviathan. Sure.
Yeah, but Alapex is going down to 150 is huge.
Yeah.
They
that is
are.
really good, man.
They're in particular a very good unit to talk about when we're talking about Lookout Sir, because they're a 14-inch flying move. So not only can they get up to 3 inches away from enemy front line and then shoot stuff that's within 9 inches of the front line, they can also just hop over stuff with their flying. Right, they're a unit that can just jump over walls, jump over units, land on the other side, and then shoot heroes. And 2 of them probably kills most heroes in the game because it's an unpredictable maneuver. It's really hard to say, oh, you're gonna do this weird movement, and so trying to predict that with Finest Hour is difficult. You will be able to all out defense unless you get hit by Geminids or something, right? So like, They're a good hero sniper, and only 300 points for 2 of them, which is interesting. And then they charge in and they kill stuff. Like Alopexes are a great unit. They're like Tempestors. They're one of the few units that does shooting and combat competently enough that you would consider them a hybrid unit and use them. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
But obviously,
This is
6
the best
eels.
use right since they removed the Pacific garbage patch.
That's great.
Okay.
Um,
pretty good.
6 eels are back, right? So like,
Oh yeah,
that was a terror for a big part of 2nd edition, and it's been kind of like a wet paper bag since then. It's just not doing much.
eels are back to their original points from 2nd edition.
But plus the 6
They
inch
were one-
or 6
they were
model
170.
coherency.
They were 170, and now they have currency back. Boom.
Yeah, getting hit by 6 eels is going to hurt again. Not
So
as much,
okay,
not as much though. It used to be more.
Not
It
as
used to be
much, yes.
deadlier.
yes, this army has the same problem that I said DOK has. That sure you can take the Leviathan, like that's an option, but essentially it doesn't have any way to cut off save stacking. This army is -1, -2 red at most. Yes, you can build the Missile King. I know about that, but
And no mortal wounds either, really.
no, not that many. Yeah, actually, not. Yeah, no significant mortal wounds
King
in this army.
Isn't as
So-
happy either without flaming weapon.
I have those mortal wounds, but
So
Ah.
without maybe like a tsunami of terror from the aspect of this C, you're not getting through like save stacking and stuff, and that's going to be really difficult because your C is now much worse because the rerolls and how primal dice work with rerolls, or I guess don't work with rerolls.
I think
Um,
Hoarfrost is going to make this army.
Yes,
Mm,
maybe.
Thralls at Ren 2,
You're
Thralls
already-
at Ren 3, or even maybe not the Morsar Guard because they set the Rend, I believe, so that wouldn't work there. You'd override it. But
Do
the
they?
Shield Eels suddenly get good Rend, and they're decently high volume.
Mhm.
They're like
I
7
think
attacks
they're
per
gonna
model.
struggle to cast it.
yeah.
It's going to have to be a caster at the edge of the table out of unbinding range and hoping for primal dice. Like that's their
At
their
Ren,
go-to.
by the way.
I mean, they only have one caster, right? Tidecaster. That is a Locust.
Yes.
That is
Yep.
a locust,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you're going to bring a Tidecaster
That can take the enhancement, yeah.
because you want the prayers or whatever, the rituals.
Maybe they pivot into that command trait that turns our Eidolon of the Storm, the 300-point one, into that gives its monstrous rank pages, because I think that's a hugely useful tool. I think it's more important sometimes than that unstoppable fury that they take on the Achillean King.
Maybe. There's always
Maybe.
the Leviathan. That's always a monster. These point changes are huge, and it doesn't even include Reavers, which are one of the premier shooting units in the game.
Yeah.
Like people don't
It
people
shouldn't.
don't know how Reavers are, how good they are, because
Yeah.
Idoneth as an army aren't very good, so people don't know how good Reavers are, but they're phenomenal.
Mhm.
One of the best shooting units in the game. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm hopeful for Idoneth.
I could get
I
out of
still think
C
they
tier if I
struggle
see
to
them more
debuff
at tournaments.
hammer
I'll be
and-
happy. I think their biggest weakness is still they have virtually no answer to magic damage.
Mhm.
Well, they have better unbinding, like everyone else does now, right? So that's something.
The
Do they?
encanter can't
One,
just
they
be
have
sniped
one
out by
unbinding.
shooting.
Yeah,
Orruk willpower, big stunts
Yeah.
on that.
they'll have to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what they'll have to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, like I was saying, I like that the encanter they ally in typically or a lot of the time.
I think
I like
Encanter's
seeing
gonna be a big ally this season for a lot
Yeah.
of armies.
Incanter is a good ally to have. Even a Rune Lord is good to have, honestly.
Can they do cities?
I don't think
I don't
IDK
think so.
can,
They
but
only
they
do
can definitely
Lumineth and
do.
Stormcast, I believe.
They can have a Knight Encanter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they can definitely
Yeah,
have an encanter. I've
That's
played
all
it.
that matters, really.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Or
Because
would
then
they-
that gives them. But my real question is, do they then go for that battalion with the Knight Incanter and Tidecaster for the extra primal dice? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Idoneth
why
has
wouldn't it?
always been like the same as Lumineth, Battle Regiment, always.
Yeah, but I think both armies are going to pivot away from it because the reason Idoneth goes Battle Regiment is to get the best chance possible to control the 2/3 double because that goes into the high tide. But they focus so much on Battle Regiment that they lose round one. Not just like they don't lose the game outright, but they get in such a losing position that it's hard to recover from that. Like the first two
Mhm.
rounds of the game are brutal for a fragile army like Idoneth. And Lumineth, I think, are going to pivot away from Battle Regiment because just the
Checklist
units
is
you have
not
to-
that good.
Techless is not that good, and it's hard to fill a Battle Regiment without him. Right?
Mhm.
So you're going to have just lots of units. And the fact that Lumineth has always been an army that wants more units, so it has more wizards, and more Undynes.
We'll get to Lumineth.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Yeah.
But overall, I'm really
Good
happy for
changes.
Idoneth. Yep.
Yeah.
Great
I think
stuff.
Volturnos is playable, by the way. 250 is highly playable.
Yeah, that's really good.
Because he has a 3-up spell ignore. Don't forget about that. That's pretty important.
It's so cool to have a named character at 250 points. That must feel really nice.
Yep.
Hey, we have. Oh no, Joshua's at 260 now, right?
Yeah.
How far are we down? Like every 20 points.
20 points every year.
20 points at a time every
20
year.
points every 6 months. We'll get there, boys. Before
Yeah.
4th edition, the shield will be 200.
All right.
200. Playable.
Kharadron Overlords. So we agree it's a balloon boy meta now. Thunderers are still good. You're still going to bring 15 in an Ironclad, but you're not going to bring a second squad of 15 with the bridge. You're going to bring a bunch of balloon boys and like a frigate or
35.
something.
Bridge
Right?
got hit hard.
Bridge.
Yeah, the bridge thing is huge, especially because if you bring the bridge, you don't get a nullstone armament, which is awful because you'd like to have both if possible. But yeah.
The range nerf combined with the fact that it blocks commands for the unit, just really brutal.
Yeah, the Thunderers that come out the other end don't get all out attack. They don't get all out defense when they get hit in any phase. They don't get Inspiring Presence. They don't get Rally to survive. They don't get anything. They're just, like, unless that unit kills the enemy army, that unit is just sent to their death. Because everybody knows that's where I'm putting all my damage. They're not in the boat. They don't have commands. Okay, they're dead. Awesome. So it's too risky to use the bridge with this army now. I think it's going to have to pivot into, maybe if the Ironclad and 15 Thunderers is too expensive, maybe they go with, 2x10 and frigates. Too? And you could go
Engine riggers is also a thing.
Riggers are always good. I'm really surprised they didn't get tapped even like with a +10 or something. But they're a lot more fair to play against because unlike Thunderers, they're not a 3-up save, they're a 4-up, and they're 9 wounds per squad instead, they're 6 wounds per squad instead of 10. Yeah, they're prosecutors, right? And prosecutors are a terrible defensive line. So if you make prosecutors a priority target that your opponent actually wants to kill, that army falls apart very quickly. You lose many points every time you get hit.
This makes KO play much more dynamic too, because they're a multi-phase army like they designed them to be. Like they shoot, they can charge you with the frigates, Editors can pop out, Sky Wardens can pop out, can fight you. Thank God for this Thunder change, because it was turning into like a Thunder turret meta, where they just puked out 30 Thunders in front of you and just shot you to death.
Yep.
It was very annoying. Their undercosted heroes are now fairly costed, I would say. Chemist, I would say, but without the endless... the Soul Scream bridge change, I would say the Chemist at 100 is too cheap, but with that nerf, I'm okay with that. 100 points is fine.
I just wish I'll get to it, but Admiral.
I was literally going to say the same thing, Mergog. If Admiral can be 140, Imperator can be 140.
Yeah.
Arcanaut Company at 90 points. Does that open up anything for this army? Because that
it gives them better screens. This army usually never screened because it relied on Unleash Hell, and now with the Geminids and Prismatic Palisade change, I think they might use Arcanaut for screening.
They were already, right? We were talking
they already
about
needed
them during our review. But this feels like an admission that they messed up the book, and it's like, oops, we forgot to design it so that Arcanauts could be used. I guess we'll make them cheaper.
Yeah.
Because they can't get in boats, they can't shoot very well unless they're reinforced, and if they're reinforced, they can't get in boats. So it sucks. Did this unit need to go down? 100 points seemed like a fair price.
It's probably, I don't know. They really do need the screens, and this is a pretty big blow to the army as far as the general playability. Because like you said, the book was designed almost around Thunderers being something they could use, like they were. Not necessarily to that strength, but now that they're pretty nerfed, you've got to explore other options. You really need the company to screen. I think that it's a good change.
It's gonna add maybe 10 or 20 points to lists. People aren't gonna bring multiple squads of these guys. So I don't know if this was needed or if it's gonna have any impact at all.
I mean, it balances out. So if you're not playing Thunderers and stuff, it balances out some of the nerfs to the heroes that you're gonna take anyway, like Chemist.
Is that good? Is that list any good though? Bringing that many Arcanaut Company? I don't know. I don't.
No. You're not gonna bring a ton of Arcanaut, but if you bring 2,
that's what it's trying to encourage too.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you bring 2 units of it to screen with, that's making up for points.
Yeah. The intent is good. I don't think it's gonna. I think it's inconsequential. No. Maybe
I
that's
don't
like
think it's gonna hurt.
yeah.
I
Maybe
don't
it'll
think it's
help.
bad
Maybe it
by
won't.
any
But
means. Yeah.
It's like they just full force slapped the crap out of Kharadron, and then they kind of tapped him on the head and gave him 10 points off company.
Hey, bud, you earned it.
Yeah, like you have to discipline
Cat
them,
meme.
but then
Cat
pet
boss
them
meme.
afterwards, right? Like, oh man. Okay. Let's talk Lumineth, because this is very controversial that these changes came 4 months late. I would say. First up,
Yikes.
unit coherency and lookout sir. The unit coherency doesn't really affect this army, right? They didn't really have any 3-man squads. But lookout sir is a big deal for this army because Sentinels loved shooting heroes. They loved it so much that by the end of last season, people were pivoting into unit and sharpshooters with the Sentinels just shooting the heroes and wind chargers shooting everything else. And that's gone now. There's no way you're getting Sentinels within range to shoot heroes. So that is no longer a tactical option for you, pretty much. And wind chargers aren't going to get in there either because they have to end more than 3 inches and they only shoot 12. So it's pretty easy to keep your units out of range of the wind chargers. So if hero shooting is off the table for Lumineth, what did they pivot into? They didn't really have damage. Their damage has always been like surgical strikes, like picking apart key parts of the enemy army. And heroes were a good target for that sort of play, right? If you start disabling units and then you start picking them off one at a time. What do they do now without
They ally in 4 Desolators.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's a change
Yes,
to protection of
because
nation techless.
they now affect
Let's
allies.
change. We'll see what happens.
Yes, that actually could be the way they go. Is like, well, what was that?
protection of techless affecting allies is a change. They probably accidentally unkeyworded it when they made it an aura.
Hish
Protection of
did,
Hush
yeah.
always did.
Yeah.
That's right. I just copy pasted that.
Which is probably what they did. Is probably just like changed it
That's
on
what
Hish
I think
and then
happened. I
copy
think they
pasted it.
copy pasted from
Range
Hush
18.
and forgot that techlesses was keyworded. I do not think that was an intentional change.
Yeah. Yep. 100% copy paste.
These being an aura, I would argue, makes them worse because one of the things that you have to do properly with a castle is know when to expand and break out of that formation in order to play a tactical game. Because when you play a castle, you typically give up board position round 1, but you play for a 5-round game. And if this is an aura, all of your pieces have to stay closer together for longer of the game. But if it's a pulse, you can take that key turn to break your units out and make a big play while still retaining a defensive advantage. There are benefits to it being an
I don't
aura.
think anyone was playing it as a pulse, though.
I was.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was.
Yeah, you're
But
alone.
still.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Paul, but
Me-
no one was playing it as a
Just
pulse.
me and my brother and everybody we convinced that it was correct. So like 2 of us. But yeah, people. Okay, for most people, it's not a change. Yeah.
And then Enduring as a Rock got changed for the 5th time.
It didn't get changed.
Well, it got
It now just actually says what it does instead of having a load.
it got clarified, I guess, for the 5th time because we've had like
Well, it
so many
works the
different
same.
things.
It's just now actually an errata instead of it works this way because
it works this way. Yeah.
A load bearing FAQ. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I meant to say. Is it's now like the 4th time they've touched it. They've just been doing this weirdness for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also not a change.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So let's talk points here because that's a bigger one. Techless needed a point nerf months ago.
Yeah.
He doesn't need one in this GHB because he can't use primal dice. And he especially doesn't need one.
He can if he rolls like a peasant, 2d6 like everyone else.
Yeah.
If he did.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems unnecessary, but adding 20 points to a techless list doesn't matter, ultimately, right? Like
I'll give you a better nerf. Like, they did not need to nerf the points on Sentinels and Wind Chargers if the Helan thing had been nerfed 3 months ago.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Yeah, 150 is a fair price for Sentinels if they never, ever get +1 attack.
Yep.
Right? If they can't suddenly become twice as good, then 150 points for that volume of shooting is fine. That's Vigilor shooting, and that's worth 150 points.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine.
And I mean, with the lookouts are changed, that really affects them. So they now really did not need a points cut.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or a Helon change, honestly.
Yeah, I think Stone Guard also went up. or maybe I'm dreaming.
No, they're not.
I think
No,
they went
I
from
don't think
120 to 130 at some point in time.
I think they went
I
down.
can get
No,
that
I think
back.
they went down. Yeah.
My earbuds are dying.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need to pop off soon.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
I should probably be getting some sleep soon anyway because I
Yeah,
have to
good
get
luck,
up
by
at
the
9
way.
a.m.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow.
So,
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much for coming back again. It was a pleasure, and we'll see you in the rules chats on our Discord server.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Best
Oh,
of
thank
luck.
you for coming.
Kill them all.
See ya.
Harvest their bones.
I will.
Tax them. Oh
Okay.
man.
I'm still good to go for a while.
Oh yeah. We're
Yeah,
chilling.
let's talk about. Let's go through these. All right.
Okay,
So
so yeah, these buffs though.
Okay.
the
Right
most
back.
impactful here
I'm
is
gonna
the
be right
Dawn
back.
Riders and Blade Lords.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think Dawn Riders and Blade Lords are really good.
Yep. Blade Lords, we've always talked about how good Blade Lords can be, but they've never had a chance to shine, right? Like it was always just like, why not do this at range? Why not, bonk people at range? Now, yeah, you're gonna need to run something that can deal with some volume, and something that can really put down some hurt on something that can save stack to hell. Like if you're facing OBR,
Yeah.
you're gonna want to be able to bonk them.
Yeah, like 9 mortal wounds on demand, or just just a flurry of attacks into infantry, I think is really, really good.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't. So this is actually pretty good. Elania and Elithor is actually a great change. The reason I say this, I think Lumineth is most likely going to pivot into Zytrek because they have a native +1. Elania has a native +1. It's a Sonara unit, so you can learn Total Eclipse or Protection of Ish, whatever you want it to. And I believe like they give you a CP when on a 4-up. It's like having your own like heroic leadership.
I'm not
I'm
sure.
actually
They
looking
just-
at Elania and Elithor potentially in other armies, like because these can go in like any order army.
I'd have to look at them more. I'll be honest, I'm not as familiar with them. We kind of wrote them off during the review. Like I'm pretty sure we literally marked them as F tier because they were just horrid. So
I mean, they were like
don't
230
remember.
or something. They were not worth it, but they've come down enough, I think, to warrant it.
I'd have to look into it more. I wish I knew more about them. But the Ballista coming down is good. The Blade Lords coming down is good because you're still going to run Sentinels in this army, right? Like you're still going to have.
Yes, but you're not going to do that like 40 Sentinel thing, 40-50 Sentinel. I think you're going to go like 30, and then you might try and focus on like some melee elements. And I think like this is why I said the 4 Desolators. I think allies are going to be huge for this army because
Interesting.
they just don't have like a critical hammer unit that can just go out there and kill something. Because I think Avalanor is like the closest thing they have to something like that.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
like
fair
4
enough.
Desolators or like a Celestin Prime maybe like is going to be important for these guys.
Yeah, I think Stone Temple definitely becomes very viable for them.
Well,
The
if you
Spirit of
can't go
Mountain Chains is like
Helon-
10 points is kind of eh. It's not really that big of a
I think
change.
you go in Metric or Zytrek, Paul.
Yeah, I think you go as Metric or Zytrek.
I
I
really-
quite like a Metrica, but yeah.
Zytrek, I think. Okay, how are techless? Like techless lists are dead, right? Nobody's gonna competitively use techless anymore.
People
People are going to use them because he's still got a 4-up spell ignore and all that.
Dead in the same way Marathi lists are dead. Like techless lists are still gonna be played. They're
Used.
still gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah.
somewhat good. They're just not gonna be as good against like the top of the field like they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call dead. So,
Okay, sure.
okay.
Fine.
It's
Paul's
just
definition of dead.
it's an easy way to just write it off, so we don't have to consider it in our analysis of what is actually going to be good. It's not. It's like obviously we know our rankings don't go from like they're not just F or S. There's tons of room in between. But Techless is not S tier anymore. The
No.
army is not defined by him competitively. So,
It's like B tier.
Chat asks why Techless is dead. So Techless can't use Primal Dice. And when he autocasts on a 10, people unbinding at 3d6 on average get 10.5. So they're going to usually have a good chance at stopping him. Before, casting 4 spells a turn on 10 was like, oh, if I get lucky, I'll unbind one of those. Now it's like, yeah, I'll probably stop them.
You'll probably stop the important ones.
Yeah,
for
like,
sure.
oh, you're transporting Vortex? Nah, it's just gone. Sorry.
Protection of Tactless.
Yep, that's gone.
Sorry.
Like, because he can't do that. Now, you can do the cast 1 spell on a 12 and it can't be unbound, right? But the thing is, if you're bringing Techless, he's a 740-point model. If you're bringing him to just cast 1 spell per turn, you have wasted 740 points.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not really efficient
Okay,
enough.
so maybe not just for casting, but his anti-spell is pretty strong still. Like if you're
Yeah, the
looking to
spell
spell bomb Lumineth, 4-up spell ignores, good. Auto
It's
unbinds
good.
and unlimited unbinds. That's
Auto
pretty good.
dispel is good too, right? He does that as well.
Once a turn, auto dispel.
Yeah. So all of these are good things, but it's just a matter of opportunity cost, right? You could just bring more stuff. You could bring 3 heroes instead of Techless and still have 400 points left over to bring reinforced
Yeah.
Desolators.
No, I mean, I think
Blade
I think
Lords,
the,
dude.
the
Blade
problem with
Lords.
the checklist list is when the Helon component used to be the one making up for that critical damage mass, and now that
Yes.
that's gone, that list is a lot weaker. Like the Zytrek checklist lists were not that good. The Helon checklist lists were very good.
Because
So-
yes, because Helon added the damage that was missing when you bring a 700 point model that does no damage.
Yep.
He does
So
okay.
yeah, that's all I have to
damage,
say.
but You're not
Just
doing
bring
significant
Blade
damage.
Lords, bring Ally and some Stormcast. Like Ally Desolators in and play that.
Blade Lords are interesting. I play against them quite a bit. Usually when I actually play Lumineth, they have Blade Lords. They're not running these like degenerate wind charger spam lists. They actually do bring a contingent of Blade Lords, sometimes double reinforced even. I've played against that around here. And they're an underwhelming unit because they only move 6 inches a turn, and denying speed of Hish is like the best feeling in the world.
Mhm.
Right? If you deny speed of Hish, Lumineth do nothing.
Yep.
That's like the game almost ends if you deny that spell. So that's that's one of the things people were casting with Techless, but now it's going to have to be probably a Ymetrica naked cast with Aether Quartz for +1 at the end, and then Primal Dice. Like that's your Primal Dice spell now, right? It's like yeah, that's rough for them. So I think you'd rather just use a faster unit to begin with and not have to rely on a 6-inch move. One thing I do like about Blade Lords though is if they hit a wizard, if they're a wizard finder, they get +1 perfect strike to each, which is awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's pretty good.
So yeah, that might be the way to go, right? Maybe like 2x10 Blade Lords or some kind of allied infantry they can bring, or some kind of allied monster. Spirit of the Mountain could go in there, right? They can be in a wizard finder. Spirit of the Wind, 210 points for something that can reliably snipe out heroes. Like it can just jump over screens with its crazy move.
Well, if it can hit the heroes.
Yeah, you just get within
That's-
range.
I
You just
guess
jump
so,
over
yeah.
screens, right? Like it's you charge in and then, or like you just retreat afterwards. Like Wind Spirit might. I wish it was 190. 210 still feels too expensive for
210
that.
is still too expensive.
I feel like they can't do that right now. It's the same feeling as the Night Judicator. It's just at some point you hit like a wall.
Yeah, but Hurricane can get to the heroes, right? Other stuff can't. Because they're so 24-inch move, and if they get speed off from out of unbinding range, it's a 48-inch move. With flying, nothing hides from that, pretty much. So there's a.
I mean,
there's a,
it's fine.
They're also
There
elitist
is a
blood.
there is a list out there somewhere that can take advantage of non-tech lists. Someone
Yeah.
just depends on getting reps in.
Well, that's what they were doing by the end of season 2. It was the Helon all shooting, tons of sentinels and sharpshooters and then windcharger spam. It's basically Slaanesh but worse.
I feel like that list is gonna have a bad time against like Seraphon. Like the thing is, like tech list doesn't just give them more wound protection with the protection of Ish or whatever, protection of tech list. It also gives them spell protection, which is the 2-layer defense is really important because they could
Yeah.
effectively cancel out
Yeah.
a lot of the alpha damage coming in from magic, but mortal
Some of
wounds in
it throws
general.
mortals
But
back,
now they
too.
need to like decide what they're gonna cover. Am I gonna cover my anti-magic base, my anti-alpha melee base, my anti-shooting base? Like, I don't know. It gets weird for them, I think.
Yeah, I don't know what Lumineth pivot to now. I really don't. I can't predict how people are going to build this army. It's going to be a lot of experimenting, and I actually genuinely think they're going to drop down to C tier until people experiment and find a good enough list to be a B tier army again.
Maybe they, instead of allying, like maybe they just keep their old stuff. Maybe they still do Helon stuff because +1 hit and win for the Wind Spirits and like Huracan Wind Charger is good, but maybe they just have to take incanters now if they're playing non-tech lists, like 2 Night Incanters to
Jeez.
be able to deny spells.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, because then what are you doing with those casts, dude? Like, Mystic Shield, sure.
Maybe
Mystic
one.
Shield, endless spells if you take
Maybe
any.
one.
Maybe
I don't
one.
know.
Put them in the Acolytes battalion. I don't know.
They got enough.
They exist.
I hope I'm wrong, and I hope Lumineth are still strong because it's important to have good defensive armies in the game. Lumineth, I think, have maybe the worst written battle tome. out of all.
Internal
of them.
balance is definitely bad. It's on par with like DOK in my opinion.
It feels like, yeah, it's a second edition Battletome that was just nerfed in every way from second edition, and nothing was done to compensate for it.
Mhm.
So I think they have a terrible book. Their subfactions are bad. Their damage is low. It's tough to be a defensive army that doesn't have damage or speed or mobility. Like, I don't know what the hell they're doing with
Some
this
units
army.
have speed, but yeah.
Some, but like the
It's-
units that have speed aren't punchy, so it doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's basically all the elf tomes. They're basically like they took the second edition tome, they stapled like something onto it. It's what I call the year one tomes. They staple something onto it, and then they just like cool.
I think more thought was put into the Stormcast book than the Lumineth one. I know that's saying a lot. Like, Stormcast book is not good, but yeah. Anyway, enough doomering about Lumineth. I hope they are good.
Moving on. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Seraphon.
I look forward to seeing what people put. Oh,
Oh, God.
gosh.
Yes.
Get ready for
Exactly.
Okay, for everybody that wants a little bit of context here for why Paul is celebrating. Paul's wish list for like this Battlescroll change, he included. So this was covered as a leak in some places. They thought it was a leak. That was so funny. But some people were like, "Dude, why would you put Seraphon point buffs? The book just came out. Why not just let it like be?" But it's like some stuff is like when you see it, you're like, "This is fairly obvious. This should be cheaper." And
Yeah.
a lot of these match up.
Almost exactly what I wanted. In some cases, exactly what I said. I'm not claiming credit for this. I'm just happy that it happened.
Yeah.
Like, Croc scores down 15. That's exactly what I wanted. Ripper's down 10. Cool. That's before the 6 model cohesion was even possible. But yeah. Huntress of Huanchi, 80 points. Oh, that's great. That's going to fit into so many lists now. Stegadon's
Solar
down.
engine going down.
Solar engine.
Yeah.
I did not think the solar engine was going to go down. That's awesome.
I think it's even better in light of the lookout cert change. It makes a lot of sense.
First name, last name. No, I do not work for GW, and I don't want to. I would rather remain. I'd rather we.
It came true in the most wonderful ways possible.
Yes.
Y'all aren't ready for the Azir terror Seraphon is about to unleash.
Megadon.
I'll take credit for the terror. I will take credit for that. No, I'd rather not work for GW. I would rather. Oh, hey, Caleb, how you doing, buddy?
Hey.
You want to jump in stream, dude?
You
Come
can just
on.
hop in, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you want to talk Seraphon right now?
Let's do it.
Dude, get in this chat. Get in this Discord.
Yeah, all the point changes I wanted are pretty much here. I wanted a nerf to Croak. I didn't want a nerf to Vassal casting. I just wanted him to be so expensive nobody would consider it. But it's fine. Like, I'm okay with it. Skinks going up is confusing. Should have gone down to 80 rather than going up to 90, I think. But hey, what can you do, right?
You probably don't want 2 cheap screens available. Plus, like, it's sort of compensated with this Kroxigor thing. So
yeah, like, it's fine. It's also like an ally consideration. If Stormcast had 80 point Skinks, that might be an issue. The other things that are in here, I didn't expect the Carnosaur changes. I did not expect.
Oh my god! Yes,
the old blood on Carnosaur to go down. He did feel a little overpriced when I was testing him the last month or so. But the Scarvet on Carnosaur going up makes no sense at all. Like, it's a rounding thing.
Yeah.
Why did you make him the same price as the old blood?
Why round up?
They were being
why?
safe. They're like, because it's anti-Gargant, and it's like you're gonna wreck the Timmies with it. So just
Whatever. Yeah,
Or-
all great changes all across the board. Everything, it looks like Seraphon got buffed a lot, but I promise you all of these units were not worth their points. They still do the exact same thing. Those lists using those models will just have more stuff in them, right?
Yeah.
Like, Stegadon lists were not good. They were like C tier, probably B tier, right? But now they're good. Stegadons are a legit good unit, good enough that I might even consider in Stormcast, because counting as 10 models all the time.
Agridons, talk about them. Agridons.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Unit
Agridons,
coherency.
man. This is the real. This
Caleb's
is the
painting
real
him right now.
fight.
Look at him. He's just
This is
talking
my
about it.
favorite. Yeah. This is my favorite change.
So unit coherency really affects Agridon Lancers. Kroxigor, sure, they're a 3-model unit, but they had 2-inch range, so you can always fight with them. They get more jaw attacks, which is awesome. Like, that's really good that they get more jaw attacks now, especially with the clarification that bite rolls happen before you remove any models, where we assumed it was the opposite, because that's how other FAQs were worded, but it seems like they've reneged on that. So, but yeah, Lancers being able to fight reinforced has completely changed the book. Like, our whole review is now thrown out the window because this change has happened. Because one thing Seraphon really lacked was the ability to put a whole bunch of buffs on a single unit and have that unit be where you kind of put all your combat around. Like all of your shooting, all of your casting, all of your combat is centered around that unit. Stormcast do this very well with stuff like Fulminators. Other armies have other similar units. Seraphon didn't have that. They didn't have a single unit that could do that. I tried it with Kroxigors, reinforcing them or double reinforcing them, and it just wasn't good enough. But Lancers as a squad of 6, that's going to be the linchpin of the army. Lancers are going to be an S tier unit the next time we put out our Seraphon update, which we're working on. We're going to have an updated Seraphon tier list. That's huge. It makes the Scar Veteran on Agradon, who also got cheaper.
Yeah.
He looks a lot better.
He's probably not S tier, but he does look a lot
He
better.
jumps up a whole grade because of that. Because
He's
if
got
you
least,
yeah.
Agrodons
He's-
with the rage mechanic on, that's 6 attacks essentially.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
And Agradons, especially with a wider screen, can end within 3 inches of an enemy and keep stacking rage, right?
Yep.
And then there's battle tactics for using Lancers that previously weren't really viable. The Lancer battle tactic sucks, but like the Saurus one is really good, so that's really good. Saurus Warriors going down is a big deal. They honestly, I don't know if they needed it, but they felt overpriced.
I mean, if Lancers went down, it kind of just makes sense, you know. It
I
would
can
really
also see
kind of
them
break
going
the
down as a response to Galatian veterans because clubs don't have
That's
have a
true.
2-inch weapon option, but
Yeah,
you want
their damage was just really underwhelming. The Saurus Warriors, like you needed full buffs on them. You needed +1 hit, +1 wound, venom, and you needed them to all have Galatian veterans. And then they did decent damage, but for their cost, it was not good. And this is kind of that problem I was talking about. There's no linchpin unit to kind of put everything on, and Lancers are that unit now. Warriors are still awesome. Really, really good. Reinforced unit of Warriors being 40 wounds with -1 damage. That's disgusting for some armies to cut through.
so good.
I love it.
OBR, I don't think OBR can kill it, honestly. Like, what do you do?
The hidden buff here is the Ripperdactyls with the
Yeah.
equivalency.
Dactyls.
So
Oh.
Ripperdactyls are on paper a very good unit, and Caleb and I discussed this a lot. But the more we tried thinking about how to actually use Ripperdactyls, they ran into this big problem where, well, okay, you can use 3, or like you can use 4 in a line, right? Like 4 guys, then 2 in the back, and you spent 240 points on that. And Raptidon Chargers just do way more damage, same durability, same speed, same everything. But now Ripperdactyls can fight reinforced, and that's a game changer because suddenly they actually do really good, really accurate damage, and it's actually a good enough unit that it's only 220 points that you can
Deep
bring.
enough, yeah.
You can bring 2 squads of them and a Ripperdactyl chief, who can become a Locust if you give him an Arcane Tome, and also a vassal because he is a skink wizard at that point. And then that's 3 different blot toads that go out, and every one of those Ripperdactyl units can benefit from the blot toads. So you can have coverage on 3 key units in the enemy army. So a super cheap combo that does a ton of damage, that requires your enemy to invest resources in clearing them out, which gives you space to do things with other units, right?
Yeah,
so
get
like
those Agrodons going.
Rippers are probably at least B tier. Ripper Chief is playable. Kroxigors are better. I don't know how much better, but the Warspawn Dorada is very good. Very, very good for them. Actually being able to use it because we had a rules discussion on our server, and we pretty much came to the point where because it was worded like an aura, Warspawn almost never got the bonus attacks if a skink died near them. But now because it says until the end of the phase, it's now a pulse effect, which means Warspawn can just have 10 skinks die or whatever in the combat phase, and then when they counter pile in, they get the bonus attack. So, and they can be wizard finders, which is great. So, Gators punching nerds. Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
I'm just gushing. There's so much good stuff here.
It's all good. Seraphon's good now.
Lookouts really is a double-edged sword, right? Bastillodons can't shoot heroes. Stegodons can't shoot heroes. That really sucks. I mean, you can, I guess, technically, if you drop them in more than 7, maybe somebody mispositioned and you can get within 12 and you can shoot them. That's the thing. But in general, not being able to shoot heroes really sucks for Bastillodon. One of the reasons we gave it an A tier ranking was specifically because as soon as the season ended, you could shoot heroes again, and that was a really good way to kill them because 3 shots on basically 3s and 3s after all that attack. Ren 3, 2 of those go through and you have a dead hero every single turn. And that was a really useful thing to do. But yeah, without that, I don't think the Bastillodon with Solar Engine is very good anymore. I'd rather just take a Stegodon in almost every situation now. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But it goes the other way, right? If others can't shoot your heroes, and Seraphon are like masters of positioning their units, like we can have any unit we need anywhere we need it to be. So we're very unlikely to be at risk of having our units out of position. Lookout Sir means you don't have to bring Source Guard anymore. There's very few things that can kill the Slann through spells. All your other heroes are mostly protected. I think you can cut Source Guard, especially with that 10-point nerf on them. So that's great. List just gained 130 points in addition to all the other point cuts. Primordial Mire, I'm glad I was right about this, but I'm also terrified because Primordial Mire might be one of the most busted spells in the game.
Yep.
For those who aren't familiar, if you didn't watch our Seraphon review and why I'm so terrified of this change, or not change, but clarification, Primordial Mire allows you to target an objective or a terrain feature within 12 inches or 18 inches if you have the Astrolith Bearer, which you always will. And every enemy unit that's within 3 inches when you cast it can't run and has their charge rolls halved. And that combination is ridiculous because let's say you have a unit. Let's say it's like the fastest unit in the game, right? It's like Wind Chargers with Speed of Hish and the Wind Mage, but they still have to end their move more than 3 inches away, right? When they do that, you redeploy, and you move D6. Let's say you move 3 inches away. Now you're 6 inches away from those models. They now need a 6-inch charge, but their roll is halved, which means they need a 12-inch charge. And the odds of rolling a 12 are very low. There's no primal charge dice to boost it. Right?
Yeah.
You'd have to Tzeentch cheat dice it.
And that's assuming you roll a 3 on redeploy. Even if you roll a 1, they now need an 8-inch charge. If you roll a 2, they need a 10-inch charge. And because Primordial Mire also specifies the result of the charge is halved, if they have any bonuses, like even if they have a +1 or +2, that gets halved as well. And because they can't run, like that alone shuts off a lot of units. If it was just you couldn't run. It's so strong against melee units. It disables enemy melee units. You teleport a Troglodyte forward, you cast this, so many models are going to get tagged by it. It's unreal. I've had games where first time I used this, it was like against 15 Chosen, and they literally didn't charge me. They had 4 rounds of the game, and they only got into combat because I chose to throw everything into them. Unreal how strong the spell is.
Yeah. Oh, a nice, I guess, like quality of life change. Terrorwing scream at the start of shooting phase, which is very important. Their timing was very unclear when they could do this.
5
So
points cheaper.
was like, can you disable their commands in the shooting phase or can't you? And turns out you can. So
Yep. Assuming you roll over bravery, which
assuming you roll over their bravery, yes.
good luck with all the death that's out there now, right?
Um,
Yeah, it's not happening.
Yep.
Drain magic was eroded, and it now works. It does something. It's not. I don't know how useful of a thing it is. So what it does now is, after you cast it, it still gives enemies -1 to unbind. After you cast it, each one of your Seraphon wizards can choose to dispel a spell instead of casting a spell. But the important thing here is this is done after you cast endless spells. So you could, for example, cast your own endless spells, resolve whatever effects they have, and then dispel them immediately. And when is this useful? I don't know. I honest to God don't know. I haven't had that much time to think about it yet. So yeah, that's not very good. But it does something. So cool. You know, it's not useless.
The functional ability.
Yeah. Telepathic Summons was the most busted teleport spell in the game. Ability, anything. It didn't specify how far away you had to be from enemies. It allowed you to move afterwards, and both of those are now gone. You have to be more than 9 inches from enemies and you can't move. But in exchange, instead of just working on Saurus and Croxagor, or just Saurus, now it works on all Seraphon, except monsters. And I am struggling to find a use for this as well. I don't know what units you want to summon to you, or even just teleport them forwards. Maybe like a Spawn of Chotek so you can shoot at screens. It's hard to really know. Like, you can retreat a unit and then try to get an 8-inch charge. A lot of Seraphon units have +1 to charge. Don't know where that's going to come in handy.
Yeah. You're up in Coalesce, so like if you're taking Raptidons, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, especially now that Lancers are so good. What I can see for it is it's like a tactical relocation spell. So it's like, I have most of my army here, but I'm going to send a smaller contingency like over here, and they're going to contest this objective, and then I don't want them, because like Vengeful Defender will send out a unit of Lancers, but like getting back in to that central conflict is a little difficult. What Telepathic Summons allows you to do is just take that unit and instantly relocate it anywhere around this area. More than 9 from an enemy, and it's not great. It's not worth taking a spell enhancement, and it really does change the value of a Slann and Coalesce, because that spell is a lot worse. So we'll be talking about that. Would you use the Lance Kenyon says Maelstrom for the spell? Yeah, Malevolent Maelstrom is one of the things I've considered, but also consider that you can just dispel it at the top of the next hero phase without having to give up a spell cast to do it.
Yep.
So not terribly useful, but if you wanted that instant damage on your turn, you could do that. Malevolent Maelstrom is one of the better endless spells in the game now. 30 points especially. It's really good. Really like it.
Yeah. What else is there to say?
The Slann can only cast with one vassal.
Oh yeah, one of the
one
biggest
spell.
changes.
Yeah, same
this
same
is
with
huge.
only one 3-year vassal, which is
Yeah.
good. They basically made it a Umbral spell portal, which I like.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ideas on what could have changed, because the Croak Bomb was very degenerate. I don't think it was necessarily overpowered in competitive games like top tables, but everything below that, it was just an issue where you had to play in a very specific way that wasn't intuitive and really limited on what you could do. It was just bad for the game, right? Like I constantly rail against things that aren't fun. The game should be fun more than it should be balanced, right? So changing that's a good thing. Limiting that is probably a good thing also for future proofing purposes. If they ever add spell lores, you're going to have to care about stuff like this, right? Because it's an unrestricted spell portal that you just get for free all the time. So 1 spell per turn is a very reasonable limit. Pretty much how I was doing it anyway. It's going to suck for things like casting buffs on units, right? Like you'd want to cast like your 1 Slann spell, and then you want to cast like a Mystic Shield on a buff unit. You'd have to do that stuff with a skink that's near the units now, instead of with the Slann, who has tons of cast to give up. It's free spell portal now. Yeah. All of your skink wizards are now also a spell portal, 1s per turn.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. And yeah, the War Spawn, we talked about that. Their effect is now a pulse instead of an aura, so no matter when a skink model dies near you, you get the +1 attack. So War Spawn are looking better, especially with a nice point cut. I really like them. It's definitely something I'm going to explore, because I got 6 of them, so I want to use them. But yeah, Reinforced Lancers are great. Stegodons are great. I remember during our review, we constantly said if this unit was 40 to 50 points cheaper, it really rewrites a lot of the book, and I think it does. Stegodons are a good unit, for sure. Especially, and the spell changes are really good for Seraphon. Good lord.
Mm-hmm.
If there's gonna be an S-tier army, I think it's Seraphon.
Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
They still lack a bit of rend. They're
But
still kind of vulnerable to some anti-magic armies.
They have enough tools so where they can mitigate that. They have mortal wounds in the form of poison and spells, and I think they have enough.
Yeah, the Lancers really changed that, because it's less important to do damage with spells now, because you have a good hammer unit that you can actually use, and not like a hammer unit like Raptidon Chargers who just died immediately. This is actually like a central hammer unit you can make a strategy around.
Yep.
And it honestly might be good enough that you bring 2 squads of 6. That's how good Lancers are now.
Yeah. Glenn in the chat points out vassals are an unbind point like a spell portal, so they are a bonus on top of that.
Yes, I mean I'm okay with that. Like what are you doing through the spell portal? Like maybe D3 mortal wounds. You're not Tzeentch. You're not doing 7-8. If Seraphon was doing that, that'd be a problem. But it's whatever.
I am casting probably Pendulum or Geminids to make sure it can't be unbound. That's probably what I'm doing.
Yep.
Or Mystical Forging.
Yes, your Saurus tier army. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. All right, moving on.
Yeah, super stoked. Stormcast. So we get to just gush 2 armies back to back.
Oh yeah.
No rule changes for Stormcast, not one, except for the fact that we get the 3 model cohesion. Those units can be doubled, and that's so good for Shield Annihilators. It's so good for Praetors. It's so good for even like Longstrike Raptors are easier to position now, which I like.
They actually are, yeah.
Double reinforced Dracoths are in play. Questors, easier to use them. Reinforced Dracolines are in play.
Paladors, if you want to.
Paladors, yeah, you can.
Assistant Ref says Stormcast being the cheap crap army is rather funny.
It's
I don't
always-
know if I'd call this cheap.
Assistant ref.
This is
Let me
not
tell you
cheap.
how the
This
cycle. Let me tell you how the circle of life works in AOS.
is...
Stormcast comes out. Everyone complains to hell and back because we get the new toys from the new edition. Everyone thinks it's too strong. We get nerfed a little. Then the other books come out and creep us out, and then we eventually enter this downward spiral of points where we're at the bottom. Like everything has reached the floor of points wise, and then it starts all over. It's happened every time. So yeah.
Yep. The next step is just to get our rules back with like undo the errata, but we'll probably get like a campaign book for that.
I'm okay with them not undoing the errata. I'm just like, it's high time to where the thing is, this is good. This is very good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, this is great.
This is half though. I need the other half. I need the Stormdrake Guard. I need Vandus. I need Lord Arcanum on Talron. I need
Maybe
Bastion.
not like hero phase move, but more like menagerie.
Like I need points. give me 20 points back on. Right?
Yes.
Give me 20 points on Nitroconus. Give me 50 points on Bastion. If Andrasta can be 260, Bastion can be 260. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's kind of the emblematic of the problem is that Bastion is
This
still
is
300 points.
This is half the points changes right here.
Bastion has been 300 points for 2 years, and he has been unviable the whole time. For a very brief period, he was good. At the very start of the book, when we had the Reinforced Thunderbolt Volley, and there were battle regiments, and nobody else had a 3rd edition book, and there was a very specific window. But as soon as all that changed, he just fell off, and he's just never been good enough. So, but no, let's not talk about how much better it could have been. Let's talk about just how good it is. There's a lot of amazing stuff in here. There's some stuff that doesn't matter, right? Like Desolators being 10 points cheaper means nothing for Stormcast.
Yeah, a Stardrake 20 points cheaper doesn't matter. But what matters is all the everything that's 100 points. All the battle line that is like now at 100 points is amazing.
That's just 30-point squeeze off the Vanquishers if you're running Hallowed Knights. Or you could just swap them to Liberators and give them a 3-up save. Vindictors being 120 is big. Unfortunately, I think Vindictors have now killed Sequitors. The combination of Vindictors being the same cost, also being Thunderstrike, also being a 3-up save, also doing hit 6 mortals, as opposed to and not having veterans. That's the other thing, is Sequitors needed veterans to be.
Sequitors should have gone down to 110 with
I
Liberators.
think, so Treasured Adjudicators, I'm surprised they missed that. Like, in a world that Vanguard Raptors go down because they can't shoot heroes effectively, I think Skybolts have to go down. Maybe next.
Yeah. Skybolts are a very bad unit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd rather every army have more expensive shooting than our shooting get lower.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bliss Barbs could go another 10 points up. Thunderers could go another 10 points up. Yeah, but that's okay. Gardas went down 10 points.
Yeah. Tempestors are S tier now because of this change. 210 is a steal for these guys.
Yep, they are definitely going to be an S tier unit because you can double reinforce them in Hammers of Sigmar, and you can actually use them as a proper melee hammer in addition to being a shooting hammer and an anvil. Like they are the omni unit. They do everything.
Yep.
True hybrid unit, yeah.
You can use them as a shooting hammer. You can use them as an anvil. You could use them as a melee hammer as well. I was experimenting with 6 Tempestor lists last season even, and I found them surprisingly useful because when you just put that unit in the middle of the board and you have this like, you have to deal with me, otherwise I will keep shooting you and taking pieces off the board. And when you come deal with me, you probably don't have the tools to deal with it. Like that, it's a tough position to get into, but when you get into it, there's not that many solutions to it. So it's like a check on your opponent. And especially if you back that with like long strikes and Dracolines, that's a nasty list.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really liking the... I was just saying, I'm really liking the 4 Tempester 1 long strike unit combo.
Mm-hmm.
That's like become a package for me in list building so far.
Same. The other big change I really like is Knight Relictor at 100.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that's a big
yeah.
He is now there.
Solid.
I think because the Lord Relictor and Lord Veritan didn't go down, which is a miss in my opinion. Knight Relictor, I think, replaces him with High Priest. I think 50 points is a big enough gap where I go, yeah, I'm going to take Knight Relictor.
Mm-hmm. The 30 points was often enough.
Protecting you against Khorne. So.
Yeah. Sometimes you play against Khorne, and it's like, oh, cool. Yeah.
I don't care about your Bloodbind. I don't care about your on a forum. Well, it is what it is.
Yeah. 3-up High Priest reroll is good enough. The lower range sucks. I wish they just got rid of that for prayers.
Yeah. I think we're the only ones who deal with this stuff too. I don't think anyone else has this.
It's a flavor thing, and it's cool to differentiate knights and lords, but find another
But then
way
I
to
will
differentiate.
it's also like if a lord translocates you, you can move.
Maybe, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be a different angle to take. Okay, Guard of Steel Soul back to his original point cost of 160. He's been buffed
Been
and
back
then
in the
nerfed,
middle.
and now he's right back in the sweet spot. Cool. Gardas is actually looking worse than before. There's things that shut off wards now, which sucks. His main
He can't be shot as well, though.
he can't be shot, which is great. But honestly, I don't know how relevant that is because the turn they spend shooting Gardas is the turn they lose the game. So
I mean, yeah, I still think that we'll get into it more with the tier list, but let's continue.
Night Arcanum at 100 points is good. We finally have a wizard that is as cheap as the Battle Mage, so that if and when the Battle Mage is nerfed, we at least have a cheap wizard we can fall back on. So that's good. Night Arcanum is not a useful unit. It's just the cheapest wizard that we can bring.
Yeah.
So
It could take a lore.
yes.
And the other big thing is, for those of you who watch the show regularly, I was off of Annihilator lists for a while because I thought they just weren't efficient enough. They just don't have the utility slots anymore, too expensive. Those lists dropped by a considerable amount. Annihilators with Grand Hammers went down 20, Imperaton went down 10.
Yep.
Now I would have liked Imperaton to go down 20 maybe. I think that would have been nice.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
another
But
10
I'm
points?
getting that extra 140 or so points that I have to fit in an
Yeah.
Aether Wing and a spell, which is really what I needed.
Oh yeah.
If Admiral can be 140, Imperative can be
But it
140.
feels good. Annihilators 220 feels really nice. Imperator was always the problem, and I think he's also gone down, so it's nice.
We
It's
also
nice.
have that archetype has gained Questors as a very
Yeah.
good option, right? Questors are probably like an A tier unit. It also gained Geminids, which
Mhm.
didn't have enough. Long strikes shooting stuff that can't receive commands is a lot better, right?
Yep.
Like effectively actually getting Ren 2 instead of being Ren 1 all the time. That's gonna feel good. And it's gonna have some tricks. Like you could slot in like Relictor Zephyros with a tome, and you can like translocate forward, cast a pendulum, or cast Geminids that way, and then just teleport back, right? Like there's a lot of stuff opened up for the Grand Hammer archetype, which is really cool.
So yeah, that archetype is very playable. One thing I'm sad about is the Knight Judicator. As mentioned before, it was a sniper unit primarily. I used to use it to snipe out heroes. And it was marketed as that, unfortunately, during the Warhammer community articles and depending on looking at its profile, basically. I think that should have been a 160-point unit after this. Because lookouts are really, really nerfed. That 36-inch range doesn't mean anything if you're spending 180 points to do 6 damage. It's
Yeah.
just not good.
On the
Now-
upside, in like that kind of premium hero slot, I really like the Pocket Rocket, the Lord Selson on Dracoth, getting this 20-point buff. And with the new battle tactic for having a hero charge alongside a unit, if you take like the Luckstone, do that deep strike charge, that's a tactic.
Oh,
and
yeah, it's a tactic. Yep. I like
Pocket
that.
Rocket. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
He's also a sub commander if you're trying to go for Warlord, which is nice.
Hmm.
Hammers that are leaders or like just utility units that are leaders in our army is a very useful thing to consider this season because if we're going to want acolytes, we're going to want maybe wizard finders, but we're going to want Warlord. And acolytes and Warlord means you have 5 heroes, which is tough.
How about the big boys? How about Kharazai Krondys? Because I'll be honest, in Dostra, it's still not enough. Like we still need another like 40 points.
Yeah, we need 40 points off. I think Krondys might be good.
I think Krondys. I'm surprised that he got more changes, and I think it's because more people have played Kharazai.
Krondys gets better. I'll put it that way. Because his biggest problem was Techless. And now with Primal Dice, I think Krondys legitimately gets better. His spell is good, and Hurricane Crossbows being finally lower than Judicator Crossbows. Like we had always said they should be.
Yeah.
I think it's
pretty
niche. It's
I don't think it's Hurricane Crossbows that make Krondys better. I think it's Tempesters. Tempesters being as good as they're going to be is making Krondys look more appealing.
And Geminids. Krondys going Geminids into Blizzard, his whatever, Frozen Blizzard spell.
Yeah, Atavistic Tempest.
Yeah. Or why stop there? He can do Purple Sun and Tempest, and then another hero does Geminids.
I'm saying like 50 points, right? He could do Pendulum or do whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem, like, I played a lot of Krondys lists. James played a lot of Krondys lists on the podcast, and he and I both kind of agree that the problem with that list is it's lacking like one more unit. If it had 100 more points, if it did exactly what it did, but it had 100 more points to bring like one more screen, one more unit that can just sit on an objective, that list was actually looking good. And I think it's going to get there. That's definitely something I'm going to experiment with. Kharazai, on the other hand, I don't know what Karazai is going to do. So I played a lot of Karazai, the Saint Karazai archetype, let's say. Sometimes with Gardas, sometimes with Praetors, and it was a fine list. I don't know what it's going to do with this new season because
I don't think the point
Stuff.
changes on Karazai matter that much. Like 20, like once you get past 400 points, minus 20 doesn't mean anything really. Like if I'm being perfectly honest, if both of these were now 500, I think it'd be fine.
Yeah, 500 definitely, but they just
Like,
didn't.
Like who
They
cares?
didn't go
Like,
that far with any of the buffs, though.
30. Like if Praetors had gone down to 120, which I think Praetors should be, they're not battle line. They're spirit hosts, but slightly better. It should be fine. Like this would have been fine, but it's whatever. Like Karazai is still good in my opinion. I think he's pretty good like right now.
Yeah, I don't know what you pair him with. If you go like with Annihilators even, or if you just go Mass Tempestors. Like I really liked Karazai Tempestors together when I played it.
Yeah, Karazai Tempestors.
Yeah, Karazai Tempestors is my favorite.
Karazai Tempestors, you take a Praetor unit and then you take like your battle line and your support heroes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then like Phoenix is also good in that. I don't know. There's
Sure.
options. Maybe Questors even, honestly. Just being able to teleport themselves. They don't need a Relictor to do that. That's pretty nice. Yeah, we'll see. I will be experimenting with both. Annihilators went down 20 points. Awesome. I honestly would have liked 210 for them, and then other stuff went down a little bit more, but that's fine. That's good. Concussor.
No, I always thought Annihilators felt fine to me. It was always the Imperator that was the problem. I think the Imperator should be a 140 point hero.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
These point changes are more impactful because you bring 2 squads of this, that's 40 points off your list, whereas you cut 30 points off an Imperator. Okay, that's worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Concussors. Okay, Decimators aren't going to see play. It's not worth talking about.
No, let's talk about Vigilors. I think that's the big one because they have gone down 3 times now.
Vigilors.
They were 195 and now they are 150.
Mm-hmm.
I have found myself slotting them in at the very end of lists. Like I'm not starting with Vigilors. I'm not even like at the very end of a list. I'm talking like I have looked at all of the options. I have about 150 points, and I'm like, do I really need like this chariot, right? That's where I'm actually thinking about Vigilors.
Yes, I think Vigilors are in a very weird spot. I don't know if we can spam them. Maybe we can. I'm gonna try a list with 10 just to see if
they do half the damage of Bliss Barbs.
Yeah.
Less.
Yeah, that's
they can't all get all out attack.
Being 5 models is a problem. Where I find Vigilors really interesting is in things like Seraphon or like Allies, where they just need a +1 to hit really badly.
They just stack their all-out attack on each other, right?
Mm-hmm. That's where I see them. Honestly, if they were unconditional battle line, maybe I'd take them. But the fact that they have
unconditional battle line, I'd definitely use them.
My Judicator tax behind them is just awful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sold on Vigilors. I said the value they'd need to be is 140, and I'm going to stick by that. Because their damage output's not good.
I think what would help them is like their niche is just like bad. Like what are they doing? Like they're marker lighting something?
The only niche they have is that they are a screen that costs more than our other screens, but it shoots. That's it. And that's not worth 50 points over Vanquishers.
Maybe if like Vigilors got super cover or something, where like they're like these scouts, so if they're in terrain they can't be seen or some crap like that. Maybe I don't know.
It's also the mechanic of the +1 to hit that we've talked about several times.
Not
you have to wound.
Yeah.
Or you have to cause wounds.
Yeah. Anyway, maybe next season, but I would at least try them in like I'm gonna try them. I know in Seraphon. I might even try them in Daughters of Khaine or. I think 150 points because like Idoneth has a problem with a lot of their +1 to hit buffs from the Achillean King not going on the mounts, and that's a huge issue for them because then they're 3s and 3s normally. If you can get Vigilors to pepper a unit, do some wounds, and have the mounts also hit on 2s, that's great.
Yeah, Seraphon have problems. They have a bunch of stuff that wants to shoot in the shooting phase, and only one unit can get all out attack.
Bastiladons, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I've been trying to solve that problem by bringing a Carnosaur, but he can only issue 2 commands, and it's like, well, he shoots 2, so it's like you're always giving up all that attack on yourself. So it's kind of, yeah. They could see play in Seraphon, they could see play in Idoneth, they could see play in a bunch of Order armies. I just don't think they get there for Stormcast yet, especially because Toralon has been clarified to be a pulse, so that is always an option, right? For 100 points more, you get a 1-spell wizard with a big body and hero
A monster.
flying 14-inch move. Like you get a lot for 100 points there.
Mhm.
Concussors. Is there anything we're talking about with concussors? Do you think they can work? Because now you can double
Like a
reinforce them.
6-man could be okay, but
Storm
like
I think
Coven?
Fulminators is actually not bad because now remember they're 30 points below Fulminators. You're
Yes,
saving
it's
60 points, so 420 points I think gets you 12 attacks at -2 rend 2 damage, and then 24
6
attacks at
mortal wounds.
-2 rend 2 damage, where half of those are capable of doing mortal wounds. I think that's good.
yeah.
The reason I say this is because we cannot reinforce retributors anymore. We cannot reinforce any of our foot paladins except for protectors. And protectors are I think 220. So if you want something faster that does a bit of more wounds that can actually like doesn't have that
Dracolites.
charge manipulation, can sort of fight there, I like it.
Dracolites. The answer is Dracolites,
The
unfortunately.
answer is
Yeah,
yeah.
Dracolites
Dracolites
are
they're the premium, I think. They're 240. 240 is what I call the premium hammer price.
Yeah, but
This is-
concussors you're having to triple reinforce.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the thing.
I don't know, would you not try them at 420? Just a block of 4? A block of 4 was not
No.
bad before because it was 230 or 220, whatever.
No, Morgonk, I would always play Tempestors.
Okay.
Always. Every
That's
situation.
true. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That's
Tempestors. just do it
Concussors don't
better.
compete with other melee, they compete with Tempestors.
Rip.
yeah, sure.
Unfortunate, but true.
It is what it is.
Double reinforce though is interesting.
Yeah, double
Especially
reinforce is
Storm
the only-
Coven to give them strike first. That is an interesting unit. I don't know how good that is.
Probably not that good. We generally don't like.
Might still not be as
having
good as 6
people
Tempestors.
put too many eggs in one basket. It's not about coherency. It's too many points in one part of
Yeah,
the board.
because you have to go like Battle Mage Hish to give them -1 hit, or Gur to actually get them into combat after translocating. You have to go Castellan. You can't go Gardas, right? So you have to bring in Cantor, protect them from spells.
Yeah, but then you're taking 630 points for that. Might as well take Kerzai now.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Kerzai.
Yeah, might as well. But they do a lot more damage. They have a lot more wounds. It's probably still going to stay D tier, but it's interesting to think about. Questers went down 20 after our War Scroll review. It's exactly what I said they should be. Is 230.
Yep.
Perfect. They're a great
Cool.
unit. Solid unit. I hope they design more stuff like Questers because it's interesting enough without being overly complicated.
Yeah, I like them, especially like building Annihilator lists. They can be a 3rd drop flex slot where sometimes they're a 3rd drop where you might even send them in like at the very beginning when you haven't necessarily made an opening for your Annihilators with Grand Hammers. And sometimes they're just on the field as a screen that can then teleport later if they've, warded off in a potential, line of attack.
Oh, I love them. 18 wounds on a 3-up with good attacks. Great unit. Really great unit. This is what Stormcast. It feels like a Stormcast unit too, right? With the counting as extra models, they can actually play objectives.
Yeah.
They're tough.
I
They're
wish they
elite. Love it.
Pippa Rend in some way, like maybe a special weapons kind of Rend. Not obviously not all of them are -2. Maybe might be a bit too much. But
Yeah, they're a good
the
Horfrost
lack of
target.
Rend is the worst part.
They are a good Horfrost target, which is nice. Chariots went down 10. Cool. We've talked to death about chariots and how good they are. Getting cheaper chariots is good.
so-
The workhorse.
Hunters. You guys are really
Good.
hot on them. I'm
think
still
they're good.
skeptical.
I'm hot on them because it makes Astral Templars playable. It means you can run a bunch of Redeemers that you don't need to translocate onto objective. So I think Daniel did the math. I think 9 out of the 12 battle plans. I don't know if it was Daniel or someone else.
No, it was James, but
Oh,
yeah.
Marcus did. 9 out of the 12 battle Marcus. It was Marcus. 9 out of the 12 battle plans, the Vanguard Hunters can get to the objectives on the side with their innate teleport. I really, really value that. I think that's
Yeah, I
great.
value that, and I also in some lists like Hammers lists, and especially Knights Excelsior, like if I'm building an Iolana, I find myself having 2 sets of Vanquishers, and it's like I don't necessarily need to have that
Yeah.
second set be like even if I am taking Warlord and I am taking Call for Aid, I just need 1 Vanquisher unit. The other
Mhm.
unit now becomes Hunters for
Yep.
sure,
That's it. That's
as well as
that's really-
Astral Templars being very good.
I like being able to teleport to an edge, and sometimes it's just bait. Sometimes I'm making my opponents make bad moves.
Yeah. I think I'd rather use a Zephyros.
Sure, nothing
I
wrong
mean,
with that.
they feel a different thing because you need screens, right? Like
Yeah.
we need screens now. Like we unfortunately the amount of units that can threaten an enemy armies has increased compared to before when we could really just tank something on one screen or two screens rather. Now we're really needing 3 screens. When you're building a Stormcast list, you can get greedy with 2 screens, maybe like 2.5, like if you take like a chariot or some unit that can kind of screen in some situations, but you really want 3 screens.
Sure, and that's actually an argument against hunters because they can't be call for aided back. They're not.
Yeah. No, but
yeah,
if you're
but
taking one Vanquisher,
yeah, you take
the
one
other one
Vanquisher
can be
unit. Yeah,
I
that's
don't
all that
think
you
it's Vanguard Hunters because I think Call for Aid is just good if you take
Yeah.
it. But I think if you take a
And
Vank,
sometimes you don't fit it.
yeah,
Because the
if you
thing is,
find
you can't.
two Vanks, just take a Vanguard Hunter.
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
thing about this season too is Call for Aid loses some value because of acolytes. Where
Yeah.
it's not as easy to take Warlord Battalion, and Vanguard Raptors as a one-man unit is definitely still really good for Thunderbolt Volley.
That's an argument for the Zephyros because she can go into Warlord easily.
But again, it's the screen. Like
the
it's a
screen.
different slot. Like
Yeah.
sure, they're the
Yeah,
same
yeah.
points, but it's
Yeah.
a different
You-
role.
It's like I can score points with Vanguard Hunter. Like if there's any position-based points, I can score that with Vanguard Hunters possibly. Zephyros can only do the points; it can't screen. So,
Yeah. Like it has other utility, right? Like you
Yeah.
can give it a tome, you can put it in acolytes, like that's all really nice and good, but it's just a different part of the list building process.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay. I don't think it's as good as you guys are saying, but I guess we'll
I
talk
don't-
about that in the
so-
tier list.
Like we were talking about earlier, like
It's useful,
Zephyros A
for
tier.
sure.
I'm putting these guys as like B.
For me, it sounds like a C, but we're still working on the tier list, so we can keep talking about it. I'm willing to be convinced. Once we got to build more lists, right? Paladors worth using? My gut says no.
Situationally, it's almost there.
I'd play them if I was playing a list that wasn't if it had like a theme of not running any hammer units above 200 points.
Would you ever use them as an ally reinforced? That's interesting, right?
Yeah, I could see it. Maybe not reinforced. I think that's too much space they're
Much.
occupying for not too much defense. They're not like evocators on Dracolines. I think they excel when in their 3-man squad and they're just teleporting and causing havoc.
Mhm.
And they're relatively big bases.
Yeah,
That
you can screen.
you can move around 15 wounds. You can move them around easily. They're fast on their own, but then they teleport as well.
Yeah,
So I
they
think
can also
that-
defeat our combat with the Ride the Winds Etheric, which I really like.
they harass a little bit. They're not the best harass in the game, but it's there. It exists.
Hurricane crossbows are cheaper than Judicators, which is what we suggested.
It's the only way.
Might work on a Krondus list. There's actually, I'd still rather pay the 10 points and get the battle line slot filled, But maybe there's a
They-
chance.
They do a little bit more damage than Judicators, right? Like they do, I think, like 30% more damage than Judicators do.
Depends on the armor save.
Yeah, it does depend on the armor save, but the Hurricane crossbows obviously being 10 points less, it puts them in an interesting slot. It's an end of list kind of thing, not a hey, I'm gonna build a list with Vanguard Raptors with Hurricane crossbows because it's cool.
I'm definitely gonna try them in a Krondus list because the damage output is very high. Even
It
just
does
3 of
scale
them.
better with buffs, right? Like if
Mhm.
you're adding Rend or adding pseudo Rend, with like Geminids and the Krondus debuff, sure, it scales better than Judicators crossbows do.
I like that they also benefit from the same Aether Wings that you'd bring with Long Strikes, and you'd bring both. You wouldn't just bring the one. So I can see it. We'll see. Okay, talked about
Yeah, the
Vigilors.
benefit.
Vortex, no.
Just no.
Dias Arcanum, if you have exactly 20 points left, maybe.
It has to be exactly, because there's really good 30-point endless spells.
Yes. So maybe.
Yeah.
That's a short version. Yeah. Overall,
Yeah.
Stormcast are looking good. Nerfs to the
Yeah.
top armies, buffs to Stormcast. It could it could be enough to push us back to A tier, I think.
Yeah. Tier list soon, though.
Yes.
Tier list soon.
All right, next one.
Sylvaneth. Chronoth Hunters. That's the short version, right?
Yeah. Great swords, man. Great swords. This is it.
It makes their Spite Rider Lances Revenant Sequence really good because they can spread
Yeah.
out, and it makes Kurnoth really good because they can spread out. Hoarfrost is excellent for swords. Any amount of rend you add to them makes that unit excellent. So
Yeah, it's good stuff. Lady of Vines being minus 40 points is
Yeah,
really
really.
cool because I've seen Lady of Vines like sparingly, like people have kind of tried her out, and then taken her out after a couple games. But I've definitely seen her like fit in for a little bit. Now I think she's a great unit to actually put in. You actually have a reason to take her. Even if you fail the 2-up, you're not feeling as bad anymore.
Fighter Lances going down 20 and coherency 6 is pretty good because they don't work in as good as allies because they're not very good on defense, and like they'll just die if they have to stay there. But with striking fading contingent that can be healed by Revenant Seekers.
I actually don't like them as strike and fade units. I like them as helping. So I like them when you have your main, like your great swords, being your strike and fade unit you send in, and they're fast, right? They're a 16-inch move, and they're gonna go to a side point. They're gonna charge. You multi-charge. You're now first striking, so you don't have to worry about taking a bad combat, and they will take that objective on the side.
I like that when they do that mid game because here's the thing,
Oh
right?
yeah, that's when you're gonna use them.
I want Kurnoth in a position where they can protect, like they can fall back to a woods if they have to, or stay in a woods and protect a defensive position by just being on a 2-up save. I really like Spite Riders for that first thing, where I just spread it as far wide as I can. I charge into your multiple screens. I kill them all, and then I strike back. And then after that, I start sending Kurnoths in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can still do that, but what I'm saying is what they're going to do for most of the game is they're going to be an excellent side unit. That strike first doesn't really change anything if you're the only unit you're striking fading.
No, it does matter because sometimes you'll play Fyreslayers and then you'll charge Kurnoth.
Oh, okay, that's but in that situation you have the tool, right? That's what I'm saying. Like they are a multi-use tool.
Yeah.
And I think that their main use is as a side in the situation, right? Because objectives are going to change their like primary and side, especially with the new maps, so everything's spread out. They're going to go for those objectives that don't necessarily have as many units on them, and they're going to be able to go and take them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sylvaneth were a good army, and it looks like these point changes are significant.
Yeah, these are great.
And the coherency rules are very significant in this army. They have a lot of 3-model units.
All nerf for the casting, but
Yeah, this casting nerf is significant.
It's not a nerf. It's more like
it is a nerf because your bonuses to cast aren't helping you now. Like the bonuses to cast you already had, they aren't helping your spells damage. They had bonuses to cast.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is a nerf, strictly speaking. Yeah.
It's fine. I think they'll be fine. I think Primal Dice actually does help them out. They do a lot of corner casting, so.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, they're not as worried about the Primal Dice economy as some other units are.
Yeah. Plus, they have their spell portal still well and alive, the Wildwood or whatever. So it's fine. I think it's fine. I think these are all good cuts. I think it does help them out in a meta where they were struggling a little.
Yeah. Overall, the army is happier.
2-up, I die the army. Like if this White Sworn doesn't go off, okay, have fun.
Yeah, with Primal Dice out of unbinding range, there's almost no chance of failing Spite Swarm Hive now.
Yeah, it's just the 2-up. Yeah,
which is nice.
All right.
Cool. Moving into Chaos, Beasts of Chaos. I don't play against Beasts of
Chaos. I don't understand this. I don't understand why they did these changes so harshly. This is maybe a bit too much.
Okay, well, the rule changes first off. The rule changes are there because technically speaking, these abilities couldn't be used in reserve. So now they can. So Bestial Cunning is the one where you get the 7-inch deployment, which is good. That was stupid that you had to be on the table.
Yeah,
that.
you just do it.
And then the other one is, I believe that's the bonus movement from the Bray Shaman. That can also be, or no, that's the heroic action thing, right? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Add 6-inch to the range of heroic actions, I believe. Yeah, so that can be used in reserve now because you can use heroic actions in reserve. So why wouldn't you be able to do that?
Mike is responsible for this. He asked these questions at the KC Open. It took a while.
Good.
He was right to ask.
Good stuff. Yeah. Instantly, you can easily see Cockatrice needed to go up, even though it wasn't necessarily as crazy as before because you weren't taking multiples. But it's still pretty crazy. Yeah. It's still a good unit.
Dragon Ogre Shagot literally doesn't matter. That unit is bad.
Yeah, that didn't. Gosh, I don't understand.
Just rounding down.
Everything else is a rounding error, so I'm not too worried. It's like whatever. That faction is honestly doing fine.
The Raiders changed though. That's huge.
Oh, that's because people were spamming.
This is like, bam, just shoot them right in the forehead.
People were spamming.
That's horrible.
They were using like 30 of them to like shoot like little heroes off. I mean, now they can't do that, which I guess they can because it's within 12. But
yeah,
I could see that. Like shooting is just like their shooting is like weird. Like off-board shooting that you can't shoot back is really weird.
There's two things I really want to talk about with Beasts of Chaos, and One of them is Zangor Enlightened. Being able to reinforce as a cheap hammer unit is really cool. Because they were squads 3, right?
Yeah, it's decent. Yeah, it's
Oh, yes.
decent.
Not just the disc ones, but just regular ones
Yeah.
on foot. Those are awesome. And also Dragon Ogres. They got a point cut, and they can go up to 6 models now. So
Dragon Ogres
Still
just aren't
not too great. Yeah, it's still not too great.
I think their main shtick was like the Ren buff and the rally was the main thing, because if you could rally 5 wound models back on a 4-up, that was insane. Now they can't just like spread out and do that. So that's the problem.
Yeah. And it's sad that the Shaggoth is 270. It only went down 5. Like, come on. Well, the 5 is literally just the
Dragon
rounding
Ogres are
down
what,
to.
like 170, 160, something insane like that.
Well, they
last-
used to be like 150.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
this is-
that was nuts. But this is
Yeah.
still a little. I mean, I get that there's new allegiance abilities. This might still be a bit over the board. I don't really like these changes for Beast of Chaos. They don't really feel great at all.
I mean, the core of the list did not go up by too much. It went on maybe like 20 points, 30 points. Like they're still gonna gank you with a bunch of Gores and that Bulgor or whatever. Bulgors didn't go up from what I can see.
the
Everything
Bulgors,
else-
Well, Bulgors got hit with the. Didn't they get hit with another nerf?
no. They were
No.
nerfed last time. This time, they actually got buffed
Last time.
cohesion, right? So now
Yeah,
you can spread them out
cohesion,
further
yeah.
and hit more stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's
in a
fair.
long line and charge you like 6 inches away or something. So yeah,
Hmm.
they're fine. Like I think this faction is fine. It's gonna play the same way as it always has. So
Can you use Primal Dice while you're in reserve?
No.
Right?
But
You
you
can't,
can't
can't
cast
cast
spells
or
in
Yeah,
unbind.
you can't do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can
Yeah.
heroic willpower while you're in reserve, right?
Yeah, you can, but it
But
doesn't
then
do
you
anything.
can't. Yeah,
you're
but
not
then
on
you
the
can't.
table.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
on
yeah.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it all hero actions? No, I think it's only their hero actions they can do off.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
you're right.
sorry, it is
Yeah,
their
yeah,
hero
that's why,
actions
yeah.
on their turn. Yes. Yes. They
Wondering
can't do
about
it. Yep.
that. Okay, so they pretty much get no benefit from Primal Dice. Do we think they're
Well,
going to
this,
stay?
this is other than Ungur Raiders, this change is basically a rounding error, so it's fine.
Yeah, this is a lot of rounding error, and then Ungor Raiders getting shot in the back.
And Cockatrice.
And
good.
Cockatrice. Yeah, I mean,
Cockatrice is honestly it's paying for the sins of its allies, like people who can ally. with
yeah,
Yes.
it's ally tax.
So
It's
Beasts,
not even BOC that much.
I don't think Beasts get any stronger than they currently are. They can only go down.
No, this is a net negative.
If I had to guess, in a few months, Beasts of Chaos will be the next, the current version of Idoneth and Nighthaunt. I think Beasts of Chaos might fall that low.
I don't know about that. I think there's it's weird. It's almost like the last Idoneth. It plays like Idoneth Deepkin in a way, where if it gets that double turn, it almost crushes you immediately. Bulgors are really good. Charge mortals,
Yeah,
hit-
Bulgors
you
are
know,
great.
3 mortal wounds on 6s to hit. I think they have a lot of play. They had a lot of play, especially in the KO, like because they could just ambush KO and just absorb all the fire with Gores and just kill you with Bulgors on a double turn. I think that's still how that army does. If they get the double, they win. If they don't, you have some play against them. That's it. That's how it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
The
like I
Beast is
said,
just like a weird army. Yeah.
I don't think they're getting any stronger. I think the best case scenario for them is still B tier.
Yeah, no,
Sure,
this is the net negative.
That's fine.
There's some people who can really make beasts sing, but it's such a techie army.
Yeah, it's I know that I can't remember his name. Vinny from Warfare Games. He's really good with him.
I got to play against him more. We have somebody in our area who just picked it up, so I want to play it. Blades of Khorne. It's weird to see green on here. You'd think Blades of Khorne would just
Yeah.
have red because they are a Khorne army, so it should just be red.
I'm not
I don't
too
get it
mad
at
at
all.
that because when you look at all these changes, it's really just hitting the most disgusting of things.
It reminds me of when Stormcast were getting buffed, even when we were a good army, and people were like, "Why are they buffing Stormcast? It's a strong army." It's like, well, they're targeted buffs to units that aren't very good, right? But anyway, no, let's talk about coherency first in this army because they got some stuff.
Cool,
It's
cool.
3 models:
Huge
Blood Crushers, Skull Crushers.
skull crushers. Yep.
That's going to be great. Both of those units being reinforceable is going to be great.
Thanks, I hate it.
Yep. Skull Crushers could probably go up 10 points, and they did. So, okay, great.
Yeah, that coherency change makes them nigh on one of the best screens in the game.
Yeah.
Even a good hammer, like their main problem was you could not run that unit reinforced as a hammer unit because it did not half of it did not fight. If all and because remember they have charge mortals per model. Now every model gets to charge.
They're not
You
good
still have
damage.
to position that. They're still pretty awkward.
Nothing in Khorne really is good damage. That's kind of the whole thing with the army, right? It's like
Hey,
it's
with
movement.
killer-
It's about
Okay.
pick.
They have a spell to buff the rend. Sorry, prayer. Problem was you could never get more than 3 skull crushers into combat. So you
I don't
could
know.
only get in 3s.
You're gonna do that sometimes, but you're still gonna buff your main hammer before you're buffing Skull Crushers.
They might be your main hammer.
Yeah, they could be. That's what I'm saying.
Nothing in Khorne does good damage.
Yeah, it's like Scarbrand comes the closest.
Flames
and
works
then-
on the mounts too, right? On Holy Flames? Red Prayer?
Yeah.
I think so.
What about it?
I don't know. The Skull Crusher thing is going to be about screening. That's
It's
what
an
it comes out
anvil.
to. Area
It's-
denial and screening.
It's an anvil, it's not a hammer, but there's nothing in Khorne that does crazy high damage.
Skull Reapers sort of do, but it's fine.
It's still more about setting up the right combat, getting the right charges,
Sure.
murder lusting properly. That's what the army's still about. The Blood Tithe change is huge because being able to only murder lust one unit up in round 1, basically, and then maybe 1 or 2 units up, you're just like, the more you murder lust, the more it just drains your bank, and you're not just going to be flooded with Blood Tithe anymore.
Yeah.
You have to be a lot more careful about what you do with it. So
Yeah.
that's a great change. And I'm glad they kept you can still move into 3 inches because that's so unique. You know, it seemed wrong when you first see it and you first play with it, but the more you play with it, it's kind of like Iron Jaws with their triple move with the.
Give us translocation, move. That's it.
Yeah.
If Khorne can move into combat, I want to be able to move with my paladins. I'm sorry.
Assistant ref says Bloodletters do good damage. Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They do.
Bloodletters are. Yeah.
They're one of the few units that do actual meaningful damage, but even then, it's not as much as you think. It's like they're accurate with their hit 6 mortals, hit 5 mortals and Bloodlords, but it's still 20 damage per squad for almost 200 points. Like, it's not efficient. Source Warriors do the same damage out. Source Warriors do more because they have jaw attacks afterwards. So, like, Source Warriors don't do a lot. Neither do Bloodletters. Like, you're not going to cut down 60 zombies with Bloodletters.
The good changes here are Garrick's Reavers and Magor's Fiends. 2 sources of really cheap Blood Tithe.
Yep. Combine that with the Murder Lust change, and their Blood Tithe is not as efficient as it was before.
Yep. What I don't get at all is why the Insensate Rage went down.
Yeah, they really want that triple Bloodthirster to be good, right? Like, they had the Battalion for it in 2nd edition. They want that to be a thing people do. But
The thing is, you don't even run Wrath of Khorne. The list that I saw was seen play. 2 Insensate Rages, 1 Scarbrand, 1 Be'lakor, 2 priests, I think, foot priests, or like 1 for 2 foot priests, and then just like minimum battle line, Fleshhounds and Reavers. And you just punted out an Insensate Rage or Scarbrand every turn. Just insane amounts of damage. It's really good. And it's like, I don't know if that needed to go down by 20. I know the Wrath of Khorne did, because it's built in this one very specific list. I don't know if the Insensate Rage need to go down.
We'll see. We will see. The Lookout Search change actually really does impact Khorne a lot.
Yeah.
Partly because their heroes can't be shot anymore, and that's usually how you killed Khorne, was by killing their heroes. Once all the prayers are gone, this army the low damage really starts to matter when they don't have any movement tricks.
Compare the Separator to like the Battlesmith. Like, what is going on there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then Skull Cannons also can't shoot heroes, and that was one of the things that was going to be very good in this season, was Reapers of Vengeance and Skull Cannons. So that's gone. Skull Cannons are now like shooting
not
screens and stuff. It's still very
necessarily.
useful.
Because they're wanting to charge anyway. Like, they're still going to be able to shoot those heroes.
Cannons have 18-inch range. I think. Okay, they're a little worse. But I think you can still use them to shoot heroes.
No, I think you still can. Yeah, you still can use them to shoot heroes, because you're going to do what you were always going to do, which was charge them in.
Round 1, you're just
They're
shooting
just
screens with them, which is useful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's still fine.
If they could shoot heroes at 18, it just meant that whatever moved towards them, they would most likely still have a ward up. Now it means that if something moves 5 inches, it means they're gonna cancel out that thing's ward. That's it. That's the only key difference.
Skull Cannons are still undercosted, I think. 140 is crazy for them.
Yeah, 140 is they're salamanders. Yeah.
Oh, you're fine.
Better salamanders. They do 4d3. Salamanders do d6.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is and worse accuracy too. Ugh. It's gross.
It's okay. Like, I'm waiting to see how this plans out. Nobody has any skull cannons, so that's the good news. I think the other, it's the one other unit that's been completely sold out for a while.
Yeah,
so yeah.
them and Fangs. Korgorath's still useless. Not worth it.
Nope.
Skullmaster.
Skulltaker,
I really like them.
Skulltaker has At 140 he was too much. At 120 I could see him slotted in. He's like that
Nah.
bloodletting. That's like a killer, whatever.
Nah.
The hero killer.
Skull Master though, is that the one on the Juggernaut?
No. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was already cheap at 130. I remember that was one of the reasons we even like didn't just dismiss him. 130. Now he's even cheaper, which is crazy. Yeah. Hey, Kazroll, how you doing?
Bleeding Icon plus 10 makes sense. It's just Horrorghast.
It was just so good.
Yeah, it's a better Horrorghast because it can't be denied. So
I'm surprised Fleshhounds didn't take a hit. I really am.
I think they figured that if they nerf Murderlust, they're not as bad, because the thing with Fleshhounds you could do is turn them sideways and Murderlust things into combat on their turn. So you could have 2 Fleshhounds just pinning people. Now you can only have to do that with 1, and it's just like a waste of your resources, really. So
yeah,
maybe.
Skull Taker or Assistant Ref makes a good point. Skull Taker theoretically good value at 120, but priest keyword in Khorne is just good.
Well, you could make him your general, and then he unlocks Blood Crusher battle line, and then make him a firebrand. So it's not like you lose a priest, right? You're just switching who has the firebrand. Possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
Change there.
Blood All right, Paul.
All right.
You gotta love the Bloodthirster changes, though.
I don't. I think they're undercosted. Greater Demon shouldn't be 300 points. Like Great Unclean one is too much. Keeper of Sequence is 400. Lord of Change is like 380 now. This Greater Demons just should be more impactful and more expensive. So
like what they did here
has like spike potential, like the Insensate Rage shouldn't have gone down. Like I understand why maybe it went down, but that thing just has like spike potential out the butt. Like sometimes it'll just like, 12 mortal wounds across your whole army. If
Fury Thirster probably should have gone up, right?
Probably 10 points, maybe.
Yeah. Unfettered could have gone up.
What do we think is going to happen with Khorne? Are they gonna? They can't get any better. They were one of the best armies in the game. So, but how much worse are they going to get?
I think get better.
I think
is
stronger
on average.
Yeah, I think they're good. I think they have a magic avoidance built in. They can now, instead of murder lusting and being extremely greedy turn 1, they can save up their blood type for that auto unbind, or they can, now that vassal casting has been nerfed, they can save it up for the hatred of sorcery buff to like a 4-up instead of a whatever, which then further cycles them on. They're not going to use primal cast, so they're going to save it all for unbinds. There's a lot of stuff in that book, which is if you unbind this or unbind that, you take D6 mortal wounds and crap like that.
Stone of Dormants is just a strict
buff to them. They can put the bleeding skulls in front of you, so if you cast on an unmodified 8, congratulations, you have to end up using a primal dice, or you're screwed.
And their heroes can't be shot, which is actually really core to the
game. Heroes can't be shot.
Well, if you use a primal dice, it still doesn't matter. You're still an odd modified 8.
Oh, really?
You got to reroll.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so like that just ends up screwing you over. So yeah, like all good things. Like Khorne is going to be a good army. Murderlust didn't really get nerfed. It just became balanced in a way.
Do you think Khorne is going to stay S tier?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a net positive, but it's not a huge positive. I think
it's a net positive. Nerf? Slaanesh is going to be a problem for them because there's a lot of shooting. But KO got nerfed. That's good for them. What's the other top dogs?
OBR
got nerfed. That's good for them. I like their chances.
Yeah, I like Khorne's odds. Khorne's looking good.
Let's see. I feel like, could be.
The triple Bloodthirster list is feeling just fine too.
Nothing in here that's like a dedicated hammer went up. Skull Reapers didn't go up. Wrath, the 3d6 charge thruster didn't go up.
Yeah,
a lot of priest is still the same, right?
The lists have lost about 60 points from Garrix, Magors, and one of the priests, right?
Yeah, you just drop like Garrix or something.
You just drop a unit.
You just drop Garrix, or if you're running 2 invocations like Rathax and Bleeding Icon, you drop the Rathax. You're good.
Dropping Garrix is pretty big though. That army.
Yeah, Garrix is really nice, but
Dino lost 50 points, so it's whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, maybe not enough. They did say in the meta watch they are watching Khorne to see how it does.
Yes.
So it's on the radar.
Khorne is definitely, like, if they nerf the top dogs, Khorne is definitely up there.
Okay. Hopefully, if it's too strong, we don't have to wait long for nerfs.
All
right, Tzeentch.
That's true. Oh, I was just gonna mention, Khorne does have a trouble getting turn 1 tactic, actually, with a lot of these battle plans.
Yeah, they're not a mobile army. Once they get stuck in, that's where they fight to the death.
They need needs to be mobile.
So
basically,
if they have trouble with tactics and they have trouble with movement towards objectives, and we're talking about how important it is to be all over the map now, it might be tougher for them.
Yeah. Yeah, they lack a teleport.
Yeah.
I actually quite like Valkia. We need to stop thinking of her as like a deep striker. Think of her as like a 24-inch moving missile with a 5 award that can take down a Glacian hero.
Not anymore.
Hmm.
Can't shoot.
No, it's not a shooting unit. Melee. It's a
Oh.
fly.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Might be useful, yeah. Okay, looking at Tzeentch. Unit coherency.
It's flamer time.
It's flamer time. Yeah.
That's what happened. It's flamer time.
And James is going to be stoked. Jade Obelisk went down. He actually had...
Who had their flamers nerfed are going to sell them to AOS players.
Flamers, yeah. There's coherency changes. That affects the Zangors. Doesn't really affect much else. Might see play. Lookout Sir is big for Tzeentch because they live and die by their heroes. If you just can't shoot their heroes, oh boy, watch out for that. That's gonna be tough, right?
It's good.
Kronspine still exists. In fact, you can rupture your own Kronspine now. You don't have to do the Magister combo weirdness. There's more opportunity to do that. Mastery of Magic's not a modifier, so cool. You can use it with Primal Dice. So their casting is as reliable as it was before, let's say, even if other armies have the curve flattened out, Tzeentch is still really, really good at casting. Destiny Dice can't use Primal Dice, which is something. But, yeah, I don't think it's going to affect them very much. They're still going to cast spells. They're still going to do a lot of damage with spells. The point changes are leaning... I think they're just going to open up Flamers as an option, especially like teleporting Flamers with the new Warband. That looks pretty sick. I don't know what else there is to say about Tzeentch. It's going to do something besides just kill you with spells in Kronspine. There's going to be some flamers in there, so that's interesting. I hate Tzeentch.
Other than that, I love that Horrors just took another nerf. Just because, just 10 points.
Yeah, why?
Look it on there.
Why?
Just because, just because.
It's like a Hex Wraith nerf from
such
last
a random, yeah. But yeah, it's flamer time. That's the big takeaway from here. Lord of Change -20 is just a nice little bonus, and Changeling becomes more interesting.
Yeah. The Flamer stuff, do you think the Flamer stuff works with the Kronspine? Or is it like, this is two different concepts you have to go with? Or like, you take off, like, what would you take out of the Kronspine list to put Flamers in?
I'm not sure. I think, like, a Flamer's... Well, Flamer's getting cheaper. I think that's why Horrors had to take a bigger nerf, because Horrors now just kind of waste a lot of time. I don't know. Think about Kronspine, like, sure, it's going to be kind of everywhere a little bit, but for some armies, it's just that debuff hammer really fucks up Kronspine pretty badly.
Well, if you're using it primarily as an anvil.
Yeah, I mean...
And now you get... Now
now
when you dispel the Maelstrom that is going to feed the Kronspine, you're also doing D3 mortal wounds. So, instead of having to dispel your spell portal, you just dispel the Maelstrom. And now Tzeentch has a teleport spell, which is the most terrifying thing. Yeah, Tzeentch is going to be scary.
Teleport explode you with, what's it called? Merciless Blizzard. That'll be funny.
Yeah. That's not going to be fun. This is what people complain about when they complain about Magic Dome, right? It was Croak and this. And Croak got nerfed. This hasn't been. Not looking forward to it.
Yeah. Actually, Tzeentch is like one of these armies that's like, not only do they have like a really strong core game, their battle tactics are also stupid, as is their grand strategy.
Yeah, their grand strat and battle tactics are really rough to play around.
Some people watching who were talking about how Daughters of Khaine has easy battle tactics, and that sort of makes up for what their weaknesses are. Tzeentch is like, oh, I'm strong, and my battle tactics are just stupid easy, like almost auto do's. It's like, summon Lord of Change, have a 9 on your Destiny dice that your opponent can't interact with. Just, it's really bad. This army needs, like, this is the one that they should be monitoring this season.
I hope so.
Yeah, them and Khorne definitely need to keep an eye on.
They did say that they're worried about, like, I don't know where I heard this. Maybe it wasn't the Meta Watch. But the stuff that does unbind, like the hyper anti wizard like Khorne, and hyper wizard like Tzeentch, those are kind of going to be the outliers. Everything in the middle, I think, is going to be fine this season. But these two, we got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Andrew brings up the primal dice scoring with Tzeentch a bit. I mean, yeah, but
it makes it easier to unbind some stuff.
It just means they're not gonna change. If they ever score a 6 on one of their Kairos, like they're not gonna change both dice to 6. They're only gonna do it on 5s and 4s.
They might pivot away from trying to kill you purely with spells, and they might like put flamers in.
yeah,
Right,
the
so-
flamer damage is gonna matter.
Flamers
And here's the thing:
and-
like they weren't always using the Destiny dice to cast. That's not really the main thing they were doing.
No,
Yeah.
Flamers and Crossbind, that's what they do. Right?
They will do for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like now they don't even need to like have that trick where they, Fate Master miscasts a spell and then kills itself. They just rupture the cross.
They just rupture it, and you can guarantee the rupture with fate dice almost certainly from
Yep.
out of unbinding range.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk Hedonites. They shifted a lot of internal balance around, a lot towards the melee side of the book. Exalted Chariots, for example, 160 points. Oh my god. Oh my god. But does
In
any of it?
They did not shift it away from the shooting.
Yeah.
as
Does
an
any of it matter if you
No.
can still bring 60 bliss barbs?
It makes the melee more viable. It means people who have melee will play melee, but it does not change anything for the shooting. They lost 1 unit of Bliss Barb Archers. That list exact functions just the way that it did. It lost 20 shots. Instead of 140, they're going to hit you with 120. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing else really changed. Rule changes, coherency doesn't really affect them. I guess Slangors were 3 models. Slangors suck. It's not going to matter.
Slangors matter, yeah.
That's it. Lookout Sir. Not being able to shoot small heroes is actually a big deal for this army because they really like shooting small heroes, like with 10 bliss barbs or like 11, and then like forcing depravity onto you because they do like 4 wounds, and then they'd force D3 mortal wounds to kill it. So that's how they would farm depravity a lot. That was a good tactic for them. Now instead they'll just bring the reinforced units and kill everything. They're not going to bother playing tactically. They will just murder you with bows. And that's weird that Slaanesh is now the premier shooting damage army, right? They just do the most damage at shooting. It's weird.
I think they were too light on the Bliss Barbs. I think they should have been plus 20. And that way, when you look at things like the Twin Souls and the Painbringers, they could have reduced points on those.
Yeah, because even like 40 Bliss Barbs mixed in with melee is really good.
Mm-hmm.
What should have happened is Bliss Barbs should lose battle line. That would fix so much of this. First
Bliss
off,
Barbs should lose battle line?
yes.
Yeah.
First off, no more double reinforce, and your list would immediately require more battle line points spent, right? So I think that's the right move here, is to just cut the battle line off them.
Make them 170. Just make them the same as Reavers, for God's sakes. Like, this wasn't hard. Reavers at Flood Tide is one of the best shooting units in the game.
Yeah.
This is a always-on Flood Tide Reaver. That also, by the way, if you're taking 3 units, they all get all-out attack.
They all get all attack. They all get unleash hell. They all rally.
Yeah.
They do
it's
all
like,
the things.
what are you doing? Just make them the same as Reavers, reduce the points on Twin Souls and Painbringers by 10, 15. Let's go that way. I don't know why they didn't.
My secret copium here is that the Geminid changes, and Slaanesh is traditionally not a very good army against magic. Geminids being accessible really messes them up.
Primal dice does help that though.
Sure, but you can, like, if you get 2 6s and guarantee it, if you have multiple ways of shutting off commands, it really hurts. Like, against Teclis, it was a dead army, because Teclis would just Howling Gale them, and it's like, cool. Because only your general can issue those commands, so you just Howling Gale the general.
Yeah.
Seraphon just stomped all over Slaanesh, and will continue to do so.
I think we also have some good play, because we are a
Stormcast,
multi-
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. All you need to do is shut off Unleash and Stormcast win. They're just so fragile. Like 2 Dracolines can kill a whole 20 Bliss Barbs. It's crazy.
The problem isn't just also density of shots, it's the goddamn Slick Blade Seekers, the ones that increase rend. Because then
Bliss
those
Barb.
Yeah, the Bliss Barb Seekers. Yeah.
120 shots coming in at -2 rend is a lot different than -1 rend. Like, Idoneth Reavers are balanced because of the -1 rend, because they can't chew past like a safe stack Vanguard or something. These can.
I love
Yeah.
that Sick Blade Seekers got a nerf, and I think it's just because of like coherency.
Yeah, how did Blizzbarb Seekers only take 10 points? That should be 220. Like,
And then Slick Blades
it's,
are 210.
it's a run and charge unit. It's a wide ass screen. It can reduce your save rolls. Like, what is going on here? Like,
Let's take a look at some of the other changes. It seems like all the chariot stuff went down, right?
Yeah.
Some of it's rounding. Demonets going down 5 is a big deal because Demonets are phenomenal.
like witch elves, like better
They
witch
are.
elves.
They're witch elves
Yeah.
in a better army.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we were looking at all the chariot stuff when we did our review, and we found it expensive. We didn't think it was so expensive that people would ignore it and just spam Blizzbarbs. But it's honestly not bad. Like, especially Exalted Chariots at 160 in Invaders is a really powerful melee hammer unit, the likes of which this army doesn't have otherwise. Reinforced or even double reinforced. I think double reinforced is fine now that they're so cheap. Good lord. So you could bring Bladebringer, Herald on Exalted Chariot. You could bring either 2x2 chariots or a big squad of 3, buff them up to the gills, and just murder things. And that's so much depravity too. Like, you're going to kill everything and generate a ton of depravity. But why do any of that when you can just have Blizzbarbs?
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, I like it.
But go for it. That's all I have to say. Yeah,
What was it?
that's it.
Yeah.
They either need to change the battle line status or make them 170 or 180.
I think it's battle line in this case. I thought the same thing for Stormdrakes. I didn't think Stormdrakes needed to, like, the all Drake list just needed to lose the battle line or something.
I don't know. Make them like this is such a silly thing to ask for, but you know that stupid little pot grot that makes them +1 to wound? That needs to go.
Just give
Like-
them -1 to wound.
Yeah, if their balancing factor is gonna be their 3s and 4s, but mass fire, that's fine. I don't know why that stupid little one model that literally doesn't. It's like, unless you are one of the 2 armies that has model sniping, you can't remove. So, like, what's the point of that thing?
Yeah, it's there so that they can't benefit from other bonuses to wound. So they can never be. They wanted them to shoot at 3s. They don't want them to shoot at 2s, so they make them 4s. They
I
give them
would
+1.
I would rather have them be like, yeah, you have to cast a spell from the epitome to give them +1 to wound. Because what that means is if I have -1 to wound, that actually matters than that.
No. What I'm saying is, it's good for
Why-
them. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm fine with them wounding on 4s normally and needing the +1. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Or Lord of Pain, even, right? He can do it. Shard Speaker went up. Probably didn't need to. Celeste went down. Celeste was interesting, right? Maybe
Yeah,
people
Celeste is
explore that.
interesting.
Sinessa -30. It's huge.
Everything that
That's
went down, let's just say this, everything that went down requires thinking. Blizzbarbs don't.
Yeah.
You need to figure out. You need to think when you're running Celestia. You don't need
Even-
to think when.
Even Secret Chariots, I remember we looked at them and we're like, wow, these are so cheap for what they do. And 100 points now. Like, would you rather have a Secret Chariot or would you rather have 5 Vanquishers? Oh, baby. Yeah. Okay, moving on, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
What to
nothing
say?
changed. Nothing changed in this army. This is the
Pretty
same.
much.
It's the same.
Skaven. Does unit coherency affect them at all?
Buffs
Storm Fiends,
across the
maybe?
board. Oh,
Storm
yeah.
Fiends-
No, the
This
not
gave them.
Storm Fiends.
So, in a ways, what happened was Dreaded Death Frenzy and Death Frenzy stacking got nerfed.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, got nerfed.
Yes, Lauchon's no longer
Yeah.
in play.
Yep. And realistically, and I talked to Carl about this, these changes mean Skaven gains about 120 to 150 points, about the same as us, which means they get an extra screen, extra Jezzail, something like that. But their shooting got a lot worse because Jezzails can no longer just snipe enemy heroes.
Yeah, they were really good at
Oh,
sniping
yeah.
heroes and then trying to overwhelm you with their terrible, terrible clan rats that were, or other units that were fighting on death. Right, that was their goal, was
Yep.
debuff you by killing your heroes and then attrition fight you to the death on
Mhm.
death. Both of those are weaker or just not
Their
even available.
spellcasting is stronger with warp tokens and like primal dice. I
Yeah, their
think.
spellcasting is still going to be very good. Skitter Leap, Merciless Blizzard is also kind of funny.
Yeah,
That is
that's
a
in
very-
play
Yep.
because you can
That could
buff
be neat. Rat Ogres benefit from the unit coherency, which is cool.
and Hoarfrost.
Yes, Rat Ogres are a good unit, by the way. They
Yeah,
have the
Rat
grapple
Ogres are pretty neat.
charge. I think they're pretty good. So yes.
I like that Doom Wheels went down 20 points. That's pretty hype, actually. Doom
was
Wheels
it?
going down 20 points matters.
Who's running them? Who's running? You were talking. One of your friends.
Oh man, what is his actual name? I know his like name in coach's Discord is like Mecha Lord, like Mecha Rat
Oh
something
yeah.
Lord.
He was
Dude.
running Doom Wheels and just running.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're watching, I apologize for not covering your list that well during the battle scroll, during the realm report. My bad, dude.
Rumor
But
engine.
this looks pretty good for you, huh?
Bar through the arm. I think that might be a new help at Abomination. So they have that going for them.
Okay.
And we're pretty certain 4th edition is Skaven versus Storm.
Yeah, it's looking very close to that. But yeah, I think overall Skaven are feeling like pretty good, despite the Death Frenzy nerfs.
Do you
It's
think
fine.
it's
Well,
it's gonna be enough to
maybe.
push them out of B tier? I feel like they're gonna sit as a B tier army for a while.
It's like a toolbox army, and like most
It's a
toolbox
toolbox,
armies,
yeah.
there's players who know how to utilize it and players who don't, and it comes down to player skill, I think.
It's very much like Cities of Sigmar at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Slaves to Darkness, the most point changes.
Stronger.
Jesus.
But it's because it's all these trash units.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of random units.
It's all garbage. Nobody's using any of this garbage. And
Yeah,
what's
no,
gonna
no.
Oh, Dark Oath Chieftain.
some of it? Okay,
But-
Untamed Beast is nice. Most slaves lists could gain like 50 to 60 points, which is cool, right? Demon
Be'lakor
Prince
went
Be'lakor went down. Demon
Yeah,
Prince went
Be'lakor
down.
down 15.
Chaos Chariots are
Demon
now at a
Prince.
point where you can spam them, and that's fun.
Theridens went down.
Yeah, they're gonna have more stuff. That's what Slaves to Darkness is gonna have. They're reaching Beasts of Chaos 2nd edition level of point
Okay.
changes here. So tactically, they're gonna do exactly the same thing. They're just gonna have more garbage to throw at you before the Chosen hits you. Splintered Fang is still a thing. Have at it. Get all that you can. You could have been abusing them all year long at this point.
Yep.
No, we haven't
Yeah.
skipped over Maggotkin yet. They're coming up.
Yep. I'm excited about Gorby's Chariots becoming good. I mean, becoming spammable. That's gonna be.
Yeah.
Sure, we put
Eternus going down 30 points. I don't know.
Actually,
if this is
Chaos Chariots are actually pretty good. They can run in charge once per game, and you just spam some mortal wounds out. It's pretty good. Sorry,
80 points. Yeah, that's pretty
that's
crazy.
very low price.
Hmm.
Eternus going down is great. I wish Vandus would have followed suit, but 180 is he might be playable now.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. 30 points is quite a lot for him.
180, like 210 was like he's directly competing with like
he's-
Chosen Warriors and Knights. And now he's not, so it's good.
And the spells all went down a lot.
Demon Prince is a very important tool in
Yes,
Splinter Cell lists because you don't want them battle shocked.
yes. They're all good changes. Honestly, these are all units that needed to be reduced. Maybe not Untamed Beast, but probably Untamed Beast. They felt like an 80-point unit.
Mhm.
Eightfold Doom Sigil sucks. Exactly as I predicted. It's so bad and so hard to use, and Carl tried so hard to convince me otherwise, but Paul was right.
Hey, his triple Vortex Beast list got better though. That's 75 points that he didn't have before.
Yeah. Chaos Chariot spam or Gorby spam. I think those might be real. We might see them.
Yikes.
Yeah. That's a scary thought. Okay. Slaves, they're going to do exactly what they did before, but with 6 Vanguard. Nothing in these
Yep.
point changes is relevant to the 6 Vanguard thing. That's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, get ready for that. Maggotkin, here we go. This is an army that really needed a lot of help. They fell very far in this season because they were borderline A tier at the start, and they just kept falling and falling and falling with all the power.
I don't think they needed nerfs, man. These nerfs are unwarranted. Like, sure, like the list pretty much started with Blob and Rotmire Creed. Like, you'd pretty much start with those 2 units, but I don't think this was necessary.
Pretty much everything else you're going to add in the list is going to compensate for those nerfs.
It is
Yeah,
gonna
well,
compensate. It's just kind of rude.
Think of the Wild Piper who can't be targeted now.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky.
So the list is going to be Plague Bearers, a bunch of Beasts of Nurgle, maybe like the Glotkin, because 600, yeah, he's playable.
I don't think so. I don't think he's worth 600. He's like a
don't
Karazai.
know.
He should be 500.
As long as Nurgle is married to that 5-up ward as their main allegiance ability, something that can be negated entirely by like so many armies now, they're gonna have problems. Like that's just how it is.
Especially with Geminids shutting off commands, because they also relied on all-out defense. Stacking effective health is how Nurgle played.
Yeah, and it's the fact that Blight Kings didn't go down, Blight Lords went down 10. Sure, who cares? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
but I think they can make
I
like a
think they could have given
Plague
Blight
Bear,
Kings.
Rockmart Creed, and Beast of Nurgle list work for them. I think.
What do you think about Rodigus going down 40? That's a big drop.
I actually
Agreed.
don't know what he does. I've never fought him.
Okay.
Doesn't he know the lore? No,
It's been too long since I've seen him. I was hoping.
I don't really remember what Rodigus does. Yeah.
Okay. That's a shame.
Yeah.
He's a 2-cast 2 unbind. Reroll casting rolls when it casts Deluge of Nurgle, which is 5 up D3 mortal wounds for each model. 7 dice. Monstrous Rampage equal to the okay, so his stomp does 4 mortal wounds. And he's not a great fighter. He's like 5 attacks, -1 rend, 3 damage. D3 attacks, 3s and 2s, 2 damage. Yeah, he's not good.
Yeah. I'm sad that Blight Lords or Blight Kings didn't go down at all. I think
Yeah,
Blight
they
Kings
lost.
could go
They
down.
lost
in this meta.
veterans. That's brutal.
Yeah, they lost veterans, so like let them be better. They're able to lose their reward. I don't know. I
Well,
think
maybe.
Blight Kings needs to go down.
Good. 120 can't be shot, no pylons against demons, so Beast of Nurgle and like Plague Bears, you can't pilot against them. That's amazing.
We'll see. I don't think it's enough.
But then you're playing demons.
I mean, I think that's what you play. I think you play demons and
I think
Pusquas.
demons is good enough.
I think you're gonna have to lean into them for the no pylon. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Now I don't know.
Like after the Soulblight nerf, I think like if Soulblight can't pile in into like Nurgle demons, I think that's pretty good actually.
It is good, but
But this army just suffers from the fact that there's too much shit that is just canceling out wards. Like Legion of Blood gets in, it's like, oh cool, all your wards are off now. You know, Ossiarch Bonereapers deploy a Bone Tie Shrieker, and it's like, have fun.
I guess you could go Wizard Finders to help with that matchup.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you could.
Mhm.
6 Ryan
drones.
must
6 drones. Yeah, actually, that actually makes sense.
It's like a wall of meat moving towards you. It's pretty good.
Do you ever go triple reinforced Blight Lords?
No, I think it's too unwieldy. It's too slow.
Doesn't do that much damage either.
Yeah, it doesn't do that much damage. I don't think you ever do more than 10 Blight Lords. If you do Blight Lords at all, which I don't think you should, in my opinion.
Look,
They're
man,
too
sometimes,
expensive. 250,
sometimes you get
250
on
is
no
like
risk or reward.
No reward
just
without risk.
Yeah, just run like Plague Bearers, Beasts, and like Puscoils. I think that's good enough.
It's not going to be
Interesting.
fun to play against.
No, not at all.
And it's like a just a
Now-
worse version of Soulblight.
I guess you could make Harbinger of Decay work for you now that he's a priest and he could like put curse on something because he's faster than like a Skaven hero and he can't be sniped that easily like a Skaven hero can.
Oh no, Skaven heroes can't be sniped. He can. He's
Yeah,
mounted.
it can't be either. But yeah, it's still.
You know, with the 5 award, he's much more hardy, is what I'm saying.
Even magic sniping isn't as easy against him.
Fair.
Yeah. So I would probably try that. Curse with a lot of attacks with Putrid Blight Kings could actually work. So yeah.
I don't think Nurgle gets up to 8 tier. I think they cap
No,
out
I think
at
no,
B
they
tier.
don't.
they jump up from like D to C or B, but that's it.
They're in C now. That's where we left them.
Yeah,
But
they're
they
in C
might
right
go.
now.
They could be low B.
I think they'll probably
But-
still be C.
It'll depend on how popular Death is. If Soulblight and OBR are still dominating, then no way.
If they didn't nerf Rotmire Creed, they might go to B. I'd say there's a good chance, but they did, and that was like
Yeah,
Not
dude,
needed.
Rotmire Creed did not need a nerf there. That was kind of rude. 20 points too, like because you were taking a couple of them.
Yep.
That's like 60 points right there. You were going up.
Yeah. So I think they might stay a C tier army. I don't think this is enough to overcome the mechanical power creep that we've seen,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
keep on moving.
Okay, coming up to the end. We can do a
This one's
quick tier
easy.
list. Yeah,
This one's really easy.
this one's easy. None of it matters because Flesh Eater Courts are getting a new book in a few months. There's brand new War
Yeah,
Scrolls
you've got
for
new
Flyers
War
for
Scrolls.
schools. Who knows?
No
Who
one's playing
knows?
Terrorgeist. No one's playing Zombie Dragon alone.
Nope.
I mean, people are playing Terrorgeist because fun meme, but
Yeah, I don't think any of
Yeah.
these changes mean anything for us that we could predict.
sounds good.
Curse and could actually work are words that have been spoken many times and yet never been true.
Only for skinks.
Yes, because the engine was a priest. The engine, by the way, didn't get any point changes. Still really bad.
Yeah.
Like they just gave up on the engine. Morgana, do you have anything to say about Flesh Eaters?
No, like their new scrolls essentially give them a new way to play. Instead of just dumping, a bunch of rerolling attacks into you, they have a lot of movement now from their heroes
Yeah.
and their units. And they're going to be disgusting. If they get their Unholy Hunger and all that spells off, you're going to get like 7 attacks from per model. New Coherency really helps them out because they're three model units,
Yeah.
most of them. You're going to get like 40 attacks,
If
just
they
like
get
negative
Horfrost off, that's gonna be spooky as hell.
Yeah, just
Icing
get
on the
ready
cake,
for Feeding Frenzy.
if they even
Gonna,
take it.
yeah. And
Yep.
now, like, they had a huge problem with hero auras, but now their Clip Frayers are basically just like 40k transports for their heroes, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
I can see them getting better than they currently are this season.
They're already really good.
Yeah.
Mhm. They're
Easy.
like at least a B tier, and I think they could climb up to A.
I think they're A tier right now.
I don't think they're climbing up to S. I don't think they'll go that far. So,
Yeah.
all right, Nighthaunt, another underdog C tier army that really needed a lot of point changes. Are these point
You
changes
had
enough?
statistics. I don't know, man.
No. I mean, yes and no. So, yeah, no, because 2 of their main hammer units, Dreadside Harridans, Bladegeist Revenants, got nuked because they don't have
Yeah.
2-inch reach. So this leaves
Grimghast.
Reapers, which hit on 4s, and if you put a -1 to hit on them, that's killer. That's
Horfrost, though. Have you considered Horfrost?
Yes. They also don't have a lot of casters, so they could dump their Primal Lice into doing just that.
Mhm.
Or maybe they end up taking they that's what they have to do because most of their casters are also unique, so they don't count as locuses. So they have trouble fitting out that battalion without taking 2
Yeah,
against.
they have a lot of uniques, yeah. I
So
think they have to lean into that style that where you take a bunch of hero hammer, you take like Olander, you take the black coaches, for example, you go
yes,
with the mortal wounds.
I think because we're in such an infantry heavy meta right now, I think they take black coaches. Black coaches are good because especially if you fight like Soulblight, it's like cool. Every like 10 zombies I kill, I will just like nuke your heroes. Because that's an ability. That is not a
Yeah,
shield.
it's an ability, it'll just hit them.
Yeah.
Smack you right in the mouth.
Yeah, they teleported to range before doing it too.
Exactly.
Eric in
And
chat asks,
now that Madigan mentioned that the Watchman's Curse works, that
yes,
charger unit, it's beautiful for them.
yeah, it's a good warband. Eric in the chat, you can shoot mounted heroes like Harbinger of Decay, right? Yes. Nothing has changed with mounted heroes. It's just for foot heroes that you can't use shooting against them unless you're within 12. Yeah, a lot of this stuff it looks really significant, but like you said, the main units didn't go down, the main hammers. And the weird thing about Nighthaunt is their hammers are also their animals. So they live and die by like 3 units in the book, right? You're either using, if you're doing traditional infantry style, it's either you're using Reapers, you're using Revenants, or you're using Harridans. And I don't think any of them are worthwhile. There could definitely be a world where Grimghast Reapers with Horfrost get played. Because 30 of those
Yeah,
guys with Horfrost is pretty gross.
What's your backup plan? That's what I'm gonna come out to.
The
Like,
other
what's the
unit
backup
of 30 Grimghast Reapers.
plan? Yeah, I don't know about that one. And then you have to have enough units to multi-charge with. There's a lot that goes on to that. I
Can you
think
just
the hero
can you
hammer.
just drop the Spirit Host at this point?
Yeah.
Good, but I wouldn't because magic is still a problem for this army.
Magic is still a problem. I mean, you're not gonna take 6. I mean, taking 6, I think, was a trap before, but
Hmm.
3 is always good. The points really help here. I mean, you're gonna have points for your hero hammer.
Okay, we'll see what happens with Nighthaunt. I'm excited to see what people see, or people do with it.
What I'm worried about is Craven Throne Guard becoming spammable now. 80 points.
80's not enough.
Yeah, 80 points is no. I don't know. I think Craven Throne Guard are gonna see a bit of play. I think they've already been seeing play.
A shooter that does what was it like 5 damage to a 3-up? It's annoying, but it's also like very persistent.
Weren't they 2 shots
Yeah.
apiece?
Yeah, 4s and
Fours.
4s, I think.
Yeah, 2 shots apiece, 4s and 4s. 160 points. Bliss barbs are that, but twice as much damage, and 2s and 3s rend 1.
Oh no,
Yeah.
yeah, they're 5 models. They're not 10 models. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
No, they're not good.
Yeah.
They're still worse than
Even-
Vigilors.
Castigators do a better job at 90.
Vigilors 150 do a better job, and Vigilors are not good. So Craven Thorn Guard not a concern for spam.
Yeah, I think people will just have to switch to Grimghasts, Chain Rasps, and Black Coach. I think Black Coach is playable.
Black
pretty
Coach is big.
Laurent, my friend, is spamming like 3 or 4 of them. He's seeing some success.
I like
It
their
can only be
mobility.
3, right? There's no Behemoth.
It is, I think, a Behemoth.
4.
Is it
Yeah,
a
you can
behemoth?
get 4 behemoth. Yeah.
No, it's not a behemoth. It's a totem, which is nice.
Oh, sick! It's not a behemoth, so yeah, you can do 4 for sure.
It's interesting. We'll see. There's a lot of
Yeah.
creative Nighthaunt players out there. I hope they show us some cool stuff. Oh, last
Cool.
thing worth mentioning: Banshees in a Magic meta. Yes, no.
I mean,
Yes. I think you
helps a
take
bit.
one
Yeah.
because they basically get unlimited unbinds or unlimited ignores, whatever.
Yeah, it's a second unbind, second dispel. It has to affect a unit wholly within 12 inches of them, though, and that still sucks. But
Easy enough, I think. I think it's not a problem. They all move 8, so it's fine.
all right, Bone Reapers. So we were expecting a Bone Reaper nerf. Is this what we were expecting? Because there's some stuff in here that, like Dark
Yes.
Acolyte, is
More or
surprising.
less. I mean, Dark
Dude,
Acolyte.
Warcast going down 20 though. That's the
What?
big thing.
Yeah,
Warcast
that was
going down
a huge
20.
surprise. As Madigan said earlier on when we were talking about it, we didn't expect that. It's nice because that gives us like they want a utility hammer, anvil hammer, or a hammer. So that's like a good choice there. And Mortis Guard, I fully expected to go up. They were crazy for 200. Like there's no way they should have been that low. Everything else is expected. Bone Shaper is probably the best hero we have. It's the one that sees most play. The artifact is really good on him. Catacross going up makes sense. Arkan going up makes sense. Nagash going down makes a lot of sense, but he's still not playable in this army.
Yeah, that was just a cross.
Doesn't have enough to do, honestly.
Even the Death Rider spam with Nagash got hit.
Honestly, it's just a complete muck up. The internal balance is really fucked up on this army. It's like I would have preferred an errata and a points change, or like an errata and no points change if they sort of reverted it to what it did. Harvester now belongs in the 160 bracket. Like if Basteldon's gonna be 2-up save anvil, this Harvester is just like 4-up save, 10 wounds, doesn't get cover, doesn't like. I just don't like it. It's just not good.
Yeah.
Archcarol with Santos going down is nice. I like that. -10, I'll take that on him.
I do like that they're trying to create a niche for the Soul Reaper, but I don't think it's going to work because he's just really no good.
Soul Reaper is like one of those heroes that's like it reminds me of the Khorne Aspiring Deathbringer, who is 80 points right now because he went down a further 10. Unless this guy reaches 90, he's not going to see play because that his niche is cheapest wizard.
That is not a useful niche in this army because you have Arcane.
No, it is. I'll tell you why. Because nothing in this army otherwise is below 150.
Okay, so it'll slot in sometimes to fill a spot.
Yeah, it'll slot in sometimes when you want, like when you have like this weird 130 point gap where you can slot in a 40 point spell and a 90 point hero.
Yeah, that's a niche. It's not a good one, but it is a thing. Yeah, taking a look at some quick rule changes here. Dark Acolyte only works on spells cast from the lore of Ossian Sorcery, so you cannot rupture a Kronspine without being unbound. That's good. You can't cast endless spells that way. These are all good changes. Soul Release can't be modified. The range is 12 inches from the caster. That's it. No Arcane bonus, no spell portal, nothing. No weirdness.
Yep, and then Mirror Cannon can't just like target something and then have them not fight it unless he's within 3. So
yeah. So he needs to stay within 3 in order to keep that effect going.
That's fine. I like that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Overall, Bone Reapers is a mixed bag. I feel like it's not. I don't think it's going to make the army worse. That much worse. Like
it's definitely the change to Harvester has mucked up the internal balance royally because now the only playable thing Crematorians used to be playable, and I know we've discussed about 30 more Tech Guard and all that, but I think Null Myriad, or as Owen Jackson was calling it, Dull Myriad, is going to see play a lot.
That's accurate.
That's OBR now. Dull Myriad is how OBR is going to play.
All right, moving on. Soulblight. Point changes. Big point changes. Big nerfs.
Not the points. Points.
Stuff people weren't
points
using.
Is irrelevant. I think this army is one of the best chaff armies out there. So
yeah.
Well, they did good point changes. Direwolves went up.
Big mechanics changes.
Skeletons went up. Zombies went up. Vampire Lord and Zombie Dragon went up. All the stuff is good.
Yep.
The stuff that went down pretty much doesn't matter. Right?
Black Knights going up from 130 to 130 I was like, good. That unit was very undercosted for what it is.
Yeah. But the big thing here with Soulblight obviously is the rule changes, right? We talked about these 2 hours ago.
So we should correct that. Endless Legions is not 4+ all the time. They only said change the second part of this paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah,
so correction here.
Yep. Correction there. It's 3 up on their turn, 4 up on your turn. But the bigger change is on
The
your
big
turn.
change is the
Khaine
Nine-Inch.
is out.
Okay, we misread it. We were reading it quick.
Yep.
Yeah, reviving 9 inches away in our turn. We're not Dirty Death players. That's a big change. That's going to make it actually doable to fight this army. You can just keep them off objectives. You get on the objective, and they're not on it in the same turn. You don't just get stopped from scoring battle tactics because stuff revives in your way, so you can't charge stuff. Yeah, these are good changes.
Yep, good stuff.
Exactly what we said should happen.
Yeah, it's fine.
Zombies only doing mortal wounds to stuff within 3 inches. Beautiful. Now that unit is fine.
You know,
No
that took way too long to happen, but I'm glad that it finally
Yeah,
did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Dire will still need a point nerf, but maybe not now that the revival thing has changed. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Legion of Night Direwolf still seems pretty good too.
260 for a zombie dragon is pretty cool.
Just
take
a
it on.
zombie
The thing is,
dragon.
the normal zombie dragon is just not that good. I think the vampire lord is what puts
You
it
need
over
the
the edge.
vampire.
The
Oh, sure.
lance. Yeah.
But it deep
Buffing.
strikes.
The traits.
Yeah.
Could be cool. Graveguard going up. That surprised me because
Graveguard
Graveguard
is-
are good, but I didn't think they needed to be nerfed.
They are good. I'll tell you why. Because in Virkos, they're disgusting. 5 up ward, +1
Mhm.
attack from Vampire Lord, +1 attack if you take Radikar, 6 to explode with the White King, fight in the hero phase with the Necromancer. They're actually pretty dangerous there. And they come back, obviously. So it's like a unit that you think is slow and you will underestimate, and then it'll just stomp you sometimes. So yeah.
It seems like
Yeah.
they're actually costing units for the fact that they can be revived now.
That and the support pieces being harder to shoot also matters a lot.
that
I
matters.
think honestly
All
things
the-
could have gone
all-
up more.
Other than Belladama, who has a bodyguard with wolves anyway, so she doesn't care. Nothing in Soulblight can be shot now. Like
Yeah,
Torgus and
it's-
Timberland putting up a 5 ward and now he can't be shot as a
Yeah,
unique
that's
hero.
annoying as hell.
It's annoying as hell. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
I think things could have gone up more points. Probably unpopular take with the Soulblight players, but that lookout search change is huge.
yeah. So where do we think they're still going to be S tier?
I think
Yeah.
they're gonna be at least low S or high A. Just like it's just a good army.
Yeah.
Whatever this is, it's a balancing change.
It's no longer like S plus tier because like Soulblight was S plus tier.
yeah,
Let's
Yeah.
that was
probably be real with
really,
that.
like nothing
Fair.
that could be. But yeah.
Okay. Gitz, I think this drops them out of S tier. I think
Oh,
Gitz are
man.
finally
Gitz,
knocked
like-
down.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
tough.
So
Oh my.
couple things changed. Everything's off
Brought out
unmodified
back.
casting rules, so you're not going to be using primal dice to boost everything here. Just like with Sylvaneth, they made those changes. And then obviously the big one is the Squigs. They deal mortal wounds on a 3 up instead of a 2, and only to the nearest enemy unit, which is very fitting. Squigs are chaotic, they're crazy, they're just running in random directions to hit stuff as they're fleeing. They shouldn't be like, I'm running away, time to focus my attention on that hero. All the guys in a single line, just pew, 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 kill that hero. You know, like that just it didn't make sense. So that rule changes are good, and then point changes, right? Stabbers and shooters going down 5 is rounding. Surprised they went down 5 given the strength of the army. I would have assumed they went up because you're going to see. It's always a risk that when you have 20 models for 120 points, that people are just going to bring like 120 of these models. So it's risky. We'll see. Squigs went up, spiders went down, trogs went up. Scragrot keeps going up.
I like how they like Scragrot keeps going up. Scragrot nerfs always good. I like how they preemptively nerfed Trogs.
Right?
What?
Skagrok can't be shot anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a justified nerf for sure.
Yep, everything here looks good. I don't know if the Spiderfang stuff is enough because that faction needs more. Needs a lot.
I think the biggest thing is they aren't just hero killers anymore. It's because they didn't even care about really destroying your unit. They were just like, oh, I'm just gonna flee and kill all your support heroes.
Yeah.
So
Gobblepalooza going up is good. The Trog boss didn't need to go up. I thought he was fine at 200.
No, he needed to go up even a little
They-
bit.
with like that, I can't remember like the Elliot Page meme where like they're crossing each other. It's like Skagrok points and Drosta points at some point.
my gosh.
Like,
Soon.
Yeah.
yeah.
Give it another year and Drosta will be down into 240.
Playable.
Yeah, I think this knocks him out of S tier. Does it knock him out of A tier? Does it hit him that far?
Well, I think solid. They're a solid army.
Yeah,
It's
they're
just
still good.
it comes down to player expression and skill expression rather than I have 72 squigs here.
Yeah.
Have them.
With a 5-up board. Good luck.
Good luck.
Cool. Ogres.
Not
Internal
much to
battle.
say.
It's like they changed the points just to do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimately, unless you only had Frostlord on Stonehorn and Stonehorn Beast Riders, you're pretty much breaking even because every list had a Frostlord on Stonehorn. That's not a question.
Yeah,
right?
it just did.
Yeah.
It's like all the meat went down, all the foot stuff. It's like whatever.
Yeah, nobody's really using that stuff. Might be worth keeping an eye on Gluttons because they have 6 model coherency now.
Yes. Iron Guns too.
Yeah.
Well, actually-
it's pretty good.
That stuff was
Yeah.
always held back by that. So we'll see. And more reliable casting because Ogres have good spells, but they have.
They took a bit of a nerf because Iron Blasters used to just kill all your support heroes turn 1.
Oh,
Yeah,
Iron Blasters aren't being played anymore.
that's a big change.
Yeah.
But Stonehorn Beast Riders going on actually matters because, and the Frost Lord too, because sometimes like people ran like all that stuff with Kragnos. So
True. It's not going to kill the Kragnos Tyrant list.
it might make yeah.
Not much
Hey,
to say
board
about
kid,
Ogres.
welcome. I was
How
just saying
do-
hi to board kid.
Yeah. Hoarfrost, is that good on Gluttons?
Sure.
Or
I mean,
Iron Guts?
yeah.
Fine.
Good.
Rent 3 Gluttons. Yeah. That sure is a world we're living in. Okay, moving on. Orruk Warclans. Huge point changes. They don't look huge,
Yeah.
but they are. Because they target units, right? Like
And
Killbow
Rod
is
Mo-
Killbow is
Dude,
80 damn
Gobsprack.
points. Oh my god.
Gobsprack is beating Indashra in the points race.
He is. He's winning. He's 1 year ahead.
Yeah.
Oxford, by the way, is the god of unbinding because
Yeah,
Primal
dude, that guy is gonna
his the
3d6
thing
unbind.
where he does d6 mortal wounds on
Yeah.
unbinding.
Hmm. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. The new battle tactics, we talked about this off stream. They don't look like something they wrote for the errata. They look like something they copied and pasted from an upcoming book.
Yes,
I expect it for spring, honestly. I
I
think like
expect a Dawnbringer book where they get new tactics. I wouldn't be surprised if we do, but they probably figured we don't need it right now. They probably need it more. Like Cruel Boys really needs new tactics.
yeah.
Stormcast will be getting a new book in 4th. Whereas if Orcs get a new book, let's say, and I think they will, I think it'll be like Dawnbringers will be a small update, and then they'll probably be the last Battlezone before 4th, something like
Yeah,
that.
like Smash Cut 2
Like
Battle
Soulblight was. Yeah.
something like
Yes.
Yeah.
Soulblight in 2nd edition, right? So, yeah, these are big point changes. Big Wa is gonna love both of these. These are so easy to do. These tactics are unbelievably easy. Cruel Boys 1, don't fight anything and be near terrain. You just move and you get this round 1 every time.
Boys player, get yourself 3 killer bosses on Great Gnash Tooths. They are 8 wounds, 3 up save. You can easily save stack them. They're pretty good in combat, actually.
Yeah, 120 is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a hammer unit at that point.
Run them as a cavalry unit side by side.
Mhm.
Turn them side.
They're sub commanders, so you can make a bunch of warlord battalions.
Marshcaller Slaga seeing a nerf here is interesting though.
Wait, they are sub commanders, right? They're not 10 wounds. Oh, they are 10. Yeah.
Ye-
So they're leaders. Never mind.
No, dude, Beast Killer Killbow going down to
80
80.
points.
Oh my gosh, dude! Like
Tell you
what?
it's a shot if it's outside of 12.
Yeah. Yeah, everything in Cruel Boys is a hero with Lookout Sir.
That's gonna be nasty. Beast Killer Killbow is gonna be nasty. You roll a 6 on
Yeah.
like a Argent or like a Krondys Kerzai or like a
I actually
Vampire.
have to worry about that on Storm Drakes.
Yeah. Ugh.
Is it enough to make them not D tier?
I literally know of 2 Cruel Boys players who play well. I played one of them at LVO. I think his name is Andrew. He's pretty good with them. He's played them for 2 years. Like I played him back-to-back years in Cherokee and in LVO. And he's gonna love these, but I feel like there's some armies that Cruel Boys just loses against. Like Iron Jaws. Iron Jaws just runs them over. There's
Iron
nothing they
Jaw's
can
is feeling really good right
do.
now.
Oh, you have one Unleash Hell? That's cute. You're a nerd. I'm gonna smash your face in.
Dude,
Iron
Mega
Jaw-
Boss and Maw Crusher goes down 30 points.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Like, it just sneaks in.
Yeah, Iron Jaws just got straight better. They gain 30
Yeah.
points off Mock Russia, which is probably enough
New
to sneak
unit
in.
coming in. Stick
What's
with
really good is
currency.
Big Wa is gonna love everything here.
Yep.
Mhm.
Everything. They run Gobsprak, they run Mock Russia, they run some Brutes, they run a Killbow, they run some Cruel Boys shooters, they run some basic screens for like Grots or something. All good. They could even run one of the laser eye dudes, whatever the Wargod Prophet.
I think they should just go full on it with it and just make it Beast of Chaos with points. You know, like just make everything so cheap.
Nuke, and then they should nuke the rest of the Bone Splitters book out of that town.
No, Bone Splitters are getting new models.
They should just delete it. Just move them to what was it? The Old World or whatever is coming out. That's it.
Oh, there's new Bone Splitters coming. I'm telling you, it's happening. Okay.
I don't care enough about Bone Splitters.
Sons of Behemat. Unit coherency doesn't matter. Lookout Sir sucks because they can't throw rocks at nerds anymore. That sucks. Broad can be the army general, which only matters
Morrowind.
ever if you can play Man Crusher Mob with Broad as your general. So that's an option. I don't know if you'd ever want to do that. Their battalions, though, always give them Unified and the other one, which is cool. So you're getting Warlord and Battle Regiment at the same time with both battalions. Well, one of them is Unified and Swift. Swift sucks, but like whatever.
Biggest changes, you can run 2 Gatebreakers, Broad, and Beast Smasher.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd probably
Or
do
some-
Stomper.
War Stomper, my bad.
Yeah. Or you can run 4 Gatebreakers.
Yeah, 4 Gatebreakers.
Because you know
that's
why
it.
not?
Yeah, their tactics are bad, but honestly, their
Better
seasonal
now.
tactics aren't that bad.
Magnificent. So they get 1 drop and they get an enhancement, so it's pretty nice.
And that enhancement could be a Nullstone Adornment. They could have 2 Nullstones.
True.
What? Oh yeah.
Yeah, they can have multiple no stones if they really want to.
Yep. I don't think anyone will run the 4 Gatebreaker. I think Broad is just too good not to have.
Broad
But
is really good.
yeah.
Yeah. It's been
I
long
just don't
enough.
know if there's any battle tactics.
Yeah.
It's like-
Well, they could do the one where you charge with a hero battle line. That's easy.
Sure, yeah.
Some of the other ones not so much.
Yeah, they can't really. They don't
They-
want to.
they
They can't
use the
retreat
word they
charge
always
4
want, they
units
table
easily.
you. They just take over primaries. That's it. You're not playing battle tactics or the season. You're like, all right, where's your army? I'm gonna smash it.
Mhm. It's
it.
been long enough with Gargants that I don't hate them anymore. Like I really hated them at the start of 3rd edition.
You got Amulet of Destiny.
Mhm.
I don't hate Amulet. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been long enough. I'm over it. So I'm ready for Gargants to be big stompy boys again and be a big threat in the meta. So, cool. The mercenaries went down too. I don't know enough about the mercenaries to know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, so I didn't bother including it. But let's talk Endless Spells and how many of these things didn't change unbelievably.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Some of these
Like-
are like Horrorghast is not worth 60 points.
No, it's not.
Maelstrom in a world where the Maelstrom is 30 points. Like these two things are just so different. Palisade isn't 40. Like we did a whole review of these. I don't want to go through each one of these, but like Lifestorm should be cheaper. Horrorghast should be cheaper. Gemini should be more expensive, maybe like 70 points for Horrorghast. Right? That should be you can add the Incarnate. Yeah. You could
Incarnate
do Incarnate
Gargants is
in
not bad.
Gargants. Yeah. It's an option.
And then I just killed the one it's bonded to, and now you're fighting your own card.
Or he can Primal Dice
Or he
Rupture. No,
ruptured
he
it.
can't. He's thinking not a Locust. Damn.
I can rupture your incarnate.
Yeah, you can't
Thank you.
rupture
Please do.
it. Yeah, for real. It's like, yeah, help me out, man.
Lauchon should be cheaper. Purple Sun could be cheaper, honestly. It's just a -1 rend effect. The other part of it doesn't matter. Quicksilver Swords could be 10 points cheaper. Jaws could be 20 points cheaper. Like, a lot of this stuff really should have changed with these new rules.
Jaws get cheaper. I think Jaws is too good to not be cheap. It's just Drex infantry a lot of times.
Yeah, it does.
70 feels like a lot. I'd pay 60 for it.
It does more mortal wounds than Pendulum, so it can't be cheaper than Pendulum. So
Sometimes.
Pendulum hits everything, though. Doesn't
Pendulum's
just hit
pretty
one
good.
unit.
yeah, but it's a 2 of D6, which means you might just roll 2, and it's like whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, but you could roll low on Jaws, too.
You get a reroll turn 1. That's a huge difference.
Fair. These are fair points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that Maelstrom is 30, Pendulum's only 40. Pendulum's really good.
I feel like some of these, it's like, remember when the Horgas first came out and we're like, oh my god, 40 points, it's a gimme. Just like take it every
Let's
time.
go.
I feel like it's like that. They'll adjust it eventually. They're just seeing like what the field looks like first. There's no way to predict how people will use these spells, right? So
I really
Well,
want
I
the
guess-
Life Swarm to be 30
Yeah.
points.
wait to see what happens.
Lauchon could be
Cool.
30 points again too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you transport the ankle on a skateboard, then yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so that's it for the main part. Let's generate a tier list quick because these are always fun to do, right?
I'm gonna go to bed. It's 1 a.m.
In 10 minutes.
5.
Wait, quick tier list. No. So we're gonna put the old tier list up and just move
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. So this is our old tier list. It's on the stream. Khorne, still S tier?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
KO, still S tier or drop down to A?
A.
A.
I think so too.
I think that they have enough play, just enough play.
Yeah.
I think
they're-
the riggers are still good. It's just
It's like engine rigger's still great.
yeah.
Seen that do well. Balloon
Gitz,
boys not bad.
still S or
Oh, definitely falls down. How far?
just
A.
Bottom
A?
A?
I think just
A
A
is
is.
in the sense that it's a skill expression army now.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Bone Reapers still A?
Bone Reapers A.
Yeah.
And a lot of the armies that are below them just run a brick wall into them.
Okay. Ogres still A?
I think
Mhm.
ogres are B. I don't know. I mean,
The monster truck.
no, actually, monster trucks didn't change. Yeah, Boulder stays the same.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
Fyreslayers? I think Fyreslayers
I
drop
think
a tier.
Fires goes down to B.
B. Yep.
Yeah.
Like there's like a whole section of that book that isn't playable thanks to the Galatian veteran chain. So
Now, I guess the argument should be: is Battlesmith Hearthguard spam an A tier list?
sure. Yeah.
Oh, we should call it A tier then, because if that's the list, people are going to use it, and that's
Yeah.
I don't know if it fits up to the same as the other A tiers.
the 4-up rally on Hearthguard. Man, is so good. You
Just
can't
move it
shoot
to
him.
the makes
Move
it
it
feel
to-
any better.
Okay.
Move to high B. Yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah.
Sure. Top of B. Let's do that. Okay. Sylvaneth, still A.
A tier, solidly A tier. They just got buffs and they're still doing pretty well.
Everything in that army took a buff basically.
Okay, sounds good to me. Slaanesh still feels A tier.
Yeah, Slash they didn't change
Yeah.
like we said.
They didn't
So-
change really.
I think it's matchups for Slaanesh. That's what's going to determine their placing.
Mhm.
Seraphon, I am feeling a little overconfident with this, but maybe we slide them up to S tier.
I'm gonna leave them in A.
I don't know.
because
I think they're A. Yeah.
See what Caleb Hastings comes up with because their vassal casting meme got nerfed, which is what people were taking.
Mhm.
But if that's one, let's see what people come up with. But I'm
Yeah,
feeling
I don't
You
know
may
if
show
what's
you.
left comes up enough. Sure, I mean, I'd like to see it, but I think they're A.
Yeah.
Tzeentch,
I think they're A. Flamers.
they
Yeah.
don't go away.
cool. Going down to what we had in the B tier. Flesh Eaters, do they stay the same or get better?
They get better.
I think they get better.
A tier.
Yeah, A tier.
Okay. Beasts of Chaos, I think they stay B.
They stay B. Yeah.
Big Wah, I think it stays B.
Yeah, they're only happier than they used to be. Rob will. Yeah.
Rob, they're A.
Yeah, I want to see what Rob cooks, and I want to get him on the next Realm report.
Skaven, I think they stay B.
Yeah, they've only gotten better.
They didn't really get any better. They got worse, you could say,
You think?
arguably.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, because of all the
They might be a C tier army the next time we do this, but we'll keep an eye on them. Stormcast, okay. Did we get good enough to be A
I
with these
don't.
changes?
I don't know yet.
I feel
it's-
not as good as like you know how we put Fyreslayers at the top of B. I think we're at the bottom of A.
Okay.
Really, you think so?
I can
Well,
see
okay,
it.
I'm being a little it's a bit of hyperbole, but
Hmm.
we're good. I think we can beat everything here.
I think
we,
yeah, with the edge taken off the top, it's really has helped a lot. I mean,
Yeah,
Khorne
it's-
and
we're
Soulblight
still-
are just kind of
we're
head and
still fighting
shoulders.
on that edge a little bit. So it's like we'll be good. We're fine. We're not excellent. Like we're not. I
Are we
don't feel.
doing better than Fyreslayers? Do you think?
Yeah, I think we're at low A. Yeah.
Yeah, we shoot.
Okay.
As long as we shoot, we will be relevant. We
Okay.
are still the shooting army. I know Bliss Barbs do more damage, but they don't have the positioning tricks we have.
Slaves of Darkness is B. I think.
Even with
Is it?
reinforced Farang Guard.
I don't know.
To A because
That's why
Cavalry
I
is
think.
a problem.
I think our A tier looks a little thick, and I think there's stuff that has to go down.
I'm fine with
I don't
Slaves
know.
B.
I'm okay with moving ogres down. Ogres might suffer a little.
Yeah, I think Ogres does suffer a bit this
Ogres
season.
suffer
I
as
think
long as
Slaves goes up.
OBR at the top.
OBR top of B.
No, OBR in A, but
Oh.
OBR really cancels out what ogres are trying to do.
I think Ogres also struggle into Seraphon and Stormcast.
Yes, I think ogres gets knocked down into B.
And Sylvaneth. Sylvaneth is going to mess them up.
Oh, nothing's looking really good.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, Slaves B, Lumineth.
Wait,
B.
Slaves B? I don't know. I think Slaves still A though.
Slaves is like no, it's like
I think if we're A, Slaves is A.
I don't agree.
No,
Our shooting makes us relevant.
Really?
Yeah.
Mhm.
like cool. Like they'll get their Vanguard spells off and Hoarfrost off. Cool. Okay, if Vanguard can't get to you, or did they just fight a screen? You don't care.
That's fair enough.
And Tempesters and Dracolines will carry us.
Slaves positioning is really bad. That's my problem with them.
It
Like,
is.
and once Vanguard leaves like their zone, because people aren't running Splinter Fang yet. Once they leave the heroes alone, you shoot them, and that's it.
I think Slaves get better, but I think not enough to bump them a tier. That's my
Cities,
take.
I don't even want to talk about because
Okay.
they have a
Yeah,
new.
it's like, yeah, it's about to change.
I don't care about enough about them.
Lumineth?
Nighthaunt, I think.
Are we
B.
keeping Lumineth B?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they get
They're
worse.
like
They might be
sitting
C.
bottom B. They do get worse. They 100% get worse.
I think they're B. They're good enough to where they'll go 3-2.
Are they?
Well, 3-2 is C, but
Without
you
heal
know,
on bonus shots?
Yeah, I mean Zytrek was getting 3-2 pretty
well,
reliably
3-2
before.
is-
All right, keep them in B. Nighthaunt, C tier still?
Yeah, I think so. I'd have to really see a new list be made that convinces me.
But right now, I feel like the Galatian veteran loss is big for them.
Yeah. Iron Jaws.
Iron
least
Jaws
B.
is. Yeah, I don't know. Iron Jaws might even be A tier, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I'll move them to A. I forgot 6 pigs in a line. Yeah.
It's
It's
feeling
not
real
6. It's 3x6.
Yeah.
good.
You can teleporter in the back,
Mm-hmm.
just like
Yeah.
the Shaman. Yeah.
With Primal Dice, yeah. No, they've just gotten strictly better and all their movement tricks are intact.
I think they're a premier.
And they do the tactics really well. They actually do pretty much all the season tactics decently enough.
It's a risky
Or
call,
can.
but I'm willing to make it.
All right, let's do it.
Daughters of Khaine. I don't think they got strong enough.
No, I don't think so.
I think like, if the Cauldrons had gone down 30 each, I would be like, they're probably beat here now.
Yeah.
But they didn't.
The other armies are just doing their job better.
Yeah.
Gargants.
I think
They just stay the same.
they
just
got better than before, but not like a ton.
They're
Yeah.
still going to have a positive win rate.
But I don't think they do battle tactics well enough.
No,
So-
they don't. Yeah, they're still going to be
Yeah.
that no tactics army. Okay, Idoneth. Do Idoneth get better enough to be B?
Here.
Yeah, I think B tier.
Yeah.
Okay. Nurgle C?
C.
Yeah, not good.
For now.
Yeah. And then Cruel Boys D.
Cool Boys, I'd go C because it's like they have reached it's going the Beast of Chaos route. It just comes down to like who's willing to play them.
Gopsbrack also is very good.
Yes. I
Okay.
think they jumped with this.
Okay. And then Bone Splitters don't exist.
Nope, they don't. Not to me.
Okay, that's our tier list. Took 8 minutes. I'm sorry, we're over time. We're gunk.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you
Okay.
guys later.
Thank you, everybody,
Yeah,
for
dude,
staying
get
up
pretty
late with
late.
us. Thanks again to our guest, Madigan, for coming on to talk about this stuff. This is a freaking awesome time to play Age of Sigmar. I'm very excited. Balance has been mostly
Somewhat
corrected.
restored.
Yeah, there's less at the top and less at the bottom, much more in that meaty middle, which is where you want to be. You can have all sorts of arguments about what should be in A and what should be in B, but it's good that most things are in A and B, right? That's a good sign for a game.
Yeah.
Hopefully they keep going with the lower tier armies and they keep an eye on Soulblight and Khorne, and we'll see where everything shakes out.
Yeah.
So
If you want to check out Madigan's site, she does a lot of work. She does pretty much all the work at aosfaq.com. So do check that out. It's in our description as well. That's her site. And of course, catch her in the coach chat like she usually is. And she's in here sometime soon, our Stormkeep Discord.
Yeah. This has been a great chat. I'm super excited to play this season. With just the GHB, I wasn't as excited, but GHB plus Battlescroll is really good. Really good stuff for both the armies that we play. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Like and subscribe and do all the things that YouTubers say.
Yep.
Have yourselves a great night, and we'll see you in the next one.
Yep. See you guys. And check out Kaiju too. Kaiju Gaming Lounge.
Obviously.